If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.
Yo, what up, guys? You already knew. We had to come in. We had to bring it to you. Life is lifing. And today, we will be better than we were yesterday. For all of you that made it off work, you put in work today, thank you. Because you make the world go round. Okay? You make the world go round. Without you, we would not be here today. All the people that participate in the world. Thank you. All the people that are lazy and don't do shit. Well, what do we need you for? Not much, apparently. Because the world is still going without you. And if the world is going around in a circle without you, that means you don't belong in it. All right? If you're not helping make the world go round, what's your worth? You think about that. Because if you don't have worth, it's because you ain't doing shit. All right? If you do have worth, then you know exactly what you're doing. You are doing what it takes to participate in society. Now, a lot of people aren't doing that. And I'm just about up to here with it. All right. Let's get people back into the business. Let's get people back where we're supposed to be. We need to be working together right now. Are we working together right now? Is that something that we're doing? Really? Because the way the world is looking, it's not looking like it. Right? I mean, out of sight, out of mind. Well, guess what? If all the division wasn't in our faces, it would be out of our mind. But guess what? The division is right there in your face. How could you say you're a part of the system? How could you say you love America if you're not participating? And if you don't love America, why are you here? There are so many other places in the world for you to be. What? Oh my God. Like, wow. Yeah, exactly. Get the fuck out of here. Ass hats. Anyways, it is time, motherfuckers. Hey, we got some lineups here. Y'all not going like none that we got going on today, but y'all got to deal with it anyway. If you don't want to watch, turn this shit off now. Otherwise, welcome to the show, because we're about to get started. Before we go deeper, okay? before we go deeper into the rabbit hole, we're gonna watch some of these updates. Since the Iran thing is happening so much, we're gonna stay on that, okay? Because for me, I don't care about the Epstein files. That shit doesn't fucking matter, tell you the truth. There's other things that are happening that we're distracted from or whatever, but I still feel like we need to focus. We need to focus. The thing we need to focus on the most is something that we can't control. We can't control it. We need to focus on the togetherness, but we can't control it. Only each individual person can control if they're going to be a part of a solution. Solutions are random. They are thought of. Solutions are made, created, brainstormed. That means you would have to get together with like-minded folks so we could make a difference. But if we're not going to do that, then what's the point of any of it? A lot of people won't even fathom the more typical ideas. Something so small as sports. How important sports are to people. It's incredible. We have a couple things here. Lots of things. We definitely wanted to talk about what Donald Trump had his. We'll do that one later though, since right now the war is such a big topic. It's just a war is such a big topic. We're gonna start there. But we're going to go deeper into the next issues that Trump is trying to tackle, like the college sports example. That one we're going to talk about for sure. I mean, right now we are in a time where things are going to change dramatically. Things are going to be all over the place. There's so many possibilities going in, but there is lots of prophecy about what we're going through right now. So there is much more. Okay, I think that's where I was. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think this is where we started earlier today. This one. All right, I'm going to share this screen, and then we can go ahead and watch this real quick. This one's pretty wild, just so y'all know. Let's see. We need to run some ads here. We'll do this one. All right, it's time to turn up, y'all. Y'all ready? Here we go.
Hello and welcome to the Media Show. I'm your host, Jack Houghton, and tonight we look at how many in the media seem to side more with a terrorist theocracy than the very vulnerable people slaughtered by the extremist Muslim state of Iran.
Another interesting thing about Anthony Albanese, Penny Wong and Richard Marles' statement, that first sentence, Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression. To me, that is political propaganda. What they actually mean, they don't.
All right, so here's Iran, okay? This is Iran. All right, here's Jerusalem. Israel, Tel Aviv. All of this is in this tiny little area. But then you look at the big old vastness of Iran and you see how they have 1, 2, 3 waters that is on there. So that's why they get to have such a big navy. So we have to get the Tehran side and we have to get the this south side right here. We would have to, what is that? I can't see this word back here. Can't see that word. But we would have to get down here at the south so all the, and their ballistic missiles can travel. This isn't very far in the grand scheme of things. That's not very far at all. And that's probably why they were blowing up all the edges right here, because that gives them shorter distances versus launching from way back here. And then a lot of their enemies are not even, these are all their allies on the backside. And all their enemies are on the front side over here. So this is an interesting scenario for them to be in. Very interesting. This is a hard scenario. Very, very tough. Especially because everything's so congested. This looks like barely from Arizona to Texas or California to Texas. That's not very far, or at least that's how it looks. That's how it feels, how close this is.
Let's say it, but what that sentence should.
You see what I mean? In the grand scheme of things, Africa is probably much bigger than that. Iran is probably smaller than that. These areas are probably not as big as they look. This one might be big. This peninsula right here might be really big. Saudi Arabia might be huge.
Say, if they're being accurate, if the Prime Minister of Australia is telling the truth, it should say Australia stands with Israel and the US in their new war on Iran.
Well, that was the ABC's America's editor, John Lyons, labelling as propaganda support for the strikes on Iran. Now, you pay for his opinion commentary to be dressed up as news. And the ABC defended it, arguing that their employee was actually an expert, so he didn't really need to be impartial. And this triggered a rare moment of unity across the political spectrum, where Lyons was savaged for being out of touch and for ignoring the plight of women beaten in the streets and the tens of thousands of protesters slaughtered for simply standing up to the radical Muslim regime.
This is crazy. This is insanity.
This is an extraordinary claim, as if standing with women beaten in the streets is propaganda, if opposing the execution of protesters is propaganda, if resisting nuclear blackmail is propaganda, then we have lost our moral compass.
That was Labor Senator Raf Saccone showing us some moral clarity and showing us just how far the ABC has fallen. Because we know that the ABC endorses Lyons' viewpoint, from junior producers all the way to the highest levels of the organisation. Because here is his news boss, Justin Stevens, bizarrely grinning in a happy snap with staff as the bombs were being dropped. And while John Lyons was being given free rein to spew insane and deeply contested opinions, Stevens watched on in admiration. Now, Stevens, you're supposed to be a news boss, not a fan. Direct your team. Don't sit back and giggle for selfies while the most appalling content is being broadcast around our country at a severe cost to our wallets. It's yet again just another example of why the ABC is utterly broken and infiltrated by radicals with ugly agendas, and it must face radical reforms if we are expected to continue financing this rubbish. But the ABC wasn't the only organisation to give space for the cognitively impaired to speak. Over at Sunrise, commentator Amanda Rose was busy calling the slain Muslim terrorist leader, the same guy who slaughtered tens of thousands of his own people, a spiritual leader.
I think it's a bit arrogant of the Premier to say to a religious organisation, you can't mourn your spiritual leader, right? Because that's essentially what they're doing. Whether you agree with what they stood for or not, is he going to do it to the Catholic Church, to Buddhists, to synagogues and to other things if their leaders are doing something he doesn't agree with?
Yes, he should in all those situations. If there is a terrorist of any religion who runs a terror organisation which is listed, anyone who publicly celebrates the life of said terrorist should be locked up or deported. It isn't very hard. Ali Khamenei was an evil terrorist, not an interesting thought leader. And if you happen to think that he was a spiritual leader that you want to learn from, then you are probably a dangerous extremist. We should have no tolerance for the intolerant. Now, Sunrise host Nat Barr did a great job of pointing out the fact that Khamenei wasn't simply a cleric. But watch how this clueless commentator squirms when asked to condemn him as a tyrant.
Do you call the Ayatollah a tyrant?
I think most world leaders are tyrants.
How indoctrinated do you have to be to make a comment like that? Perhaps listen to the views of the people who fled Iran before you decide to go on national television and embarrass yourself. Perhaps look at scenes like this.
47 years of waiting, it's beyond words.
This is an incredible moment. Having freedom for the country is just amazing.
The people of Iran are on a mission to have freedom, and all the diaspora of Iranians all over the world are chanting and excited because we see freedom at hand.
Well, joining me this week to discuss is Adoni Media founder Lisa Goddard and, of course, the Menzies Research Centre's senior fellow, Nick Cater. Thanks for joining us on the desk.
It's a good Friday.
Well, Lisa, why don't we start with you? This is fascinating how this conflict is played out in the media, and I think there are some commentators that have got it wildly wrong. I don't know where this has happened. I don't know where this has come from, this kind of sentiment that we're looking at anything that Israel does, anything that America does through this lens of skepticism that I don't think that we would apply to any other leader. And also the thing that particularly disturbed.
What I was saying is I was muted. This is wild because we were just talking about how, peace is being made, the fighting is stopping, ceasefires and all this. Now, all of a sudden, boom, sudden destruction, burning them off of the face of the planet. That's wild. Out of, we can make some kind of deal. But you know what? If in your religion and if your lifestyle says deceive people to get over on them later, that cannot be trusted.
Me when you're given this very mainstream popular platform, it's a downplaying of someone's crimes and what I think is the biggest crime of all, misquoting what they are and trying to pass this bloke off as a cleric.
Oh, don't misquote nobody. If you're gonna quote somebody, you have to say word for word, not what you thought they said.
Or a spiritual leader. I think that does a big disservice to the people of Iran.
Yeah, I think most people when they watch that, spiritual leader, like you're really taking some creative license with that. And I think most of it, it's the greatest insult to the Jewish people. Like the Jewish people will be looking at that and thinking, what is she on about? Now, I've done panels with Amanda Rose in years gone by, and she's a strong advocate for business. I think she should stay in her lane. I know on a panel you get asked questions that you're not an expert on, but I think she really overstepped the mark on this one. And you're right, she's coming out and she's to liken the fact that if this happened with the Catholic Church or Buddhists, so is she saying the Ayatollah and the Pope are in the same category. Like, it just doesn't make any sense what she's arguing.
Yeah, there's definitely this false equivalence. And Nick, you'd probably be standing there shoulder to shoulder with me if the Catholic Church was committing atrocities, saying no, this is horrible. They're committing acts of terror. And I think that we all agree we would call it out. And in this situation, it's kind of used as it's almost like a bargaining chip in this debate, where you can't say it because there are also other bad things that happen in the world.
I think it's a severe case of moral confusion, and they take their bearings from the fact that I think that they don't like Donald Trump, they don't like America, they don't like Israel, they don't like Bibi Netanyahu. Therefore, whoever is on the opposite side must be somehow virtuous, and that's the only reasoning I think you could get to this point. But it's absurd. Like, we all go on TV and get asked about things we're not particularly sure about, but this one's pretty obvious, isn't it? Who is the tyrant here? And yet Amanda Rose couldn't bring herself to use the word tyrant against the Ayatollah. All she could say was, well, he had tyrant-like behaviour.
Well, she said she put Donald Trump in the same category. She said Donald Trump was God-like complex, so she likened Trump to the Ayatollah.
Absolutely. And I mean, later on in the interview, I think she did make some concessions that there were tyrant behaviours. But I think more broadly, this suggestion that, well, all world leaders, it took her a long time to get there, and it was quite uncomfortable watching that. But I think I actually don't blame her, because I was watching, the New York Times was putting out obituaries saying hardline cleric is dead. You know, aged 82, however old he was when he died.
It rather understates his role in history, doesn't it? I mean, and Iran's role in history is the great sponsor of terrorism and the great disruptor of the Middle East for the last 30 years or so. I mean, it's obviously much, much more preferable for Iran not to have nuclear weapons than to have them. And why people can't see that clearly, it just beats me.
Yeah, and Lisa, I'd like to get your thoughts on this as well. Nick raises such a good point. All of this stems from this fervour of an argument that this is some kind of an illegal war. And we had the Prime Minister on today, who was asked that, because the Greens are pushing this narrative. This is a very far-left narrative, and it is so far-left that it's even completely out of step with the way that Labor is looking at it. Anthony Albanese just looked in the camera and said, they've been doing attacks on our soil. They're attacking Australia. They're obviously an imminent threat. He didn't get into the ballistic missile information, but obviously there was the threats of the enriched uranium hitting near 60%. The only functional purpose of having uranium at that threshold, obviously, is to use it maliciously. And then you've got ballistic missile threat. And then you've got the fact that it's sponsoring attacks on foreign governments, including our own country. But then we have these commentators that are going there and almost quibbling about whether we're allowed to act.
But they're also arguing with the pictures that you're seeing coming out of Iran. You've got Iranians who are celebrating the fact that they may be able to take back their own country.
Isn't that just cognitive dissonance?
How do you watch
You've
that?
got these Arabic people that have been persecuted, and Islamic themselves of faith. And so it's not about that. This isn't some kind of religious war where one faith's being demonized over another. It's about decades of systemic oppression. And you've got the left has fallen into this, and they've disgraced themselves over this topic. They've fallen into this trap where they're quibbling over the morality. And I think you're right. It's a great moral confusion.
Well, it is. And I think that it's not us who have politicized Islam. It is the Ayatollah. It is the Islamic State movement. That has deeply changed the nature of Islam and changed it into a force, an aggressive force that wants to commit acts of aggression against all its neighbours. I mean, we've seen that in the aftermath.
Who, the spiritual leader? Surely not the spiritual leader. He's just a cleric.
I think I'll stick to the Church of England, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's wise. Yeah, and I mean, the association with the Christian, I mean, it's just such a red herring, isn't it? It's such a bad faith argument. And one that I would say, yeah, we agree if that was happening. It's not happening, by the way. But if it was happening, we would condemn terrorists in any form. I completely agree with that. Let's talk the ABC. Because this is leading on from, I guess, what we've been speaking about, how there are people in Labor that I'm pleased are showing moral clarity. I think Chris Minns has been a very impressive force on extremism. I think Albo's had to be dragged there. Today, I was rather pleased that he was pushing back at this suggestion that it was illegal. And then you've obviously had that other Labor politician that was criticising John Lyons personally for his views. But then you've got the ABC is defending as an expert. We'll get into whatever that means, because he doesn't have a PhD in it, and I don't think he has a PhD in the act of deciphering political messaging to determine whether it's propaganda. I'd love to see what that doctorate actually entails. But they defend him as an expert. They are so far out of step with even the left of politics that they're several steps further away. So the ABC's John Lyons, his view on that is dramatically out of step with the Labor government.
He is, and I think Lyons, unfortunately, has got in his head this notion that the Jewish state's to blame for everything. He's long had this view. He wrote a book some years back in which he personally criticised me as being a puppet of the Jewish lobby.
Get your vengeance now.
Exactly.
Take your shot now.
I'm not interested in vengeance, but I am interested in taxpayers' money being spent on people who know what they're talking about. Unfortunately, Lyons has this particular view about Israel and about Judaism, which distorts his whole thinking. And I think it was quite clear in that piece of, I guess we're supposed to call it analysis that he gave, that he was way off beam. I mean, the idea that Donald Trump wouldn't be talking up America's interest, but was somehow tricked into talking up Israel's interest.
Being told what to say.
And it does come back to the fact that at the end of the day, we could not allow them to persist with their nuclear program. That's just fundamental. That's full stop.
In his mind, Jewish Israelis just must be just so infinitely clever that everyone just moves to the beat of their drum. Everyone just follows. I mean, Donald Trump, do we really think that Donald Trump is taking cues from anyone? I mean, is this a serious suggestion that one of the most volatile leaders that has ever happened in modern history is actually taking cues and listening to somebody else?
Well, and he was making the point that Netanyahu had been to the White House 7 times in the past year. Well, Netanyahu has a bit going on. There's a good reason why he would be at the White House. It's not to put words in the mouth of Donald Trump. And if you think that Donald Trump would let you put words in his mouth, I think that's a remarkably stupid statement to make.
There's another element to this as well. And Justin Stevens is the news boss. And you'll have seen him editorial at the top of this show. He's sitting there with a camera. There's bombs dropping, right? And so people are dying, and whether or not it's justified, there are people who are dying. He's sitting there in his newsroom taking happy snaps. We've got it up on the screen now, smiling, giggling with his staff, all while the time, there's another photo that he takes off to the sideline of of John Lyons, while John Lyons is saying all of this, labeling things propaganda, his boss, the news boss, is just watching on it as if with admiration, as if he's some kind of fan. Now, I would expect in a situation like this, at Sky News at 9, at 7, something like this is happening. A news boss is not, they're not the mascot. They should be the person in the control room saying, move on, we need to qualify that statement. We've had a guest saying this, now let's get a guest from another, actually running the agenda. Instead, he's almost glorifying it from a public relations point of view. Is this guy just a lightweight, or?
It shows in the ratings, doesn't it? It shows why people are not watching the ABC anymore. I mean, I hardly meet anybody who ever watches the thing or listens to the thing, whereas even 10 years ago, you know, if you're in journalism, you'd certainly listen because there'd be something worth hearing. Not now. It's just full of this quite bizarre and extreme commentary. I'd much rather watch somebody like Greg Sheridan talk about the Iranian situation. I'm going to get a lot more out of that than listening to this guy, expert or not.
Yeah. It's strange though that there would be smiles. I don't want to be too critical. He's proud of his staff.
Doing
a good
with
job.
someone behind you with their thumbs up. Well, you've got
there's bombs dropping.
Exactly.
And we actually went and he's deleted all the posts on LinkedIn now. So I don't know what that's about. Whether he was asked to, or whether he formed the view himself that it was not appropriate. Thankfully, we saved them all. But it's just a strange way, in my opinion, to run a newsroom. And for me, it's this problem we have with the personalities. You've got the Laura Tingles, you've got the Patricia Carvellases. In my view, what it appears to be for me is that they run whatever they want to run. They have whatever opinions they want, and if the opinions are at odds with what a mainstream reasonable person would view, the ABC doesn't actually manage it. They defend them as being an expert. And so they've told Media Diary and put out a statement saying, well, he's an expert. I mean, an expert in what? Does writing a book on the Middle East make you de facto? I know he's spent time there. I've spent time in the Middle East. I've gone into Palestine. Like, what are we talking about here?
His analysis is not factually based, is it? It's an opinion, it's a view, it's based on a fixed view of the world. And look, I mean, most people have to give their opinions for free. I don't know why I should be paying my taxes towards the ABC to allow people like John Lyons and Laura Tingle to hold court. You know, it's just not right. I find the ABC just a total irrelevance these days, really. I mean, compared to what it once was, which is a tragedy. I mean, it should be the front and centre of national life. It hasn't been for probably 30 years or more.
I used to think it had a place. The last couple of years, my views, I just don't see how it serves good, and I think that it either needs to be reformed or shut down. But let's talk about things that have recently passed in quite a stunning way, and let's play the moment Kyle and Jackie O had this fight, which has potentially ended a $200 million deal.
You're off with the fairies.
Tell me where. No. Tell me where I've been off with the fairies during the show.
I don't have to prove
it.
anything.
I am, Kyle. I totally am offended by you saying something like that.
Too bad.
Okay, you're both going to have to help me figure out what is going on, Lisa.
All I'm going to start with is it clearly was not in the stars. Like this whole fight was about astrology, right? And her fascination with astrology. It was not in the stars. That's all I'm going to say. Look, I find it fascinating.
You're going to have a really bad month.
Yeah, exactly. You're about to blow up a $100 million deal. Anyway, but look, I find it fascinating how far this has cut into society, because I was at a function last night with very high-level executives. They were all talking about it. They all started with, we don't listen to the show, but they were all talking about what was happening and looking at it from a business perspective. What does this mean for ARN? Are they happy to be saving the money if the $100 million deal is off the table? So what's happening behind the scenes? And look, the country's fascinated by maths, and now they've moved on to
what is the ARN business without this show?
It was extraordinary. I mean, this is a $200 million contract, right, between the two of them, $10 million a year each. Now, if the worst came to the worst and they got to pay out the contracts to these two stars, that would be, less 1 year, or let's say roughly $85 million each, 170 million. Their entire revenue last year was only 280 million. So it would basically wipe out the company. I mean, recently we saw Channel 9 Radio, which is 3AW, 2GB, 6PR, etc., change hands, I think, for $56 million. Like, they're getting paid 4 times as much as the whole worth of the 9 Radio network. It's plainly out of kilter, and it's been priced into the shares, which are now about 35 cents. I mean, 4 years ago, they were probably $3 or $4.
Nick Cater, Lisa Goddard, thank you so much for your insights. Really appreciate you joining me on the desk.
How does the world's most grueling climbing competition work? How does the world...
All right, so we're gonna find out what's cracking with the next one. Got a couple of these here.
The United States calls it Operation Epic Fury. Israel is calling it Operation Roaring Lion. Folks, no matter what you call it, this is an historic joint U.S.-Israeli operation against the Iranian regime, and no one is following this operation more closely than our good friend, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies in D.C. and a former international spokesman for the Israel Defense Forces. Jonathan, great to see you, my friend. Hey, you're in Tel Aviv right now. I know sirens have been sounding, and you and your family have to go to the bomb shelter along with other Israelis, and a part of that now is Hezbollah throwing its hat in the ring, so to speak, alongside its masters in Tehran. What's the state of things, Jonathan, up north? The IDF, it seems, is about to mount a pretty serious offensive against the Hezbollah terror machine.
Yes, you are right. We are indeed fighting these two fronts simultaneously. Incoming rockets from Lebanon, fired by Hezbollah. Incoming missiles from Iran, fired by the Iranian regime. But they are, of course, coordinated and part of the same system, which is the Iranian empire of evil. I would say, without sounding pompous, that Hezbollah did the strategic mistake that many in Israel...
We locking in now.
It opened fire on Israeli civilians bombarding northern cities 2 days ago and said that it is now part of the effort together with Iran. By the way, they did so in defiance of the democratically elected leadership of Lebanon. The president and the prime minister all publicly said to Hezbollah, to the Iranian proxy, you do not have the legitimacy, you do not have our blessing to drag Lebanon into yet another war at the behest of foreign interests, meaning Iran. Nevertheless, Hezbollah did it, and now I think they're about to face the consequences of their actions. Israel has issued warnings and evacuation orders of various Shiite neighborhoods, Hezbollah strongholds in southern Beirut, referred to as the Dakhya, and a few other neighborhoods around it, informing Hezbollah and their supporters there are going to be strikes on military.
What? Oh, man. Lebanon then switched up on their asses, snitched their locations out. Dude, Qatar's doing the same thing, I bet. Hey, if y'all started bombing the people that got your back, then why should we trust you, right? Iran just made a bunch of enemies.
Targets there for your...
We'll talk about that prophecy from the Bible later because it's really relevant.
Own safety, evacuate, and here is where we advise you to evacuate too. Additional warnings have been handed out regarding the northeastern part of Lebanon, the area called Baalbek area, the Bekaa Valley, and there's going to be military strikes there as well. I anticipate a few difficult nights for Israelis living in northern Israel because Hezbollah will be firing missiles, but I think that what Hezbollah has done is perhaps sign their own death warrant by the fact that they now got into a war which they cannot win, and they are risking their future.
Yeah, bad move. And we know Israel will take care of business in Lebanon with Hezbollah, Jonathan. But you mentioned the Lebanese government. Is there a possibility here that the Lebanese military could finally get involved against Hezbollah and join an effort there? And maybe not join an effort with Israel, but act unilaterally against Hezbollah, the enemy within.
Yeah, this is about
enemy of my enemy.
Sovereign. And up until now, Lebanon has never really been a sovereign state. And the state doesn't control its own borders or what happens within the borders. I think what the Lebanese state will find is a unique opportunity for the first time to show the leadership and bravery that is needed to actually go in and, as you say, confront Hezbollah and tell Hezbollah enough with your foreign meddling in the country and enough with allowing Iran to dictate the future of our country. Israel will do its share. Israel will degrade Hezbollah, but it will be eventually up to the Lebanese security forces under the guidance of their democratically elected leadership to take control of their country. I think it's the best chance that they're ever going to get, but only time will tell if they'll be able to actually do it. I'm happy to see that there's American support in nation building. And, if we look a few months ahead, if the Lebanese state will actually take control of their country, really positive things can happen for the Lebanese people and for Israelis. We could go and find, prosperity and coexistence, and dare I even say peace. The thing that stands between a lot of positive things, prosperity, safety, success for Lebanese and Israelis is Hezbollah. And what Israel is going to do is to undermine Hezbollah and weaken it so that the Lebanese government can move in and actually assume their responsibility and sovereignty.
Yeah, either way, it seems that Hezbollah may be in its death throes. But Jonathan, what about their masters in Tehran? You and I were talking off camera before we started the interview, and you pointed out, even though you're in Tel Aviv and you've been in the bomb shelter frequently with your family,
See, the crazy part about this is if Iran loses their foothold and their alliances, these alliances are free to become United States alliances. We have to remember that if we, as the United States, want to maintain control, because I believe this is what this is all about, the control, including the United Nations. Right now, we head the United Nations. Even Russia and China participate in United Nations talk, even though they're not a part of it. But this might be their chance to join, because if they don't back up Iran and they leave Iran out there hanging to dry, it's going to leave a position where, okay, Iran is going to get completely snatched up. Now you got American military bases there, and it's an imminent threat to Russia and China at that point. So they should be wanting to come to the table so they can do UN talks and join the United Nations. And that's what's going to bring that one world order. That's what they want. So remember, this is steps closer.
Pointed out that the number of missiles coming from Iran has diminished pretty drastically. We've got about a minute before the break. Before we go, and then we'll bring you right back. Can you break down how that missile campaign launched by the Iranian regime seems to be ebbing a bit?
It's ebbing because Israel and the US are effectively taking out Iranian missile launchers. And it's ebbing because the amount of missiles that the Iranians have is finite. They do not have any means of resupplying or rebuilding what they have already lost. And due to that, and due to effective air defenses that we have in place, there are less missiles being fired, and more importantly, even less impacting in Israel. And those are very positive developments that we are very happy about.
Today, the Iranian regime attacked Azerbaijan, its majority Shia Muslim neighbor to its immediate north. I think that's the 16th or 17th country that Iran has attacked in the past 6 days alone. And these are mostly Arab Muslim countries. I want to talk more about their potential concerted efforts, the Muslim nations against Iran. But real quick, what is Iran's goal here? They're firing in every direction. It's not sure who's calling the shots in Iran right now. Most of their leaders have been eliminated. What's the end game? Is this just part of this apocalyptic ideology that they live and breathe by?
It definitely gives you room for thought. What if the Iranians had nuclear weapons, and what type of behavior could we have seen then? Because what we're seeing is the Iranian regime lashing out, firing wanton aggression, firing at civilian locations and national infrastructure all over the Middle East and even into Europe. They have fired at Cyprus, at Turkey, Azerbaijan, and of course a plethora of Arab countries in the Gulf. And we're seeing a regime that looks to be in disarray. I struggle to make strategic sense of what they're doing. I struggle to understand why they would fire ballistic missiles and attack drones at the Muslim countries where there are no American assets, and doesn't really make sense other than the fact that they may be losing control, and we have various hardline factions or residual command and control capabilities that are making decisions that are extremely questionable and to me look like tremendous strategic mistakes. I'm very happy that the Iranian leadership is perhaps not yet on the ropes, but that they've been hit, and they've been hit hard, and there's relentless American and Israeli pressure on the regime. But the really important thing here is to try to identify who is in charge and take out those people. It is currently with the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard. They're the ones who are to a certain extent firing. Mind you, the Iranian establishment has not been able to announce who succeeded the Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader. He was eliminated on the opening salvo. That was Saturday morning local time, and they have.
So here's the thing about them losing their leader and a lot of their headship. Their culture, their religion doesn't require them to have a head, because Muhammad, right? And Allah, right? And the Quran is his word. The Quran itself, that's what's leading them. So they'll just, the religious guys, the guys that are really knowing the book, that were next in line, or that were mentored by those guys that were just regular church people, these are the people that will start to take over. And they will start to feel like we're trying to destroy their religion, and that's not what we're doing. Your religion is trying to destroy us, and we're not letting that happen. So that's why this is a war. I'm telling you, it's a spiritual war. A lot of people don't want to see it, but that's the truth.
Not yet been able to choose or announce who is in his place, and that in a dictatorship is a very sensitive and precarious situation to be in.
Yeah, and we've heard rumblings that perhaps Ayatollah Khamenei's son will be his successor. He may not last very long if he gets that dubious title. We shall see. And Jonathan, you make a great point. The Iranian regime is intentionally targeting civilians, not military targets. They're intentionally targeting civilians. Speaking of which, could that galvanize the Arab and Muslim nations that they have been attacking over the last several days? And it seems that Iran and its axis have been holding up any real possibility of lasting peace in the Middle East. With this regime hopefully gone soon, could we see these other Arab and Muslim nations join the Abraham Accords, for instance, with Israel? Could this mean a new day for the Middle East once the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, God willing, is out of the picture?
My bad, guys. My bad.
Yes, but we're not there yet. The short answer is yes, but I don't think that we're there yet. We're on a positive way, making tremendous progress thanks to the brave and very professional efforts of American and Israeli fighters. I think what the Iranian regime is doing is really backfiring, and you can see countries that in the Gulf who used to be kind of semi-proxies of Iran, like Qatar and Oman, are now outwardly hostile towards the Iranian regime. And you can see the Saudis and the Emiratis actually preparing to take military action against Iran, which is pretty unprecedented and relatively difficult to imagine just a week ago. So it's backfiring, and yes, without a doubt, when you look at the Middle East.
And another thing, Iran, they cut off the citizens' internet, and they're trying to cut off the phone services so they can't get any of this stuff out. They're trying to keep it quiet over there. It's wild, man.
Out the Iranian regime with a free Iran, where Iranians will be able to govern themselves without this foreign Islamist oppression that has been in place, many beautiful things can happen. First and foremost, for the people of Iran, who are talented and very educated, they'll be able to enjoy the fruit of their labor and their talent, which is great for them. But I think we will find prosperity and stability in the entire region, and not only Abraham Accords, but really good neighborly relations. And I'm very hopeful about the future, and I think eventually we will see that happen.
Yeah, Jonathan, great breakdown. Yesterday, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, praised the U.S.-Israel cooperation in this stunning historic joint operation. He praised Israel as an ally and their production performance in this operation. Can you talk a bit more about that? What Israel, what the IDF and the Israeli Air Force have accomplished over the past 6 days? Pretty stunning results, needless to say.
Yeah, Israelis were very happy to hear those.
See, the thing it's such a pet peeve for me when people say needless to say, but they say it. That bothers me. If it's needless to say, don't say it, bro.
Sincere comments by Secretary of War Hegseth, and I actually think that they are very well deserved. What the US and Israel are doing together is writing new chapters in the book of how to do offensive air campaign, how to do effective air defense against incoming ballistic missiles, how to do real high-level intel collection and targeting. And I would say that the US is doing tremendous work in everything related to naval, keeping the Iranian naval forces either at the bottom of the sea or at port, fearing to engage. And I'd say that the level of cooperation is unprecedented. Really, things that I never thought we would be doing together with anybody are happening, and it is happening beautifully. I, as an Israeli, very appreciative of the cooperation, but I would say that we are standing shoulder to shoulder, fighting together, flying together, operating together, and it is for the benefit of our two countries, for the US and for Israel, and I think to a greater extent for the free world. And I'm very happy that it's happening.
It is amazing to see, Jonathan. Hey, about 20 seconds left. Any sense of how long this campaign will last? Hard to say, I guess. President Trump said as many as 4 weeks. What's your take based on what you've seen so far? About 15, 20 seconds left.
It's going to take a while. The ultimate aim of actually getting rid of the regime will take weeks and perhaps months. But the military campaign, I think, can be shorter. And if everything continues as it is today, it will be shorter. And we should all be very appreciative of our respective troops.
She is International Affairs Advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and someone who understands the shared threats faced by the United States and Israel better than anyone. Our friend Caroline Glick joins us now. Caroline, always great to see you. Hey, the left here in America, surprise, surprise, is saying that this joint U.S.-Israeli operation against the Iranian regime is completely unnecessary. There was no imminent threat, according to them. But Caroline, Israel has been sounding the alarm for years about Iran's ballistic missile program. Now, it's taken a major hit in recent days, thank God. But can you lay out a bit for our viewers how that Iranian ballistic missile threat really posed an existential threat, not only to Israel, but if there were ICBMs in the picture, that's an existential threat to America as well.
Yes, it is. Thanks so much for having me on your program. It's always great to be with you, Eric. So first, before I explain the imminence of the threat, let me just explain to you what the threat is. What are Iranian ballistic missiles like? Well, each one of them is the size of a bus, filled with explosives if they're conventional warheads. And they take off and they land on their target at Mach 8 speed, straight down, plummet into it. And they cause massive destruction and death. So for instance, a few days ago in Israel, one of these missiles just fell straight into a synagogue in the city of Beit Shemesh, and it killed immediately 8 people, buried them, many of them inside of the rubble, and it caused damage for houses and other buildings in a very wide swath of the area around it. You know, like a whole block was damaged. When these kinds of things happen in a major city like Tel Aviv, where people live in high-rise apartments, you can understand the scope of the damage of these things. And that's just one missile. Okay, so now what was happening on the ground? Iran was building an industrial capacity to produce 100 of these missiles a month. And the allies, Israel, the United States, we have the capacity to build 7 interceptor missiles per month. Right now, our missile defense system in Israel is the strongest by far in the world, partially because we have so little territory to cover. But all the same, we are able to intercept around 95% of the incoming projectiles that come into Israel. So you can imagine how that mathematics would shift over time as Iran is producing far more missiles than we're capable of producing missile interceptors. So that was already becoming a problem. The other problem is that Iran's plan for these missiles to just use them as a shield to complete their nuclear weapons program. And how would that happen? Because if you have the capacity to wreak mass havoc, death on all of your neighboring countries, obviously on Israel and also on Europe, don't forget that some of those missiles fell in Cyprus, which is a European Union member, and they're capable of reaching already places like Italy and Greece that are in southern Italy. So, and they can obviously, and they're working very diligently to expand the range of their intermediate range ballistic missiles and move into the ICBM category that can reach the eastern seaboard of the United States. So imagine what kind of missile blackmail they can do with that, and then people don't want to go up against them because they don't have defenses against these cataclysmic missiles, and they'll use that as a shield to complete their nuclear weapons program. Worse than that, they wanted to place them all underground. So if they had moved their manufacturing facilities for these things and for the protection of their nuclear fissile material, that is, you know, a stone's throw from weapons grade, a week away from weapons grade, then you have a threat that the free world simply can't countenance, Israel can't countenance, the United States can't countenance, and that was why it was so urgent to move now, because Iran's lesson from last summer's operation against their missiles and their nuclear facilities was, let's build more. It wasn't, oh, we shouldn't do this because we'll destroy our country. It was, oh, let's build more. Oh, that didn't work that time. Let's do it again. Let's double down. And that's exactly what they were doing. And that's exactly why we had to act. And that's why we had to act now.
Caroline, thank you, because I think that was the best breakdown I have heard yet about the existential threat posed by that huge Iranian ballistic missile program, which is not so huge anymore, thank God, thanks to the shared vision of Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump working together. Okay, only about a minute left here, but you're on the inside, you're an advisor to the Prime Minister. Can you talk a bit more about that historic partnership between the President and the Prime Minister, and how it's really not only changing the Middle East, but changing the world? About a minute left.
This week, we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right.
It's changing the world. And, Senator Lindsey Graham, who knows both men very well, also has said that they are the Churchill and Roosevelt of our times. They are. You have to see that these two men are really like Roosevelt and Churchill. They're men of historic dimensions. They're going to be remembered throughout times for their leadership today. And the fact that they're working together today to secure the future of the United States on the one hand, of Israel on the other hand, and through it, the entire free world is a gift for all humanity. And we should all be grateful and thankful that we're living at this time and under the leadership of these two visionary men.
Caroline, well said. Moral clarity, peace through strength. Nothing better, and it always works. Caroline Glick, thanks so much, folks. Be sure to follow Caroline on X, across social media. God bless Caroline. We'll see you again soon. Folks, we say often on this show that if you honor God, he will honor you. Well, at a time of a serious military conflict in the Middle East, if you're a leader and you're in the middle of that conflict, you're making decisions that impact the lives of Americans and really people across the region, across the world, then you
And an intensifying and expanding campaign in the Middle East, U.S. forces escalating their strikes on Iranian air defenses and missile sites as commanders say Operation Epic Fury is hitting the terror regime's capability.
Yeah, we're going through all of this. I was studying today and was checking some shit out. So I'm just showing y'all what I got. And you can give opinions about it.
Hard. Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. Bill's off today. Hi, Martha. Thank you.
Hi there, Dana. Great to be with you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum, and this, of course, is America's Newsroom. And there's so much coming in. We have new video that shows the United States military striking and setting fire to an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And meanwhile, the Israeli military ramping up their pressure as well. They're pounding Beirut at this hour, ramping up operations against Hezbollah in its strongholds across Lebanon. And the IDF says that it's moving to its next phase amid this ongoing conflict with Iran, shifting the focus to eliminating Iran's missile program once and for all as they begin the 15th wave of strikes in Tehran.
And CENTCOM says the U.S. and America's closest ally in the Middle East are weakening Iran's power.
Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders.
Fox team coverage, Jackie Heinrich standing by at the White House, and House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford is here. But first, let's go to Trey Yanks live in Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Sandra, Dana, good morning. Just last night, the Israelis launched a massive strike against the Iranian capital of Tehran. Those strikes have continued even as recently as last hour. And we have some new video here showing the Israelis targeting the compound underground that Iran's former supreme leader had planned to hide in if any sort of attack were to take place against his country. The Israeli Air Force used over 50 fighter jets and 100 munitions to strike this underground bunker. And a senior Israeli official telling Fox News that when the supreme leader was killed, he was actually above ground. He never made it to the bunker that they destroyed overnight. And this official says the result was exactly what planners had hoped for. Khamenei stayed above ground, and the opening strike of Operation Epic Fury found him right there. Now, today, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is holding security consultations with his cabinet to determine the next steps in phase 2 of this operation. And again, we expect these strikes to expand and continue in the days ahead. The Iranians are still launching their attacks against Israel. Overnight ballistic missiles soared through the skies of this country. You can see in some Fox News video here, one of those missiles overshooting its target and slamming into the Mediterranean Sea. This happened a number of times, and sirens sounding once again this morning across Tel Aviv. Now, the Israelis say they are dismantling Iran's ballistic missile launchers, hitting another 6 of those launchers overnight. And Israel's chief of staff had this to say earlier today about the ongoing operation.
I am in continuous contact with my American counterparts, including the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, General Dan Kane, and the Commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper. We are fighting based on shared interests and values. In this war, shoulder to shoulder, they are true friends. Through coordinated action, we are stripping the regime of its military capabilities and bringing it to strategic isolation at a point of weakness in which it has never been before.
The Israelis are looking east, but they're also looking north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. They're striking Beirut hard overnight and into this morning. You could see that smoke earlier rising from the skyline in the Dakhia neighborhood in the southern part of Beirut. We expect the Israeli strikes to expand against Hezbollah in the days ahead as residents are reacting to their displacement of southern Beirut.
They threatened the Daya area, so we packed our things and left. Everyone left Daya. Now we're living a tragic life here, displaced. It's a miserable life. You know what it's like.
And today, Iran's leadership is speaking out about the ongoing war. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian saying in a statement on X, some countries have initiated efforts for mediation. Our response to them is clear. We are committed to lasting peace in the region, but have not the slightest hesitation in defending the dignity and authority of our country. The audience for mediation should be those who, by underestimating the Iranian people, ignited the fire of provocation. Now, Iran's president did not speak about his country's ballistic missile program or nuclear aspirations. Dana, Martha?
Trey, I wanted to have you tell our audience more about what you learned about the overnight strike on Khamenei's bunker in Tehran.
Really interesting information coming into Fox News from a senior Israeli official indicating there was a coordinated deception campaign against the Iranians. And actually on the Friday night into Saturday that Operation Epic Fury began, the Israelis sent home their top commanders for Shabbat dinner with their families. They were posting coordinated messages with the Americans and even a statement from President Trump, all to try to deceive Iranian leadership into thinking that no operation was about to begin. And this is why they believe Iran's supreme leader was above ground when the planes made their way to Iran. And they say even once those planes were entering Iranian airspace, the inner circle of the Ayatollah didn't think to get him underground, and it allowed this strike to take place that took out the supreme leader and also around 40 plus top Iranian officials. Martha, Dana?
Incredible, Trey. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Thank you, Trey. Let's go to Jackie Heinrich over at the White House. Morning, Jackie.
Good morning to you guys. President Trump just laid down the terms of this war. He posted to Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader or leaders, we and many of our wonderful and brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Meantime, as this toils on, the U.S. is all in on annihilating the regime. Today, leaders from big defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, RTX, and L3Harris are expected to meet with President Trump to talk about ramping up weapons production, especially missile interceptors. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just told me this meeting was previously scheduled, indicating it's not a direct response to the war in Iran. She said, quote, the U.S. military has more than enough munitions, ammo, and weapons stockpiles to continue demolishing the Iranian regime and finish Operation Epic Fury no matter how long it lasts. Nevertheless, President Trump has always been intensely focused on strengthening our military, which is why this meeting with defense contractors was scheduled weeks ago. The president continues to call on these companies to more speedily build American-made weapons, which are the absolute best in the world. But the need to increase weapons production is compounded by this war in Iran and open questions about how long it could last, along with new reporting from the Washington Post this morning that Russia is providing Iran with targeting information on U.S. warships and aircraft to attack U.S. forces. But President Trump said yesterday the U.S. is rapidly achieving its goals with Iran's Navy, Air Force, and communications infrastructure decimated.
Growing more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships.
The president said Iran is calling, looking to make a deal, to which he said it's a little late for that. But he called on all IRGC, military, and police to lay down their arms and Iranian diplomats to request asylum for a chance at immunity. Otherwise, he says, death is guaranteed. Dana and Martha.
Jackie, thank you.
For more on this, let's bring in Republican Congressman Rick Crawford of Arkansas. He's the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. We're about a week in, and Hegseth and Crawford said this last night.
What Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit.
What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
You know, it's hard to ask you things that you can't talk about, which are classified, and so I'm curious if you could
Oh, I'm ready today.
The questions you are asking at this moment.
I got all the energy tonight.
All these other countries in the Gulf have been attacked by Iran, and now they are needing our help, and they are helping us as well.
All right, just to update you guys, I'm not sure if I'm going to stay on all night or if I'm gonna go out and go hit like the bar or something and see if we can go find a guest. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, I'm just chilling. You feel me? I'm thinking that I might just pull the late show. We'll go into late night. But I don't know. I think I might go out and then come back. But I don't know. We might just save that for another day. We'll go guest hunting later. All right. Go ahead. Let's finish this shit.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. What you would have expected would have been that the Iranians would try to engender some level of support from the Gulf state neighbors. Instead, they attacked them. That doesn't make any sense. My question was, and I think what we're saying is the potential for the complete degradation of command and control, so that you have pockets here and there that are kind of acting unilaterally without any kind of cohesive leadership that may be leading to these strikes without any consideration. So they're just not communicating. I think these attacks have so degraded their ability to communicate and exercise centralized command and control that you're seeing these kinds of things continue. And I can't verify that's the case, but it seems like that might be what's contributing to these random attacks. And it's not just limited to the Gulf states, because it's my understanding that they launched an attack on others in the region. It's like they're just lashing out at every border nation that they have. I really don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It's not having the desired effect. It's really driving those nations into our camp.
In the meantime, the Department of Homeland Security remains unfunded, and this was Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader of the House, yesterday.
A change in personnel is not sufficient. We need a change in policy. And that has to be bold, dramatic, transformational, and meaningful. At the moment, It's not like Kristi Noem was the one who was involved in negotiating anything. She was a corrupt lackey. So we were dealing with the White House before, and we're going to continue to deal with the White House at this point.
So now we are in hostilities with Iran, and Department of Homeland Security remains partially unfunded. And it just seems like what Hakeem Jeffries is talking about is, frankly, unreasonable. Like, the president is never going to agree to some of those things. Is there any sort of meeting of the minds happening behind the scenes we should know about?
Well, we've put forward some really reasonable suggestions. For example, body cameras. Yeah, who doesn't want body cams? Let's do that. Even the officers say, let's have body cams. It makes sense. It actually protects them as much as it does the general public. So yeah, let's do that. No, that's not good enough. Then they want to demask. Well, I've got a suggestion on identifying officers without giving away personal identifying information that's not tied to their badge number, that doesn't divulge their personal information or their address, so that they can protect their families. Nope, that's not good enough. Got to demask. These are the same people that were forcing everybody to wear a mask not long ago, but now they're trying to demask ICE agents. And don't forget about this attack that took place down in Austin. Now, I'm not suggesting that was directly handled by or instigated by or ordered by Iran or their proxies, but when you show up to the bar wearing a Property of Allah sweatshirt and you've got an Iranian flag in your truck, that's a pretty good indication who you're acting on whose behalf you're acting. And so we need to be conscious of the fact that we have a high threat level here in the United States, and now it's not the time to try to score political points on national security.
Rick Crawford, thank you. I know you're very busy. We appreciate you joining us today as we enter into the weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Yeah, we already do. But they had a lot going on. There's been a lot slapping for the last few days. This one was pretty crazy too. I think this was the yesterday updates, or was this the today one? Hold on, we're gonna check.
Well, good afternoon. I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest, Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do in your incredible leadership, for your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands. And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over.
All right, this was 13 hours ago.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase.
I think this was earlier today,
our stockpiles of defensive and
maybe
offensive
yesterday,
weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight, and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the President and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper. What he needs and what he needs, he will get.
He's talking real big, though.
And we are in it to win.
It's a lot of pride
We
there.
have the right commander in the lead. So now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's warfighting headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs, targeting deep.
Oh, we got more.
Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire. The president gave us another task: to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying,
this is the whole conference.
The brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
I wanted to ask what Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for facilitate you guys talked about what you asked for. Has there been any surprise for you?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
Reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. Also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do you believe there's enriched uranium there? Would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers in reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people. Right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objective? You view it that way? And additionally, you spoke earlier today about how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East. Mm-hmm. How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced, America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean, coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the
I told you on so many different panels, we're going to get the Gulf of America together. We're going to get this whole South, all of this, the whole united America. Just watch.
Pacific, we can mass combat power. In CENTCOM, EUCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we lock down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. And take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
Do the Ukrainians talk about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience? Is that something that the Pentagon is looking for? Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternative to the more expensive?
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from an operational perspective of what those are, but I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear? We're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect. But Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets.
We're using their own stuff against them. That's wild. Thanks for the idea.
He addressed Iranian people and he said that there's going to be a time for you to come out, but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out, how that is going to play out, and how are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we witnessed in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral,
Israel's going to have to occupy the streets.
Minimize the
Israel foot soldiers.
We have a lot of evidence that the Basij units,
unless Saudi wants to come in,
in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas, because their headquarters are bombarded.
It's going to have to be other Arabs.
Protect the civilians while you're attacking the IRGC people hard.
I would just say on the protests, obviously the Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests. We saw the Iranian regime was revealed for what it is in the way they reacted to that. The world saw that. No one's done more than President Trump to reopen the opportunity for those who want a free Iran to do so. Ultimately, it's common sense, as he said up front. Don't go out and protest while bombs are dropping inside Tehran and elsewhere. So there will come a moment where he determines, or they determine, that it's the time to seize that advantage. But there's a lot of things we're doing, and the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who...
You see how he corrected himself when he determines, or when they determine? You see that? Watch it. The wordplay is crazy. You got to pay attention to what people say, how they say it, and the order they say words in, or you'll misunderstand them.
Protest. The more you do that and you erode their will and you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people. We're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down.
See, and they keep saying people. They're not saying the Iranian people, for people to stand up. So just wait. Let's find out who these people are.
On the president's comments that he previously made to the people, stay in your homes, keep things calm, stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right now is just to lay low.
Right here.
One common outcome of American military action in the past has been taking in thousands of refugees into the American homeland, and I'm wondering if there's any safeguards put in place to make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yep, back there. Yep.
No asylum. No asylum.
Michael Washington Times. I wanted to ask, I know separate company is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you able to just completely go with the mission without worry?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't from day one say, hey, go ahead and have access, but we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And it's part of when we say more to come, it's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently. The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge.
Okay, I want everybody to clearly understand that America being over there now that we're sending all of our gear and we're actually making a presence there, that puts everybody in the area on alert. Everybody, including the UK. Everybody's on alert right now because America's flexing. And you got to remember, everybody that's in line with us, They have to produce right now, or they have to join the enemy.
Dramatically. And part of it is that we're going to have even more basing. And it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up, and we're grateful for that. Maybe one more right here.
Yeah, the Israeli president earlier today basically authorized his Minister of Defense to begin preparing troops for some type of retaliatory action after the Air Force strike. As the Department of War, the CENTCOM to this area to work through that.
You see that? So smug.
Or something in retaliation.
I'm sure there are plans. I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding or there's chaos. And nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, hey, we're with you.
They're trying to make
we'll
a deal.
We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other opportunities, a lot of which we can't talk about and won't talk about. But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance in order to focus exactly where we need to. So this idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways exactly what we need to achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know if you
I won't get out of ahead of policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
And I would just close by saying,
they just opened up the door for everybody in the Middle East to come and join the United Nations.
Chris,
What up,
excellent job
Clay?
over there, securing our border and keeping us focused on
What's good, brother, man?
President making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president.
You know,
I'm sure
we
Mark
just
Malone will do
making
a
it.
fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a
Yeah,
long time. Chris, he did a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women that are doing this, the dedication that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. I was talking to a young colonel who's iterating on how we target and how we find and fix different aspects of what the Iranians are trying to do. If they don't know what they're up against, and if they think they've got it solved for, they're wrong. And ultimately, the combination of
They're finding this fun. They're finding this entertaining. This is like a video game to them right now. What do you think, Clay? What do you think, bro?
Yeah, I don't see it much different than what you're saying. There is that their view of it is just, there's probably some of them who've seen a little bit of combat. When I say a little bit, I do mean very little.
Yeah.
But the majority of them, they're just basically
getting their feet wet.
Lawyers, politicians, people who send others to do their bidding.
Man.
our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It might start to be like, oh, another boat, oh, another launcher, oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world-class. No one else can do it. And it's world-class Americans, like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet home, that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command.
I won't lie, there's some good people out there.
Leadership, and all I'll say to you is what I say to them: keep going, because the president and myself, we have your back. Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it. Thanks very much. Thank you all.
All right, so that was that one right there. I got this other one. I think it was their newer one. A minute. I think it was.
And 3. It's a big one. Capable
Not
of carrying
that
nuclear.
one.
Well, good morning.
This
I stand before you today with one unmistakable message
was
about
today.
Operation Epic Fury. America is winning, decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump,
you can see how they changed their clothes.
The War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago. Which means we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early. And as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Second, we are only 4 days into this. And the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. And we've only just begun to hunt, dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and...
If it was the case that the Israeli forces were so capable and destructive on their own, then why didn't they do it on their own?
Right.
Why do they need our assistance?
Oh wait, I think this is the one before that. Hold on. think this is the older one, the one they didn't talk about on TV.
Nice.
All right, I know there's another one I saw was one for today, but that was the Trump one. Okay, I did see that one. All right, I'll put that on next.
Defeat their capabilities just 4 days in.
All right.
Starting last night to be completed in a few days, in under a week. The two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military, finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders.
So this was before the one they were blasting.
Flying over their capital, flying over the RTC.
This was the plan.
Iranian leaders looking up
10-4.
and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will...
Okay, so this was always a control muscle flex. Did you hear him admit it?
Yep, very good.
All right, perfect. This is not about nothing else except showing we the shit because we got an excuse now.
Be able to do nothing about it.
Yeah.
B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death.
Do you hear this dude? He is saying, I do not give a fuck about no oil. I do not give a fuck about nothing else. We finna blow these motherfuckers up. Do you hear this, fool?
Yeah, I mean, he's glorifying it.
That's what this is. This is the final show of force. We're not playing with nobody. Do you know if we put bases down in Iraq, Russia and China are toast? They know it. They have to come to the table or they have to push Taiwan. Mark my words.
And destruction from the sky all day long.
The fuck? Did you hear this guy?
I mean, death and destruction all day long sounds pretty fucking sadistic to me, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't believe the majority of the American people.
This is before that last one. How they blow up. They proud about what they've done. This is them telling you what they about to do.
Right.
We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum.
What? What did he just say? We're playing for keeps. This is it.
Authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight.
Well, that part I do agree with. You know?
Like,
what are we doing here?
This is it. That's what they're saying. This is our one opportunity to show everybody we're not fucking around anymore. We're never getting another president like this. We're never getting another administration like this. We're about to blow shit up.
And it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be.
What the fuck?
Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building.
I'm not against it.
The campaign has
I'm
7
just
times
saying,
the intensity of
I'm
Israel's
not for
previous
it either.
operations against Iran during the 12-day war.
Right.
7
I'm
times.
not for it. I just.
And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today.
This is what they were saying before they started dropping. And a lot of people don't see this part.
And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a...
Gravity bombs. Gravity bombs. Remember we were just talking about gravity?
Yep.
They can manipulate it? Because the fundamentals that I'm putting forth are necessary for you to be able to manipulate gravity like that. There has to be the black juice.
Nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to. Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close. And the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty.
I was thinking about a new name, electroplasma.
Of runway. We can sustain this fight easily.
Okay.
Or as long as we need to.
I can go
like
with
that?
As I
that.
said yesterday.
That I
Okay,
like.
cool. Hell yeah, high
We may not
five.
see much of it because the
High
IRGC
five.
shut off the internet to the entire country.
Hell yeah.
They blind their people
I like that
on
one.
purpose. Just like they killed their own on
Electroplasma.
purpose. Much was made of the volume of missiles Iran was able to shoot in the first few days. And sadly, as we projected, a few got through and killed 6 of our best, who will hopefully arrive home soon. We will avenge them, no doubt. But I liken Iran's predicament to a football team who scripted the first 20 plays of a game. The team knew what plays to run because their first few drives were scripted.
Yo. It's like America is telling you, we gave them the playbook. We knew their play. That was their only play.
And they
But
did
now
it.
that the game has started and the blitz is on, they don't know what plays to call, let alone how to get in the huddle and call those plays.
Yo, is he clowning?
Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers too terrified.
Yo, is he roasting them?
To even occupy the same
Yeah.
room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in
Built for 1996. Bro, do you hear what this dude is roasting them right now? I'm talking about this is funny, bro. This is this is so funny.
2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Now,
Who is he, the Joker? The fuck is this?
Right.
this is not a mission accomplished situation.
Hold on. I'm gonna do this real quick. All right, everybody turn on your thinking cap. I'm turning it on high speed.
This is simply a reality check. The combination of US and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles, and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need to target civilians, because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them, and we will kill them. This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through, or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it, the press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step. As I said Monday, the mission is laser focused. Obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb, not on our watch, not ever. And this is why President Trump's moral clarity on Iran today is so vital. Unlike the past, where vague red lines and endless negotiations let Iran fund terror and inch ever so slightly toward a bomb, this president sees the threat plainly and acts decisively. No more half measures, especially when Iran is at its weakest. No more letting Tehran play for time while our people pay the price. His leadership ensures that we finish what we start, and that we protect our warfighters by crushing the.
All right, so I'm still getting, this is our last chance to ever be able to do something like this, so we need to make a move. And that's why we're making a move, because anybody that comes after this will never make a kind of move like this. What do you think? I feel like it's a scramble to hurry up and hurt somebody, because we got to do something now while we have a chance.
Yes and no. Time frame wise, like, I mean,
it's year 2. It's only got 2 left after this. It's scrambling time.
Yeah, but
we have to make a move. And if we can get all this done by the end of the year, including Mexico, right? Think about that.
Well,
Think
that's
about
what I was
that.
gonna say. Making moves.
Yeah.
With S, not just a.
Yeah.
Move. right? So,
well, to make this move, for sure.
With this move that he's talking about, right? So
you got to, yeah.
Conflict, right?
You got to make this move now, because next year ain't gonna be a thing. There's the whole Olympics and shit.
Well, not only does he have the support, but actually it's the ones around him that are actually pushing him to do it. Even so, he's got his own mind made up on certain things. By the way, what he said about ships not being torpedoed since World War II, that was the dumbest shit I ever heard, bro. Like, that is not true. There are tons of torpedoed ships. Well, not tons, but there are a few torpedoed ships that have happened since World War II. This is not the first time a ship has been torpedoed since World War II. That was the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Yeah, definitely.
But
what I will say,
this is just the Secretary of
they
War.
haven't had a chance to use submarines in a long time. They're happy about that, because those dudes be under the water for a long time. Come on, man. They be down there. They finally got to shoot some shit.
Yeah, well, when he said it, I said,
like, I'm telling you, like, trust me, when you go to the military, you go because you want to shoot some shit. You don't go for any other reason, because you can get it by another means outside of the military.
And one of the primary ones that like hit me, and I'm like, wait a minute, there was one in the Mediterranean that I know of because there's somebody I know who was on the rescue ship that I've had interactions with on the internet. He was actually on the rescue ship for that torpedoed
That's
ship.
cool.
All that shit, and I'm like, that was the dumbest shit ever. So I'm like. And then I asked Google. And
congratulations,
sure enough,
you survived.
The USS Liberty, 1967. And that was the 6-Day War in the Mediterranean. Right. And then you've got like a few others that it's listing. And like, you can't believe shit that these people tell you. Like some of it, yeah, some of it's true. They mix that, you were talking about that last night. They mix the truth in with the lies, And I don't believe everything they're saying, but some of it's true, but that shit.
Which he says it's all theater.
Yeah, it's all theater, exactly. So they're gonna tell you what you want to hear, so you can enjoy the show,
right? But we'll burn through this shit real quick because we gotta hear their side. I did the other one earlier, and then we'll do the. I actually liked the post that Trump did today in the office meeting they had today. It was about college sports, and I think this has been a problem for a long time. I'm glad they're finally addressing this shit. So that's something that we're going to talk about today as well.
Before they can strike again. Our offensive operations, refined through months of relentless preparation, are unstoppable. And our defensive efforts are unprecedented. We have from the start put the protection of our troops ahead of everything else. Before we very publicly built up offensive combat power, we quietly ensured that our defensive posture and power was in place. And as we built up offensive combat power, we moved the vast majority of American troops, over 90% of Americans that were on our bases, what we say off the X, out of the range of Iranian fire. Our defensive shield is equally formidable. The most sophisticated air and missile defense network ever fielded. Thousands of Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted and vaporized. Tens of thousands of American and allied lives protected. We have pushed every counter-UAS system possible forward, sparing no expense or capability. Like I said, this does not mean we can stop everything, but we ensured that the maximum possible defense and maximum possible force protection was set up before we went on offense. In closing, as President Trump told German Chancellor Merz yesterday, Iran negotiated in bad faith, stalling, scheming, and preparing to strike. And we acted decisively to defend our people, our interests, and our allies. President Trump took bold action, putting America first, the kind of bold action that the American people elected him to execute. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier and a breath of fresh air. We salute your courage and your contribution. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight. America fights to win, and in Operation Epic Fury, we are. May God's providence cover and protect our troops always. And with that, I turn it over to the Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm here today to provide the American people and those of you in this room an update on Operation Epic Fury. First, it's with profound sadness and gratitude that I share the names of 4 of our 6 fallen heroes, all from the 103rd Sustainment Command, U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. To the families of our fallen, we grieve with you today, and we look forward to welcoming your family members home at Dover in the coming days. Out of respect for the other families, we'll withhold the release of their names until next of kin notification is complete. And either myself or Admiral Cooper will release those names as as soon as we can ensure that all of those families have been properly notified. To our Gold Star families, to our wounded warriors and their loved ones, we will never forget your sacrifice. Our nation stands with you, and we are eternally grateful for your courage, your resiliency, your devotion to this mission and to our nation. As the Secretary said, we're 4 days in, 103 hours into this campaign. The operation was again launched with clear military objectives designed to dismantle Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders, both today and in the future. First, we are targeting and eliminating Iran's ballistic missile systems to prevent them from threatening the U.S. Forces, partners, and interests in the region. Second, we are destroying the Iranian Navy, degrading its capacity, capability, and ability to conduct operations, not just in the Central Command AOR, but as the Secretary showed in the video, around the world. Third, we're ensuring Iran cannot rapidly rebuild or reconstitute its combat capability or combat power, and those phases will begin as the campaign continues. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command is making steady progress. Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland, striking progressively deeper into Iranian territory and creating additional freedom of maneuver for U.S. forces. Let me explain a little bit about how we're thinking about staying ahead of the enemy. First, over the past several weeks, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team have refined their operational approach to the region. Their planners identified key centers of gravity that would allow Iran to project power outside of its borders. They thought about how to isolate critical vulnerabilities and determined where, with precision, the greatest strategic effect could be achieved. As a result of this, CENTCOM is now shifting, in day 4 already, from large deliberate strike packages using standoff munitions at range outside an enemy's ability to shoot at us, now into stand-in precision strikes overhead Iran. As the Secretary said, this is a point of munitions transition from standoff munitions to stand-in munitions like joint direct attack munitions, which are GPS-aided free-fall weapons, and other things like Hellfires, etc. This will allow the joint force to deliver significantly increased precision effects on the target. The throttle is coming up, as the Secretary said, as opposed to ramping down. This will allow us to maintain consistent pressure on the adversary over the coming days, disrupt their launch timelines, and impose cost every day around the clock. I know there have been a lot of questions about munitions. We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense. But I want to tell you, teammates, as a matter of practice, I don't want to be talking about quantities. And I know there's been a great debate about that, and I appreciate the interest, but just know that we consider that an operational security matter. Let me flip to the map here. Hopefully I don't kill anybody with a laser pointer. As I mentioned earlier, and for you with the camera right there, my friend, I hope I don't ricochet off and hurt you. Over the initial days, the U.S. Joint Forces continued to attack and attrit ballistic missile capabilities as well as integrated air defense capabilities along the southern axis.
All right. So all these are the areas that they want to hit. They hit most of these, but they haven't hit all of them. They probably will finish this by the end of the week. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, it's not only feasible, it's just,
that's pretty much where everybody lives at.
It's the reality of what their plans are requiring. So yeah, I mean, it's like, so it's not just that they can do it, it's that this is what they intend to do. So this is exactly what will get done. I mean, it's the American military, like I'm a brat, I'm 40. I'm not actually a brat anymore, but I was raised like a brat, like
yeah, see, shout out to Witchy. She says Iran, Russia, China all have fractional reserve banking. They are just controlled opposition. Give me control of the money and I care not who rules. It's already done. This is all for show. Well, I remember a couple of things, and I actually came to the conclusion that the beast is money and transactions, like banking, all this, the whole way banking is all over the world. It's pretty much the same. This is the mark of the beast, and we have to use it to buy, sell, eat, things like that. And we can't get around it right now unless you've got farmland. And what are they doing? They're making that illegal to be able to farm, which is crazy to me.
Yes, they do that. They do that. Yeah, I remember we were having that conversation a little bit last night. So I know you want to watch some of this stuff. I'm gonna head out, but I'm probably gonna come back in a little bit. I got a couple of things to do. Maybe by then Joe might pop up as well. But yeah, man, no, these people, they intend to do something, and they will. This is what the American military is. And even like with the money being, the factor, it's about the resource, right? It's always about the resource. This is what wars are fought over. Money for the United States is no object because, well, they essentially can print more. They just simply increase the debt if there's a necessity for it, and that's what they'll do. So it's no object. They just continue to.
Yeah, it's just an unlimited credit card that they never have to pay. I get it.
Exactly. Yep, and they know that, and we know that too. And it's just
a lot of people have the black card, right?
It's watching the movie as it's being made. Pretty much.
I mean, we're actually producing the movie.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, we all are, because if we look at how we are paying the taxes, right? That's what's funding the movie, the subscription, and it's new episodes.
It's like we continue to pay our toll into Disney, and Disney.
And each year is a new season, and they're just like, let's make the president do some shit. Let's make a war. Let's make Epstein come out. It's like a little, like a TV show.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Exactly. But yeah,
think about every other TV show being just like this.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace, bro. Keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah. Enjoy this shit, because it's crazy to watch.
Man, we're gonna finish this video up. We're gonna move to that next one, but right now we're gonna go ahead and close in on some of this. All money is dead. Yes, you're absolutely right, because money is the beast, and the kingdoms are propped up on the beast.
The northern axis, Israel and the Israeli Air Force has predominantly been working integrated air defense targets along the northern flank, as well as medium-range ballistic missile capability as well. From the sea, the USS Ford has continued to project combat power here, as well as the bomber pulses that we talked about in the opening days of this briefing. Along the southern axis, the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group has continued to provide pressure from the sea along the southeastern side of the coast, and has been attriting naval capability all along the strait and up into the Arabian Gulf at a size and scale sufficiently to address the targets required. To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, one submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. As the Secretary showed the video, for the first time since 1945, a United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and we'll continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that assessment. We take that matter seriously. Iran, on the other hand, has been indiscriminate and more imprecise in their attacks. They fired more than 500 ballistic missiles and more than 2,000 drones, striking innocent civilian targets throughout the region. Partners are answering the call to defend themselves right alongside us. Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait are all defending their people with their own combat capability, with precision and restraint. Jordanian air defense crews recently intercepted a cluster of Iranian one-way attack drones headed to Oman. Bahrain's air defense forces shot down an inbound drone approaching Manama's maritime infrastructure, protecting both their population and critical shipping lanes. Saudi Patriot battery stopped a salvo of ballistic missiles aimed at energy facilities near Dhahran. The UAE neutralized multiple drones targeting Abu Dhabi's industrial zone, demonstrating speed and precision. And the Qatari fighters for the first time have shot down 2 Iranian bombers that were en route to their location. Together, these nations are helping to defend themselves and project power as required against the enemy. We're 100 hours in. It's still very early, as the Secretary said, but the balance is shifting. We've always got to remember that these operations are complex, dangerous, and far from over. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen remain in harm's way, and we must be clear-eyed that the risk is still high. This is combat. Let us never forget this. As we continue, I ask that we hold all of our deployed teammates in our thoughts, those standing the watch, flying the sorties, sustaining the fight, and carrying our nation's burden. And I'll stop where I started, and that's remembering our 6 fallen who will return home as soon as possible. I remain.
All right, so we lost 6 people so far. That's gonna come back. Going to be important. A lot of people are going to be picking, oh, we're already losing our soldiers, things like that. So let's just remember that those people were lost in a different circumstance. Let's see what's going on with the rest of it, but it's so complicated how war is.
Humbled, grateful, inspired by every day the valor and professionalism of our joint force. They are quiet professionals through and through, out there doing America's work through the day and through the darkness. And with that, I'll take your questions along with the Secretary. Go ahead.
What do you assess the enemy's control and command status is right now? And can you broadly describe our decisive point in this operation?
I won't describe the decisive point in the operation because that would tell the bad guys what it was. Good question. I appreciate the question. There are C2 structures in a bad way. Admiral Cooper has been continuing to pressure C2 at the IRGC C2 and other military elements, and will continue to do so. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Secretary Higgs. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. A couple questions for you and then one for General Kane. Can you tell us more about how we took out the leader who was the leader of the group that was trying to assassinate President Trump? And then Turkey's defense ministry says NATO air defense systems intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile headed towards Turkish airspace. Could this trigger NATO's Article 5, and was it the U.S. who shot it down?
On the first question, we've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. And so we eventually had the opportunity to do that from the air. And then on the matter with Turkey, I'll have to get back to you on exactly what the intercept looked like. That we're aware of that particular engagement, although no sense that it would trigger anything like Article 5. No. Ty, right there. You got a tie?
Yep. Thank you. Come back to the BBC. Can you give us an update on what the administration knows, what you know now about the reported strike on a girls' school in southern Iran on Saturday?
All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look at investigating that. Time front.
Just on the basis that with the information you would have, your reconnaissance abilities, ability to gather information, I mean, it's several days on now. So is there any clarity on whose munition this was?
We're investigating it. Thank you.
Secretary, so there are reports that the administration is considering arming Iranian Kurdish groups. So could you please clarify that whether any such plan has been authorized and whether Congress or regional partners has been notified and consulted?
All I would say is none of our objectives are premised on the support or the arming of any particular force. So what other entities may be doing, we're aware of, but our objectives aren't centered on that. Green, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Michael in Washington Times. Can you talk a little bit about the deconfliction process that's going on? You have two parallel operations, Epic Fury and Roaring Lion. Are we making sure they're not interfering with each other?
Sure, I'm happy to take that. Thanks for the question. We have liaison officers on both sides. There are U.S. CENTCOM teammates out in Israel, and there are Israeli Defense Force teammates at the relevant command and control nodes within the U.S. CENTCOM enterprise. Routinely, Admiral Cooper is talking to the IDF Chief of Defense, and I will occasionally speak to him through the arc of this. I've spoken to him a few times already. That allows us to coordinate, integrate, and synchronize activities while maintaining separate efforts.
And when I said a breath of fresh air, I really meant it. Usually it's us with some ancillary benefits from allies who are maybe willing but not as capable. We have both the will and the capability of an ally that can really bring things to bear. We take certain targets, they take certain targets, and we coordinate it. It has incredible effects.
Secretary Hegseth, with respect to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey's statement that the Iran mission will end in failure, what kind of message does that send to our enemies, and what does it do to the motivation of our troops?
Well, I've been through that movie before, with the Democrats rooting against the country. Our generation saw that in our battlefields. I think it's pretty unprecedented and unfortunate that it would occur 4 days in to an operation where, as the chairman laid out, America's best are operating in an incredibly challenging environment where they're having incredible success, but they're meeting a deterrent adversary. And he's been privy to briefs that we provided. He knows how effective this has been. He's being disingenuous, which we're used to. Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. One of the questions I have is just really regarding the intelligence that indicated that this was something the U.S. had to get involved with at the time that you guys did. We had Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. We obliterated their nuclear facilities. What was the intelligence that suggested that somehow they became a threat once again that required us to get involved with Operation Epic Fury?
I appreciate the question. The evidence in front of us since the 12-day war was that Iran had no intention of actually negotiating a nuclear deal that truly meant they did not have a pathway to the nuclear bomb. And they had a moment. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, two of the best negotiators in the world, poured into that negotiation, giving them every single possible opportunity to release that ambition, and they didn't. And the intelligence that we saw they didn't intend to do it in good faith. That they had the intentions eventually to get to a place where they could have a conventional shield to block their nuclear capabilities, as I talked about yesterday. So I would separate the what from the when a little bit. The what is they've been killing Americans for 47 years. They have thousands of missiles pointed at us. They have ongoing nuclear ambitions, and they're the weakest they've ever been. So the when became, in a particular, hey, what makes the most sense to do this to ensure that the narrow objectives we have of ensuring they never have a nuclear weapon have a maximum effect. Yes, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I have 2 questions. First, what is your message to Iran's allies, namely Russia and China, who have called for an immediate end to hostilities?
I don't have.
All right. The message to Russia and China should be, let's come to the table. Let's get you guys signed up to join the UN. Let's go ahead and become allies. That's what we need to do with Russia and China. Hey, Russia, hey, China, we got noobs. You know, we're the big fish. This guy Iran's been sat down. Let's go ahead and get control of these regions. And let's give you guys a little trust to maintain some of this. And we can station some of our people there, and they can station some of their people there, and we can work in a joint effort to rebuild the Middle East. We can try to converge there, but I doubt it.
The message for them, and they're not really a factor here. And our issue is not with them; it's with the nuclear ambitions of Iran.
Absolutely. And are any so-called fully autonomous weapons or other AI tools being used in Operation Epic Fury?
We've got a lot of autonomous systems or systems that drones and others incorporated with smart AI aspects to them, but a lot of which I can't talk about here. Yeah. Yellow, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. As you know, China is accusing the United States of invading in Iran, a sovereign nation, and North Korea, which cooperates with Iran on nuclear development, has declared its commitment to protecting Iran. What is the United States' strategic response to this? And I have a second one. How many allies joined with the United States to fighting against Iran? Do you have any number?
I think what you're seeing right now.
All right. As far as allies that are going to join fighting, it's not going to need any of that. Everybody's going to come to the table because of how we handle Iran if they can really knock this out and do it, keep it like by the end of next week, all this is said and done, you might be able to put a hat and put an egg in that basket with the U.S.
Was a response in the region to the belligerence of Iran and the willingness of them to target civilian airports, civilian hotels, civilian locations, civilian oil infrastructure of their Gulf neighbors who would have preferred not to be in conflict, didn't want to, but now realize that this is something that has to be dealt with. So whether it's UAE or Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait or Saudi on different levels.
And just so you guys know, I know this sounds weird and radical, but I am pro one world order. I'm pro that, especially if it's going to be a little bit more free like the US and but a little bit tighter. Like if we had more of a cap on capitalism, not anything other than the consolidation. These guys with the monopolies need to have to give up some of that power. Otherwise, it's going to stay the way it is, and it's not going to be good.
They're reaching out to us, whether they're going on offense, which they are, whether they're giving us additional access basing an overflight. We're working very closely and collaborating with them. Also on air defenses. The air defense capabilities of those countries are significant, and when combined with ours and we coordinate, it brings simplicity to the shot doctrine, so we make sure we're using less munitions but being more effective with what we shoot at. And as it pertains to other countries, I'll sort of give the same question. They don't really bear on the case of Iran. We're going to deal with Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that'll send plenty of signals in the process. Right there. Purple.
I have two questions. For you, Mr. Chairman. You ruled out that you're not engaging with the Kurdish forces, Iranian Kurdish forces, to incursion from the Kurdistan region to Ukraine. But now, today, the Iranian said that, and the threat from the Kurdistan region, they said clearly, if there's any incursion from the Kurdistan region, they will attack all the Kurdistan region and go war with the Kurdistan region. What's your comment on that? And a question for Mr. Chairman, given comments that the U.S. forces might be deployed if necessary, under what specific conditions would you determine that deploying U.S. boots on the ground necessary, and how would such a decision support and advance your stated strategic goals?
Well, I'm not going to comment on U.S. boots on the ground. I think that's a question for policymakers, and I don't make policy, I execute policy. I will say on the question.
We'll talk about that in a moment.
First, it's a great opportunity.
It would have to be Israel. I was talking about myself. I was talking about
help us with that too.
I was talking about boots on the ground. If there were to be boots on the ground, it would have to be Israel. It would have to be the Saudi countries. It would have to be Iran. It would have to be the Iranians. It would have to be the Arabs of some sort. That's the only way, because if we put boots on the ground, the only reason we can do that is if Russia or China puts boots on the ground. Then we have to do it. You see, that's going to escalate things, but I doubt that. I feel like Russia got their hands full with Ukraine. And then I was thinking, okay, Iran has to deal with this because China, if they want to do anything, they're going after Taiwan. They're going to have to press that issue. We're about to start re-ups. We just started talks with the weapons companies and stuff, trying to ramp up weapons. So we're trying to get our new stuff out there and our stockpiles for our strongest things. You feel me? They're testing all these ballistics that are intercontinental and stuff like that. This is crazy work. I'm talking about like, yo, people are gonna see stars falling.
Have folks register. We've also opened up space available seats as C-17s and other airplanes come in to try to help folks get out. But that's really a State Department matter. But to answer your question, that's what we've been doing.
Absolutely. Last question right here.
Secretary Hexa, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You touched on this in your opening remarks, but I'm hoping you could expand on it a bit. It's been reported that Iran might be trying to outlast our ability to intercept their missiles. It sounds like you guys are saying they don't have the ability to do so. Is that the case? Can they outlast us in their ability to do that?
Iran cannot outlast us. We're going to ensure through violence of action and our offensive capabilities and our defensive capabilities, as I said, that we set the tone and the tempo of this fight. That's why stories and speculation about different things that try to make it look like we're limited in what we can do. The only limits we have in this is President Trump's desire to achieve specific effects on behalf of the American people. And that's why we don't talk about, we can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3. Ultimately, we set the pace and the tempo. The enemy is off balance. We're going to keep them off balance. And we know their ability to shoot versus our ability to defend. That difference gets wider and wider every day. Our defense gets better. Their offensive capabilities diminish. As we are going into ammunitions that we, as we said, have tens of thousands of and can drop unlimited supplies on with even more effects than the standoff missions we have now, which is why when we say the throttle's going up, and it's going to stay on high. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
You're watching Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host Emily Campagno. Also joining us today, Rosanna Scotto, Fox 5 New York anchor and host of The Underground Economy on Fox Nation. Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst, and Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow on Fox Business. Emily, I come to you. We were sharing some moments during that and kind of tearing up. It's always important to do this, but as we look at what's happening clear across the world right now, it's especially important.
Especially important. And may I just briefly touch on exactly each of these Medal of Honor recipients, because significant to today is that each of those 3 soldiers fought in a different era, and 2 of whom were awarded this posthumously, as we saw some of their family members there, and we were getting emotional and witnessing. It was such a privilege to witness how sacred those moments were. Master Sergeant Roddy Edmonds, who passed away in 1985, he shielded Jewish POWs from Nazi guards in 1944, refusing to separate the Jewish soldiers from the American ones, defying the Nazi guard orders and saying we are all Jews, which I think as well translates to these events that are happening right outside of our windows and across the world in the region. And then Staff Sergeant Terry Richardson, who is retired, holds the rank command of Sergeant Major. We saw him there receiving the Medal of Honor from President Trump, saved 85 fellow soldiers in Vietnam. That's generations, that's untold generations that are alive because of him. And then posthumously Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis from right here in Staten Island, who shielded fellow soldiers from a suicide bomber, including the wounded Polish Lieutenant Karol Sierpika.
I like how they're giving honor.
And he said, I am committed, a lifelong committed, the Polish soldier said, to honoring the courage of your son, speaking directly to the parents. And then we saw him embracing the father of the late Sergeant Michael Ollis. Just an incredible ceremony that all Americans share in. And I think most telling, final point, is that the president said, what a great honor to be here. He too is humbled by the courage and bravery of these men.
You know, Larry, as we started to watch that, right on the heels of the president's sort of update and comments about Operation Epic Fury at the very beginning of this, I couldn't miss the timing. And President Trump knows about timing. You've worked with him. Your thoughts?
Yes, he does. I just want to echo Emily's points. What Mr. Trump has done is brought back patriotism and the honor of the military and the honor of serving in the military and the honor of praising and praying for those posthumous awards. This is so wonderful, and it's very authentic. So yeah, he knows what he's doing in a timing sense, but he's been doing this kind of thing for the better part of the last year. So I think the timing is interesting, but not crucial. Look, to me, what he's doing as a
he's doing his best not to hurt nobody's feelings.
Commander-in-Chief in Iran is he is changing history. He is changing. This is the Berlin Wall coming down and freeing up Europe from Soviet communism. This is the Iranian regime change, the end of the mullahs, and I don't know how this thing's going to end up, so I don't want to get ahead of that curve, but he is giving the end of this Iranian terrorism. He is putting freedom in the Middle East, freedom for Iranians, hopefully, freedom from Israel, so they can live peaceably, Western Europe, the United States. I mean, the Iranians tried to kill Trump several times, as I'm sure you all know. This is a freedom effort, and I think it's going to pay off. I think what he's done is epic. I've used that word. I know it's epic fury is how it was. I use the word.
He would use that word too.
I use the word epic for the State of the Union message, and little did I know a few days later this would happen. But I mean, it's almost though no one would do this except Trump. He is, I guess, Harris, I think he's perhaps the most consequential president we have ever had. And if I'm wrong about that, I will throw Reagan in for overturning communism. And I might throw FDR in, believe it or not, because of the conduct of the war, which was so important. But this is remarkable stuff. Yeah. And, you know, he will do whatever it takes to meet this.
So, hold on, let me see. Here, let me see.
This will hit and destroy the synagogue in Beit Shemesh in Israel. Here it is. He spoke briefly while there.
Israel's synagogue got destroyed.
And people died, people injured. Look, there's almost nothing left. And what Benjamin Netanyahu was talking about was just the fact that he wants people to know the difference between the enemy and Iran, and as they press this offensive forward, to force regime change if they can, but certainly ultimately to free the Iranian people, something Larry was saying. Yeah. And one more just to get this out. Most of the Israeli population is in bomb shelters and has been for 60 hours. That from Trey Ying's reporting. Look, a lot of people are watching this, holding their breath around the Middle East, and having us in Israel and others now engage is important. It's critical, and it could change the landscape of that part of the world.
Yeah, and we've heard people ask, why is the United States involved in this war? But hasn't Iran demonstrated the why with its reckless attacks on civilian infrastructure, as you pointed out, even in the Gulf, even including on these Gulf states and its Middle Eastern neighbors? And Harris, you bring up the point that Iran has alienated, these Gulf states, but President Trump has also brought them into the fold. And you look at even during his first administration with the Abraham Accords, and then also during the second administration, you referenced the speech in Saudi Arabia last year. What did President Trump say? He said the future of the Middle East is commerce, not chaos. He has handled these Middle Eastern countries differently than past presidents. He even went in and said, look, I'm not a nation builder. I'm not trying to interfere with your business. He recognizes that these Gulf states, they're monarchies, right? They're not going to see the world the same way that we see the world.
Thank you. They're not going to see the world the way we see the world. They have a whole different mindset, a whole different lifestyle. And there is a conqueror's mentality that is built in their blood to war with other nations.
And from a democratic standpoint, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth reiterated that today in telling people, look, this is not going to be another Iraq. We're not interested in nation building. So that's not what we're going to see here. So I think what President Trump has done through that commerce, not chaos, is built these relationships with these Gulf nations, which are clearly paying dividends.
No forever war. There's no forever war, which is what Democrats are trying to pull. No forever war. He's made that very clear. And the regime change could be a regime alteration, or regime change. We don't know how that's going to play.
It's going to be an alteration. Most of them are dead.
Well, it's going to be. We don't know even if the government will survive their successors. One more thing. Not only
what the fuck? What the fuck? Did you hear what she said? She said, yeah, it's going to be a regime change. Most of them are already dead. Damn, that's crazy work. Yo.
The big European countries finally coming around. It's not a peep, almost not a peep from China or Russia. No. almost virtually silenced from them. And you know what? Russia's going to think twice about Ukraine. China's going to think twice about Taiwan. This is a huge change in world geopolitics. It's an enormous change in world geopolitics.
Did I just say Taiwan? I said that's the only move China could make is Taiwan. If they wanted to be World War III, go ahead, hit Taiwan, and then its own is cracking. We at war with the world.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to point out too, our men and women in uniform trust President Trump. We saw him honor these 3 Army individuals today. But beyond that, recruitment has been up under President Trump. They trust his vision for the future. They trust that he's going to be judicious with their lives, that he values their lives. And we saw that honor play out before we started here.
And I was going to say the president and even Secretary Hegseth from early this morning at 8 o'clock this morning, they're trying to prove that they tried to push for peace. It stalled so many times. The president said several times they went back to Tehran. They wanted peace before they took this action, but they felt Tehran was not going to do it. They had to pull the trigger. And they said basically the regime's ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically. It posed a clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. Still justifying why they had to do it.
Real quickly, there is a joint statement signed by Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan and the USA, saying that they strongly condemn the Islamic Republic of Iran's indiscriminate and reckless attacks with missiles and drones against sovereign territories across the region. That is a deal breaker.
And we don't know where.
Yeah. This is the crazy part right here. This is the deal breaker. They're talking about the reason why there's no peace right now is because Iran didn't want to come and play ball. They wanted to try to make nukes. And one of the crazy things is, I was watching PBD podcast, right? And this guy, Sudan, right? Or is that what it is? Saudi Arabia, that area right there. They said if Iran gets nukes, we're going nuclear as well, instantly. And that was back in like 2000 and something. You feel me? Like 2000, before 2020, way before then. You know, before, you know, pre-vid, if you know what I'm saying.
The enriched uranium is 60% enrichment. We don't know where that is, but we do know that Iran was hustling to protect various sites around their country, pouring cement on and whatnot. But that's key. 60%, that's the makings of a nuclear bomb.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Compagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
I like Fox,
Not
but
sure if you saw
I
the
also
news, but
watch
Fox News is claiming
there's a lot of C's out there. CNN, CBC, CBN. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of C's out there. But this one was the next one. This was crazy.
We have breaking news out of the Middle East. Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, just made an extraordinarily important announcement about the future of Iran. Take a look.
The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box. We will not repeat the mistakes of past transitions. We will avoid de-Baathification scenarios and maintain as many bureaucrats and public servants in transition as possible.
Are you guys catching this? This is the stuff I've been searching today, so we're getting to the newer stuff. All right, so this was today. I think they found this guy, or they chose this guy, or they want this guy to represent the change for the election. So I guess he's going to be a part of the administration, but we're going to get more details about it, what he's talking about. We're going to find out some more.
Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price. Now I ask our friends in the Arab world to join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government. We will rebuild our nation not for expansion, but to serve the Iranian people. We will base our diplomatic relations not on exportation of ideology, but on mutual respect and shared interest. We will reintegrate into the regional and global economy to increase prosperity for the citizens of all of our nations. Standing with the Iranian people is not charity. It is a strategic investment in making our region one of the most stable, secure, and prosperous in the world. Together, we can build a Middle East our children will be proud to inherit. Take this new path with us.
Nicole John-Sezion, a journalist in Jerusalem, joins us now. So Nicole, my friend, before we even get to what happens next, how much longer is the Iranian regime going to be able to keep putting up a fight? You know, people are saying, well, you took out the Ayatollah. When's this regime crumbling? What are you hearing?
Well, it's so interesting to be talking about this on right on the heels of this breaking news, because I feel that in the last couple of days, you know, we've gone from wondering what the capabilities are of the regime to hearing the results of the combined U.S. and Israeli military campaign to now, even as recently, just today, I was in a briefing with somebody, an expat Iranian who works for advocacy and democracy in Iran, who said that her sources are talking about the coming collapse of the regime, that there are defections, and people are leaving the besieged, leaving the IRGC. They're putting down their weapons. They're throwing their phones so that their commanders will assume that they've been killed, and then they're trying to disappear.
It's happening now.
And so what she was calling for was for the international community to start to encourage this, even overseas.
Welcome back, Joe. It's happening now.
And workers in embassies to encourage more defection.
Welcome back, Joe. It's happening now. Come on up, bruh. It's happening now.
Because she said all of this is going to culminate. It becomes a critical mass that could change everything overnight.
Well, obviously, nature abhors a vacuum, and let's say this regime were to collapse. I think the vast majority of Western allies, the vast majority of Persians, it seems like in the diaspora, would be 100% behind the crown prince. But I know that there's other factions, trying to vie for power, I guess you could say in this moment. Who are some of the other players in this transition? Again, nothing's happened officially yet. The regime's still in power. But what are some other people we should be keeping our eye on at least?
Right, and also, by the way, I don't know. It seems to be, it appears to be that Reza Pahlavi is the popular choice of the people. It appears to be, but I don't claim to know that as well. Although everybody I've interviewed, and I've interviewed several Iranians and analysts of Iran, are saying that he would be the natural choice. Now, other groups, for instance, there is the MEK, which is the Mujahideen al-Haq, and I guess like Mujahideen of the People, and they are an a Marxist Islamic group that some people have said is more like a cult because of the demands that they have of their people. Like they demand that the women wear hijab, even though they say that they're against the current regime, but they still have their own sort of Islamist, like a secular Islamist system.
What up, Joe? This shit crazy, huh? I found some updates. I've been staying on top of this shit, boy.
Okay, you can let me in. I've been, I ain't been keeping up with the news at all today. You can probably update me on some shit.
All right, cool. Right now, this is the latest shit. You want me to go back? This one was only 5 minutes.
I'm okay
it's only
with
5
it.
minutes in.
That's yesterday.
This is the new guy.
I told you it was a weird. Okay, the guy who replaced Chris.
We have breaking news out of the Middle East. Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince of Iran, just made an extraordinarily important announcement about the future of Iran. Take a look.
The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future.
I'll go back a little bit so you can hear him.
I just need his name. I heard what they said. Who is he? Where is he?
Hold
coming
on.
from? And all that
I'll
shit.
slow it down a little bit so that way we can hear better because this is on speed.
See if you catch
We
your
have
name.
breaking news out the Middle East. Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince of Iran, just made an extraordinarily important announcement.
Crown Prince of
the
Iran.
future. Crown
His
Prince
name, hold
of
on.
Iran. We have breaking news out of the Middle East. Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince.
Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, that does it. Help me because I'll never be able to spell it. Reza
That's his
Pahlavi.
name. Yeah, Reza
but I
Pahlavi,
was
the
wondering
crown
what
prince.
position, how does he get to be the guy who they're coming to? So I was
I
wondering.
think this might be the son of that guy, or it's one of the princes. Because remember, there were princes in there too, in that land. You know what I mean?
They say the crown prince.
He did say crown prince.
So, I don't know. I'll
So,
look
but there's
into it
many
at a
crown
later point.
princes for the different tribes. Remember,
I'm
they have a
sure.
different system out there.
Mhm.
So maybe he's one of the ones that's left.
Yeah, but I was wondering, he had to be popular, right, for the people to call upon him. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
At least that's what I'm assuming. But we can't be too sure with these guys because they're grifty.
Of Iran just made an extraordinarily important announcement about the future of Iran. Take a look.
The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have
So he wants to
accepted
lead
that
the
responsibility.
transition. So he's gonna lead after the regime is gone. So that means after they're done blowing shit up, he's gonna lead them. Now let's see what he's gonna lead them through. We're gonna speed it up a little bit more.
Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box.
He's America's choice. He is talking about to ensure the transition. That's the way fucking Americans talk, and that's the way we talk. He's the puppet. He's the guy who they wanted to take the seat. I hope he doesn't get it.
No, he's
That's
not
my
going to get the
initial
election. Hold on. He's the guy that they're electing to manage the election. Does that make sense? Because they have to have an election.
It does, but
I don't think his name's allowed to be in the ballot.
Are you sure? Because
Well,
I would
that's
assume,
look.
Hey, stop it! I swear to God. Excuse me. I don't mean to swear. Excuse me, Lord. But you can't do that. Every time I have a thought and try to talk, don't start that, man. That is so fucking irritating.
Well, look, I was just
Let
saying.
me finish my thoughts
Off of his
before.
words. Go ahead.
All right. It was what I'm thinking that you got a guy and you talking about we got to make sure the transition of power. That's the way we talk. So I would assume that he's in there. And I would assume that if they took the time to pick a guy to do the peaceful transition shit, they want to give him a place of power. So if not, adjust their constitution where he can be the leader, have him close to the leader. That was my full thing I want to say.
Okay. Because my understanding, the way he's talking about it, here, we'll start from the beginning. It sounds like he's only chosen to do the transition, not to be the
No, you don't have to replay it. I agree with you. That's
People
what
have
it said.
called on
I'm reading
me
between the
to lead the
lines.
transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box. We will not
The
repeat
White
the
House
mistakes
wrote
of past
that for him.
transitions. We will avoid de-Baathification scenarios and maintain.
He said he was chosen by the Iranian people, and this is
I
a message
heard
to
him.
the
I don't-
U.S.
I'm sorry. I don't believe that shit, though. I'm reading between the lines. I heard what he said. Why would I believe what a politician says? It's not even a smart thing to do. I hear what he's saying, and I'm trying to read between the lines. If he's up here in this position taking this, do we really think the people told him that? People are torn apart right now. I'm not so sure they picked him. And I do know that his verbiage is the same that comes out of our White House. We have to, or America, period. We have to ensure a peaceful transition, blah, blah, blah. Let me see if one of the girls are in chat and they can do some fucking homework.
As many bureaucrats and public servants in transition as possible.
I need to smoke.
Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price.
Hey, Nikki,
Now
can
I
you look
ask
into
our
that
friends
guy,
in the Arab world,
Nikki, and Google something on him or something and find out if the people are fans of this dude, and if I'm more interested if the White House likes this guy as a selection, Nikki. You know, I know I'm working you here, but go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. I was talking to the chat. That's rude.
No, it's cool. I talked to the chat too. I was just pausing that because
Okay.
I'm just being. This is chill time. Like this is after
Well,
work
man,
and
I got
shit.
smoke. I didn't even smoke up.
Yeah, bro.
I'm crabby and shit.
I
just
was over
ate
here
dinner.
trying to decide if I wanted to go to the bar and kick it, see if I could bring back some guests, but I was like, nah, we'll save that for later. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm setting up the studio real nice too, so I'm trying to get it where, you know what I'm saying?
Set for
It
company
look-
and all that.
Yeah, because I've been having it for me and I'm just chilling. So it's time to make it all pretty and shit. Think about changing the color.
One thing you'd have to do if you're gonna do that shit, you're gonna need some lighting. I can't see nothing. We can't see no facial features. Just a
Well, I
dark
have
shadow.
lighting. I just don't want it on right now because I'm trying to be different.
I
right
dig
now.
it. I dig it. I dig it. So it's just something to think about for later.
Trying to give that mystery in there. But when I have guests and I have it all straight and shit, I'll probably have like 1 or 2 people I could fit right here. This is my library on this side, so.
All right.
So I can pull my books and shit. Got my little pad, and then, gotta have your dictionary on deck. A lot of people don't have those. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I still got paper dictionaries.
Bust out my commodity scriptures, you feel me? A lot of people don't know we're in the Dead Sea Scrolls and shit.
Yeah, I got that copy too. I
Yeah.
got one of them right here too.
We got to. Dang.
I used to read it next to my Bible. Right before I started filming cops and shit, I used to read it next to my Bible all the time. And whenever I was curious about something the Bible said, I can go to the Dead Sea Scrolls and get the exact verbiage and see how they changed it. I remember one time I was reading, must have been not the KJV though, whatever, the New International Version or something. It was something about and then they said that the Christians would do this and that. I'm like, hold on, there were no fucking Christians back then. And then I go to the Dead Sea Scrolls and it said the good people. I'm like, ain't that a bitch? Y'all gonna replace good people in the Bible with Christians, you fucking pricks?
All right, this one is pretty short. It's like 8 more minutes.
To join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government.
Hold on, wait a second.
Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price. Now I ask our friends in the Arab world to join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government. We will rebuild our nation not for expansion, but to serve the Iranian people. We will base our diplomatic relations not on exportation of ideology, but on mutual respect and shared interest. We will reintegrate into the regional and global economy to increase
that shared interest part and the Iranian people first. It makes me feel like this is a low-key new regime that they're doing an undercover kind of operation.
I think
that
so
kind of
too.
gives me some vibes.
I would agree, and I think that regime has a hand in it. It doesn't has the smell of Iranian homegrown. This has someone's,
and it doesn't sound too US-y anymore.
Yeah, less USC too. Something's going on. We're learning.
Prosperity for the citizens of all of our nations. Standing with the Iranian people is not charity. It is a strategic investment in making our region one of the most stable, secure, and prosperous in the world. Together, we can build a Middle East our children will be proud to inherit. Take this new path with us.
Nicole John Sezion, a journalist in Jerusalem, joins us now. So Nicole, my friend, before we even get to what happens next, how much longer is the Iranian regime going to be able to keep putting up a fight? You know, people are saying, well, you took out the Ayatollah. When's this regime crumbling? What are you hearing?
Well, it's so interesting to be talking about this on right on the heels of this breaking news, because I feel that in the last couple of days, you know, we've gone from wondering what the capabilities are of the regime to hearing the results of the combined U.S. and Israeli military campaign to now, even as recently, just today, I was in a briefing with somebody, an expat Iranian who works for advocacy and democracy in Iran, who said that her sources are talking about the coming collapse of the regime, that they're
Okay, the coming collapse of the regime. Okay, so when I hear collapse, I'm thinking consolidation.
Why?
Because when you take a company, right?
Us?
No, consolidation. Like the company, you made a bunch of layoffs and now you're consolidating, and now you're making roles do multiple, or you're making positions do multiple roles now to fill those gaps.
Right.
Yeah, so it's gonna take longer to do work, but you gotta reestablish the core before you can start rehiring for the company. You know.
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it.
I think and that's extremely logical. So I couldn't say nothing against it. I also see and think that that's not very likely. I'm going by other times when they do this, when they're talking about a breakdown and restructuring of the government, that doesn't go quick. That takes years. You got people who are going to fight back, just like Democrat and Republican here. If you came down and think everybody's going to get in line, no, people believe differently. That doesn't sound fast.
Well, it doesn't. Well, only because of the knowledge we have today and how easily the systems can be put with the mass distribution of older cell phones that are just sitting on shelves and older like laptops that are just sitting on shelves, it'll get a great export of all this extra shit from America. We can export it to those countries, all those extra cars and shit, and we can rebuild and get them quicker. Now all that got released, all that stockpile that we can't buy as Americans, and now there's a need to make better shit. And
I
there's
hear
room
you
for
again.
other
That would
shit.
be that's
But
I
I mean,
understand,
it's
and
the
you're right.
grand scheme, right?
Well, on that, right there, you're right. That will be a natural thing for us to do with our old tech and shit like that. We can pawn it off
And
on
we'll
them.
slowly rebuild their asses. Like
Yes.
they'll be like
However,
1999.
however, we've taken over regimes before. Have we ever done that before? As
But
I don't know if that's something people do when they
they
take
never
over.
had me talking about it either. And you know how the algorithm will pick up and AI will analyze and take some of my ideas. And you
I have
you know
no
some of the
idea what
stuff we
you're
were
talking
talking
about.
about. Okay, some of the stuff we were talking about 2 and 3 days ago, they're actually starting to do now. It's crazy. Don't worry,
So
we'll
you
get there.
think do you think the algorithm is listening to the people and making adjustments?
I think it's analyzing everything we're talking about, especially podcasts. And I think it's taking our ideas and it's funneling that shit.
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, every time we go somewhere, we abandon them. Every war we've ever had, where we left as heroes when we first went to Baghdad, all of these bullshit. Ukraine is now Kyrgyzstan. Can't even think of the other place. Wilson's War, whatever that country was, Ukraine, I think. We've always been held as heroes, Afghanistan, and then we leave, and we don't invest a cent, and the place goes to pot. That seems to be what we do. We just have a military
we
army of
send a
policing
bunch
people.
of
We never
money
do the
there,
positive shit.
and then they do the wrong stuff with the money.
I'm not so sure that's true.
Let's find out.
There are defections and people are leaving the besieged, leaving the IRGC, their weapons, they're throwing their phones so that their commanders will assume that they've been killed, and then they are trying to disappear.
Hiding and playing power, they AWOLing. That's
Everybody
funny.
did this.
Here.
Russian soldiers did
So
this.
he was calling
Iraqi soldiers did this.
was for the international community to start to encourage this, even overseas, even in other countries, from diplomats and workers in embassies, to encourage more defections, because she said all of this is going to culminate. It becomes a critical mass that could change everything overnight.
Well, obviously, nature abhors a vacuum. And let's say this regime were to collapse. I think the vast majority of Western allies, the vast majority of Persians, it seems like in the diaspora, would be 100% behind the crown prince. But I know that there's other factions, trying to vie for power, I guess you could say, in this moment. Who are some of the other players in this transition government? Again, nothing's happened officially yet. The regime's still in power. But what are some other people we should be keeping our eye on, at least?
Right. And also, by the way, I don't know, it seems to be, it appears to be that Reza Pahlavi is the popular choice of the people. It appears to be, but I don't claim to know.
Of the people. So they're volunteering him to send this message to us, and they're broadcasting the message. So I'm sure Trump is looking, do we want to select this guy? They're looking at his background right now, because this came out today, as far as I know.
Yeah.
That as well, although everybody I've interviewed, and I've interviewed several Iranians and analysts of Iran, are saying that he would be the natural choice. Now,
the natural choice of the people.
He's living.
So now
in
we
DC.
got to look him up. We got to look him up.
Nikki say he's living in DC. He is not the natural choice of the people. If that nigga been living in DC all his time.
Well, you got to think about it. He could be one of their diplomats. He is a crown prince, so he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
If he's in DC, yeah, this is true. But if he's in DC and he's a crown prince that's been living,
He's
in
not
DC,
a king.
God damn it! If he's a
Go
crown
ahead.
prince and he's been living in DC, the people, he doesn't sound like he's a man of the average person, the average people. You understand where I'm going with that? Meaning the people in power will say, this is our guy. But the average people probably don't relate to a prince who
Hey,
doesn't even
Richie,
live
how
in
you
the
doing?
country.
Well, I would say that he could easily be. Oh, one second. What? Hi, Richie. How you doing? I would say he could easily be one of the low key, because there's a lot of Muslim activity in America now. He could be one of the guys that has been influencing that Omar chick to get in office, and now they're starting to call her out on her.
Yeah, he echoes a bit. I think he has like that intentionally too. I think that's
Yeah, I got that intention because I want to have the effect so you can hear me good.
What'd you want to say, Nikki?
So I came up because I went and looked it up, Joe. And
One of y'all turn Nikki's mic up.
He can't. It won't
He
work.
can't. Can
My
you?
mic won't turn up. I need a better headset, and I've ordered it. It'll be here tomorrow. You just gotta listen.
All right,
to
can you lower the music? I don't, I don't really bossy or something, but I do want to hear what she's saying. And
is that better?
Go ahead, Nikki.
So, what I've discovered, Joe, is so in the 70s, we instituted a regime change where there was a Shah put in place. That Shah was murdered. His son was exiled to the United States.
That's the son.
Man.
That's the son?
Yes, not from the guy they just put out.
No. The Shah's son from back in the day.
Yes. And
Okay, all right.
Exiled to DC since the 70s.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead.
However, the people do want him to come back because his father was trying to implement democracy in Iran when he got killed.
I agree.
And he can probably be a bridge.
He will do the same thing his father was doing because that's what he claims. Trump thinks it's a bad idea because he's been out of the country for so long that people won't back him. However, everybody Trump had in mind is dead. They killed more people than they meant to.
We'll assume that's true.
So I think everything we said.
That's what the BBC is reporting.
Yeah. Everything we said.
The BBC.
Nigga, you listen to Fox. Stop it.
I'm letting them talk their talk, but
they're all fucked up. And the worst, in my opinion, the most willing to trick you and outright lie is Fox. If you watch a bunch of news sources.
Everybody we had in
this isn't Fox right here. This is CBN.
No, I'm not saying this is Fox. I was just saying. Nikki, I wanted to say I think you're right, and I think it means that all of our speculations were right. The one about him not being of the people, this crown prince, blah blah blah, and what Imp was saying about how they're looking like they're going to institute a return to democracy and all of these things. I think everything we were saying up here is right, and he's exactly what I was thinking they was going to put in there. They did that with Saddam. I think it was Saddam in Iraq when they first took over. They had their guy who'd been living in the U.S. and they flew him over there. They rejected that nigga in days. He didn't last a week or two.
Well, that's why I was saying for the transition for representation for the election process, and then they can put up whoever they want to represent, just like anybody else would run for office. Now that they know that we're going to have an election, it's time to run your campaign. It's time to start getting up. It's time to start rallying people.
You've seen it sound like you think it takes weeks. It takes years.
No, I'm not saying it takes weeks. I'm saying it'll take months. It could be done by the end of this year.
We'll be still bombing them.
And they can have their election by next year.
Not a chance. They have to write.
It depends on how well we kill shit
and form a republic. In order for that to happen, before there can ever be an election. I mean, Washington was president for like 10 years before he was ever voted.
You got to remember two things: social media and the internet. It's not like it was. It's different now. Everything can happen faster. And you got
You're
AI.
Not recognizing how tribal they are in Iran.
I get it. That's why they have to put forth their representatives and start forming parties. But it's going to take somebody and that person to organize a few people. Hey, you're a prince, or you're this and you're that. Hey, you people like you've done this in the community, and they're going to have to come together and figure out who the hell's eligible. Yeah, it's going to take a few months to sit down, but they at least have a guy in mind.
Emperor, how long you think it's going to take us to end this war, and how long we still going to be bombing them before the war?
I think they're going to stop shooting and blowing stuff up by the end of this month. It's going to be done with that.
Okay. I wouldn't agree with any of that. Every place we go somewhere, the shit's we're still
I think
fucking
this one's
fighting.
different.
We're
I think
still
this one's
fighting
more
our.
prosperous.
We're
Go
still
Can I
ahead.
ask
fighting that.
what decade you were born in, Emperor?
The thing is, I was born in '88, but what I will say is that this is different. This is more prophetic than anything. This is more of a religious bout than anything. I've heard them declare religious war on each other, including us. They want Allah, but not most. A lot of them are secular now because they had a taste of what the United States has to offer.
So you were a child for the Bushes, a young child for the second Bush.
I ended up doing military and stuff when one of the Bushes was in office, and I didn't like it. It wasn't a good thing. But at the same time, I understand what was going on because I started to play a game called Risk. I know what it's gonna take to rule the world.
You know that we're still at war with Afghanistan and fucking,
Just so you know,
Peace
if Iran can get their shit together, right, it will prove to the other countries in the Middle East that working with America is prosperous. Now, if that happens, it's gonna renew that whole area. We already do so much dealing with Dubai. We have to give enough room for people to be people and temptation to be temptation. A lot of people are going to give into that temptation and they're going to go with the one world government. And that's what we're aiming for right now. I'm with it. I want it to be over already. Yeah. Nah, you're good, Witchy. Thanks for coming up. You can come up anytime you want.
Nikki's a good friend of ours, and she's one of the smartest. I don't mean smartest. She perhaps is the smartest, wisest women on YouTube that I've run into. Is what is better said.
Okay, she's very cognitive.
She's been a friend of mine for years too. Me and her and another friend, and a couple more actually. We've been, have holding conversations, just a little group for years and years now, man.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. Well, hopefully I can be a good friend to you as well along the way.
I'm sure. What was I gonna say? I'm assuming.
I can play some more of this real quick.
Hold on, let me get my little thoughts out. I'm assuming that we're gonna be bombing them with the pressure because of the midterms coming up and all of that shit. The Trump will be under a lot of pressure to justify their actions over there. So I assume we'll be bombing them and doing them harm for a very long time yet. At least I'll give it months. I think it'll be years personally, but just for the sake of what we're talking about here with them coming back quickly, I think the bombing takes months. And then I think it takes about a year for them to get together to form an election. I don't think this shit happens. Anything. And then the last thing you said, if they get their shit together and bounce back, we're talking years before we see the fruits of any of this.
8 months before they're ready for the first election. And then that election will take place. And then by the 1st of January, they should be able to figure out who's going to rule. But
is that 8 months based on anything or just out there?
This right here is based off of not only intuition, but everything I've been absorbing and hearing. I'm layering everything over the top. I'm not looking at one side. I'm not trying to make a judgment. I'm trying to see what's most likely to happen. That's what makes me right most of the time. I just try to see what's most likely to happen based off of everybody's attitude, because a lot of people act on emotion. They rarely act logically. And Trump, I don't think he's acting on emotion, personally.
The best way to figure out what's going to happen is look at the past, what's happened in the past. Do you agree?
I believe that there's nothing new under the sun,
So that's
and
a
I
yes.
believe history can repeat itself. But
So I think
if
that's a
you
yes to my
if you
question.
learn from history, you can change your future.
So I think you agree. I think that was a long way you saying that you agree with me. The best way to predict what's going to happen in the future is to look at the past. So the way you
No,
phrase
not
it
to
is to,
predict. No, not to predict the future. The best way to change the future is to learn from the past.
let me ask you this.
Yes.
The best way to know tomorrow if I'm going to go get drugs, which is predicting the future, is to look into my past and see that I've went and got drugs every day for the last 3 years. Looking at the past is a great way to predict the future. I'm not sure how you can dispute that.
Well, like I said, looking at the past is a great way to change the future because you know
That
what?
too, but why
You've
would you
been-
say you
That's what I said.
predict? Yes, you
You
did. I
can't-
wasn't. I'm not
You
arguing
can't
what you
predict
said.
when somebody's
It
going to
sound-
change.
I didn't say you don't have 100% success rate, but you can predict, and you do it all the time, that the guy who listens to rap music every day when he hops in your car is going to play rap music. You predict off of past all the time. This is a silly argument.
No, you
I'm
don't
not-
predict. You can assume, but
That's
that's,
the
not
same
really
thing.
that's not really a prediction. That's an
It's exactly
assumption.
the same thing. It's
A
just used by a
prediction
different
would
word.
be based off of something either spiritual or something logical or rational.
Yeah,
You would have
like
to
the
have
past,
a calculation.
like past actions, right?
Like past actions can determine how a future can be changed,
We're not
but
talking about that.
it can reveal habits. Now habits are a little bit different.
A great
That's a
predictor of the
routine.
future, huh? If Mike Tyson has knocked out everybody in the first round, it's a great predictor that he's gonna win the fight. This is a silly argument for you to still be hanging in there with this.
I wouldn't
Of
say a
course,
predictor though. I
You
would
don't
say
like
it's
the
a
word?
common. No, because predictor is something that you can.
you try and figure out what's gonna happen before it happens. Like when you try to predict what the stock markets are gonna do, so you know where to put your money. That's called a prediction. It don't make you psychic or nothing. It's using your past and whatever you can come up with to see what's going to happen in the future to predict it. Don't make you a witch or anything. We all do that shit.
All right, fine.
All right.
I'll let you have it.
And your shit, it's not having. We're not fighting here. And your shit was right too. The best way to change the future is to examine the past. And our past, which is the second part of the shit I was saying, the best way to predict what a motherfucker gonna do in the future is what they did in the past. And America, even just leaving Trump out of it, America has been very neglectful, very extremely 100% neglectful every place that we went to war with. We've never stayed in and helped or anything. We just leave soldiers.
Except America. We stayed here and helped us for sure.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's like, if you're not one of our territories, we haven't done, or if you're not a state, every time we took a state, we took care of it. Now, if you're one of our states, we got you.
Right.
But if you're not going to be a state, ooh, could you imagine if China was like, hey, can we be a state? What? Nah, I don't know. China?
What if so I'm more interested in someone like Iraq or Iran talking about
If
they're gonna
Iran
become
became a
state.
U.S. territory? Oh, dude. You know people will be moving there.
They're Muslims. That's what I'm saying, though. That would be the most
But they
craziest
would have
takeover ever. It wouldn't be like taking over Canada where they already like we are. You're talking about telling a bunch of Muslims that they wrong. You can't be.
No, you're saying you
doing
can
all
practice
this.
your religion freely, but anybody else that's here that doesn't practice your religion, you gotta leave them alone.
That's not a thing, though. That's not a thing. People
gotta
let
do
you
it here.
practice your religion freely because our laws may contradict their religion. My religion says I can spank my child. Well, my law says you can't. My religion says we gotta circle the block at 6 times and say a prayer.
Welcome to
I have a
America.
curfew where you can't be out. The religions would probably clash.
Yeah, you can listen to your religion, right? Now, if you come through and you got proof, because let's say the police get called on you for whooping your kid, but it's against your religion. but your priest and everybody comes through, you have written documentation, you're actually inducted, they have a mosque and all this other shit, then you're off the hook because that's your religion. Sorry, buddy.
But that's not the way we do it in America. Your
Well,
religion
no, because the thing is,
our laws.
We give way to religion all the time. Like for example, here you can't practice Sharia law because it was in our foundation. It's not. Our foundation is not based off of Muslim. But if you have a Muslim religion that you want to practice, that's fine. But the minute you try to break one of the laws that were established before you started practicing your religion, you're in the wrong, because when in Rome, at that point.
Exactly.
Now, if we go there,
I think you're
and
making
we
my
say
argument that you cannot be a Muslim under the U.S.
No, you can't. You just can't abuse anybody because they have their own self-autonomy.
You just said Sharia law. I get to smack this nigga. He robbed my crib. I get to beat him up, me and my older brother. Whatever the fucking rules are. You can't do it. That's part of my religion. And you're telling me I can't do it. The U.S.
Well, like I said, the U.S. was actually founded before the religion took place, which is why they said separation of church and state. Look, what I'm saying is,
you think the U.S. government is Islam?
The government was not founded on Islam. No.
Well, the U.S. the laws in the U.S. are not older than the religion of Islam.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that when this country was established, it was established with its rules before Islam got here to be trying to change it. It wasn't based off of Islam. If it was,
100%,
that'd be a different story. So
yes,
if we go over there, we can't tell them not to practice their Sharia law, but we can tell them that, hey, if this is our territory and it's under United States government law, then you can't hurt anybody that's
Sharia
not,
law.
hold on, you can't hurt anybody that is not practicing your religion. So it would still be freedom of religion, but the people that are under your religion and adhere to it, it's been this way. So that's gonna happen. And if you claim to be Muslim, then you get treated like one. Period. If you're not Muslim, if you deny that shit, they can't do nothing. You just go on about your way.
Meaning, first of all, that's not something we do or ever done or would ever consider doing. We're all about control. But in your hypothetical here, I think you're saying that if my religion said I can beat my kid and give him alcohol at 3 years old to put him to sleep, if it conflicts with American law, as long as you are a Muslim, we're going to allow you to do that. I
in
think
your
that's
Muslim
what you're
country,
saying.
yes.
Well, it's ours. You remember we just took it over.
Well, no.
We
You got to
took
remember what a
over
U.S.
Iraq.
territory is. Puerto Rico is still Puerto Rico. You still got Puerto Rican law. It's not U.S. law. But U.S. law for U.S. citizens constitutes. Does that make sense?
Well, you said if we fucking took it over and it became, I think we were talking about becoming a 51st state. We said Canada.
Yeah, if it became a state, I was talking about China. But if Iraq became a state, Iran, my bad, Iran. They're both the same to me.
Yeah.
If they became a state, then they would still have their state laws.
Can they be Muslims still?
They have their state laws already.
That's a yes.
So yeah, they can still be a Muslim state with Sharia law. It would be allowed if the majority voted for it. So yeah, it's still democracy. They want it that way, then let them have
I mean,
it.
ideally.
But if
yes,
everybody votes against it, then that shit's done. Practice that in your own house to the people that submit to it.
Ideally, but the U.S. isn't about letting people do what they want to do. If they were going to take it over and make it one of ours, the 51st, it would be at least the Puerto Rico thing where they're considered Americans. And
All right, let's
if
smash
it's a
through this one
true
real quick.
51st state, it would have to follow American laws. That would never work out.
Yeah, they do it now.
Groups. For instance, there is the MEK, which is the Mujahideen al-Haq, and I guess like Mujahideen of the People, and they are an Islamic a Marxist Islamic group that some people have said is more like a cult because of the demands that they have of their people. Like they demand that the women wear hijab, even though they say that they're against the current regime, but they still have their own sort of Islamist, like a secular Islamist system. In any case, Mariam Rajavi is the head right now of that party. She has also declared herself the head of a transitional government. She did that a couple days ago before Reza Pahlavi. So it's just very interesting. There's also, I've asked many questions. I have to say, Iran is a historic and extremely large and massive nation, 90 plus million people, and I think 17 minority groups, something like that. So I can't say that I have any expertise. So I'm asking the experts, and I have asked several people, what will happen with all these minority groups? For instance, we're hearing about the Kurds being armed to go and to do a ground invasion and to lead an uprising on the ground, which, people are saying that though the Israeli-American bombing campaign has been extremely effective in taking out missiles and missile launchers and intelligence sites and a lot of the infrastructure, an airstrike alone or a series of airstrikes cannot.
So the Kurds, just like what she was saying, this is the report right now.
The Kurds.
The regime. So they are depending ultimately on.
They did a ground invasion. They're talking about it, or they're probably doing it.
On something to happen on the ground.
My problem, my hesitation with the Kurds would be like everybody that we ever had problems with. I don't know, Mujahideen, Al Qaeda, you name the group that we're at war with. They all started like this. We paid them to help take over their country. Years later, they come back and hate us and hurt us. So this is how Al Qaeda is formed right here.
The Kurds. So my question's a bit, okay, so what if the Kurds then break away and create their own republic? Or what if they become the oppressive regime? Or what about the Azeris? The Azeris, I think, make up a large percentage of the population. I think it's more than 10, less than 20, it's something like that. But what if they do that as well? And many Iranians insist, and again, this is their words, not mine, that Iran is a society that is built on this diversity and that they would stay unified and that none of these groups would rise up, that everybody wants the same end results, which is a democratic government.
It's just a fascinating time to be alive. The idea that the Islamic regime in Tehran, might be soon to be collapsing, and you think about Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and the militias in Iraq and just all the chaos that has transpired, and the fact that there is a potential, to have Iran become, a source of peace and a Western ally is just, almost unthinkable a few years ago. So the fact that we're here is pretty amazing. But on the other side of that token is what's happening where you are, which is in Israel.
I still can't fathom it that they would become our ally for real. I could see them folding to make shit look good. But these people got way too much pride. I don't think they're going to bend and bow in heart.
In Jerusalem, have things kind of quieted down, or are you guys still going into the bunkers all the time?
Today, this day that you're interviewing me is the first day in Jerusalem. We have not had a siren. So for us, yes. Now, on the other hand, there are still missile launches from Iran, though not as many, very, very few. And the other thing, though, that has Hezbollah, you mentioned Hezbollah, they jumped in 2 days into the war, and they're sending a lot of drones into northern Israel. And I don't know if that is indicative of the fact that they have no missiles left, because, Israel, they had a war with Israel, for 2 years during the Hamas-Israel war. There was also Hezbollah was involved, but during that time, it could be that they were extremely depleted. Also, the fall of Bashar al-Assad in Syria cut off that Iranian-Lebanese or Hezbollah connection. It cut off literally a physical corridor to get weapons and support to Hezbollah in Lebanon. So right now, what has happened is the focus of the war, I think, for Israelis is more about Hezbollah because that's closer geographically, and it's actually where we are getting more sirens, though it's only affecting right now the northern country.
Well, Nicole, it is
Historic events are happening in the Middle East that will affect the future of Iran, Israel, and the entire region. Christians around the world are praying, and that's what we're going to do now. Chris Mitchell from Israel and George Thomas from Armenia are back with us. And
could we do this? The nastiest Democratic channel I could look at, I could think of the Democratic thing of Fox would be MS Now. Can we see how they are reporting on the war? Anything from MS Now war.
All right.
Yeah.
Check on that.
Yeah, because they're pretty one-sided too, but it's leaning in the whole opposite direction.
Chairman of the, I'm going to respond to.
Nah, not that.
Oh fuck! I zoomed in on the wrong phone.
I'm gonna do this now in a second. Hold on.
White House briefing with the press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Caroline, thanks for being with us this Friday afternoon. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
I wanted to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help it target U.S. assets in the region. I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself.
Oh,
But what
shit.
I will tell you, John, we don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime.
Hey,
We are now on
pause,
day
yeah.
6 of Operation Epic.
I want to make sure you see what I see. A reporter asked them, what the fuck is it? God damn, excuse me, Lord. I must be really high and lost my mind as soon as this chick
It's all good. Let's just kick back and watch this shit real quick, and then we can
I
chop
wanted to
it.
comment on
Go ahead.
what she said. Someone asked the president, about the deaths of the soldiers. And it was somebody from Fox. And his response was, that's a bad question. We got other stuff to think about. That's a stupid question.
You're talking about, no, I think he was in that one press conference. And he was trying to talk about the, like I said, the college sports. I'm going to go over that because that was important to me. I think that there's a lot of, like, these students shouldn't be getting paid to play sports in college. They should be going for a scholarship.
That ain't what I'm talking about.
They shouldn't be making millions of dollars, dude. That's crazy.
It was something
That's
about the 6 soldiers who had died. And they're talking about, he wants to talk about how effective their attacks are. I think that's probably what struck me just here. Whatever the question they asked, she like, no, don't talk about that. We just want to talk about how we kicking their ass.
Let's go back.
Right now it's time for our own private White House briefing with the press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Caroline, thanks for being with us this Friday afternoon. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
I wanted to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help target
pause.
U.S. assets in the region.
I'm wrong. It wasn't about the troops that died. The people that died. It was about Russia has been giving the Iran their intelligence. Every site that they hit seemed to be the intelligence that Russia gave them. The reporter asked, what about, Russia being involved in that fashion? And he was like, that's stupid. I've always liked you, but that was just stupid. We're talking about something else, something to that effect. That's what triggered me there. That's what it was. Russia has been giving them all the info on where our bases and shit are.
All right. So Russia's snitching on us?
Yeah, big time.
Because we got Russian spies in the military? Got you. Thanks for telling us.
I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself. But what I will tell you, John, we don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We are now on day 6 of Operation Epic Fury. The United States military has impressingly established dominance and air superiority over the skies of Iran. We have sunk and destroyed more than 30 of their Navy ships. And of course, the goals of this operation have been laid out and very clear. Completely annihilate Iran's Navy, which again, we are well on our way to doing. Their Navy has now been deemed combat ineffective. Secondly, take out their ballistic missile weaponry arsenal capacity, which we are very much doing. In fact, their retaliatory ballistic missile strikes against the United States and our allies in the region have decreased 90% just over the course of the last 6 days. And of course, the overall mission in this operation is to ensure that Iran can never again possess a nuclear weapon. That was the real imminent threat that was posed by Iran to the United States and our personnel in the region. And President Trump and the United States military are focused on tackling this threat every single day.
Caroline,
well, she did say she'll let President Trump say something.
Unconditional surrender from Iran. There is major movement in the U.S. energy markets. Crude oil right now is spiking. It's up 14%. Topping $90 a barrel. In fact, right now it's at $92 a barrel. You've seen a drop in the U.S. stock market.
Now we're talking about oil again.
Now I'm going to see what I want to know what the blonde chick is about to say. Now she is saying because oil went up, the stock market's done dropped a few hundred points. It's just stupid. Matter of fact, a few thousand points since a few days ago. Oil is up 35-40%.
It took a nasty little dip, didn't it?
And she's gonna say, so what is Trump gonna do about that? If this chick say, fuck it, I don't want to talk about that. We beating the shit out of Iran. We dropped 87 missiles. If she do that again, I'm gonna freak out.
You share with us the concerns the president made, especially as gas prices are now, let's see, they're back up to 30 cents a gallon after dropping to $2.90 just 1 month ago, Caroline.
Well, rest assured to your audience and to the American people, this is long something that President Trump, his Energy Secretary Chris Wright, his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent have thought about and have been planning for and have already announced action in response to. Let me just walk you through the president's thinking on this. We have to focus on the short term and the temporary goals of Operation Epic Fury.
She certainly is addressing the question. I got to give her credit.
Thing for the energy and oil markets and for oil prices across the globe in the long term, when you no longer have a terrorist regime that is restricting the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. And
so her answer is,
number two, the president has also announced some tangible actions over the course of the last few days. First, to provide political risk insurance to cargo vessels in the region. Secondly, to ensure that there is a free flow of energy and that we are drilling expeditiously here at home and that we're tapping into these newfound.
Yes, you heard that correctly. America just became an insurance company.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. American insurance. Yep. We're going to insure their assets. So now they can keep doing their thing. And if they should get exploded, we're going to give them money, but they're going to have to pay some kind of money.
I was about to say, you say insurance. I say it's the mob making you pay to stay in business type shit.
Yeah. It's like, yo, yeah.
Watch
your back out there, right?
You don't want to have an accident in this pretty new store, do you? You better pay us our money. Who knows? It can burn down.
You got to keep your head ready. Because they got to. We'll take the oil. It's cool. You don't got money? Okay, we'll take the oil. That's fine. Right? Sounds good. Yeah. Welcome to America.
She loved
democracy. All right, let's finish playing this shit.
Markets in Venezuela as well. And then again, the president has also made that directive very clear to his energy team. And you saw Secretary Burgum was just in Venezuela yesterday with some of the world's biggest oil companies who have committed to investments. And Delcy Rodriguez herself said that they are working at Trump speed to tap into these markets. And then lastly, the president has also announced that the United States Navy will escort cargo ships through the region if and when necessary.
All right, so we'll look forward to that happening. Yesterday in the House, there was a vote that was taken to reaffirm the U.S.'s view that Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world. When a similar vote was taken 3 years ago, the vote was 420 to 1. Yesterday, 53 Democrats.
Oh, we'll get to the war in Mexico soon.
Steve Scalise to say, "Quote: We just had a vote in the House to simply affirm the fact that Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism." 53 Democrats voted no. By denying this basic fact, these radical Democrats are defending the murderous Iranian regime and standing against America. I want to invite you to weigh in on this. And as you do that, we're going to put up on the screen here a scroll of all of the terror attacks that have occurred since 1979 at the behest of the Iranians. Go ahead.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. Nearly 3 years ago in 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, voted together on this resolution condemning Iran as the world's state leading sponsor of terror. This is not just longstanding bipartisan policy of the United States, but nearly every single country on the planet, especially Western countries, have agreed with this basic premise. Now in 2026, you have Democrats on Capitol Hill who have been so debilitated by their derangement and their hatred for the man in the Oval Office right now that they cannot even condemn the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Why? Because they are trying desperately to try to undermine President Trump's essential action that he took to protect the United States of America, to protect our bases and our troops in the Middle East, and to ultimately ensure a more safe and prosperous world, not just in the Middle East, but across the entire globe as well. And that's just 53 Democrats who have lost their minds. But if you look at Capitol Hill overwhelmingly across the board, and if you look abroad to countries around the world, the NATO Secretary General, even our partners in the Gulf and our Arab partners in the region, commending and thanking President Trump for finally having the courage to do what so many past American presidents on both sides of the aisles did not have the courage to execute, which is to finally, once and for all, end the threat posed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime to the United States of America and to our people.
Well, Caroline, it happened live just about this time
She has very good political answers. I love how she answers your question with the here it is. Every answer to your question, and your question is the justification for, see what I'm saying, the war.
I agree.
See what I'm saying? So every time they ask a question, they're turning that question into a justification for what they're doing.
Don't you? Yes. And don't you? I feel like
I like that.
Insults it. I like it. I admire it, I would say. But at the same time, I recognize that it is an evil, deceitful person who's doing this.
No. What I would say is this is very strategic, because if they ask better questions, like I would ask, she wouldn't have a choice but to answer. But the way they're framing shit,
to be honest anyway, and
yeah,
try
she
to
does.
give the best answer.
Yeah, and she's gonna give the most politically correct answer. But if you ask specific
that's not
questions,
honest. Politically correct is not the most honest. You're
here's the
contradicting
thing.
yourself.
Because what I'm saying is their questions are giving opening for her to
be evil and be and move and dodge. It's not okay. You got to be honest. You got to be a man. You got to stand in your shit, right?
But you got to
know?
remember the way you phrase a question. You could be trying to get confidential information that they want to quit with quotations. They can't say that. So what I would say is, if you want to ask a question, like me, for example, I would ask something as simple as, so what are the thoughts on the war so far from the cabinet? That's how I would ask.
Why would you ask something silly like that? That sounds like, sorry if that's disrespectful, but that is crazy as fuck, because you're giving them the opportunity to start to do a layup and just say all the propaganda there at once. What are your thoughts on the war? I think it's a virtuous thing. I'm so glad Trump came into office and we're going to kill these terrorists. Why ask that just to give them a platform? You're not going to learn anything.
But here's the thing, you can learn a lot, because when people get the opportunity to talk, they start snitching on themselves. So what I would do is set them up to make them feel so comfortable like they're running shit, and then they would start spilling secrets like, ooh.
It's a fucking 30, second broadcast. They got 2 minutes. These people aren't going to be set up and for so long that they start.
No, these people that are asking the questions, they're not. Whoever's running their company that gave these questions are fucking idiots.
But yours would be worse.
No, mine would be perfect, because she would have been able to run her mouth, and I would have been like, okay.
Okay, so she does that. You gave her a perfect platform to spew her propaganda, and then your little segment was up, because you're only a guest. You only get 4 minutes, and you just let her spew propaganda. What good do that do? You're going to sit back and say, aha, now I'm smarter. But meanwhile, you've spilled her propaganda to millions of people who don't know no better. They're going to believe all of it. You've done more harm than good.
No, I didn't, because there's a series of questions. And I have to be the one that cuts in and say, okay, because at a certain point you answered the question. Now I get to say, okay, cool. Especially when they give me a little piece. Now I can be like, all right, cool. That point you just made right there. So blah, 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 blah. And now they'll go into that, da, 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 da.
Blah, blah,
you know
blah,
what I'm
and da, da, da,
saying?
da. Is that
Yeah,
Spanish?
and then
It
you
tells
got
me
to
nothing.
stop. Because every now and then, when they're talking, you have to pick something and say, okay, cool, because this is where you want it to go. Because like I said, people will start giving you information. They'll just start giving you information, especially if they already have a rehearsal. So you ask them questions about what they already have rehearsed.
A rehearsed answer. And you've only got 4 minutes. And I thought you were saying, just give them the door to spew their rehearsed fucking answers all of my 4 minutes.
No.
So at some
that's
time,
assuming.
you do have to ask them the serious question, because this is where you want it to go. You do have to ask them about.
But you're asking about what they're talking about, and you're getting more details and specifics about something they mentioned. Because they'll have talking points, but you have to stop them at that talking point before they move to the next one and ask them more specifically about it.
I heard you when you said it. Yes. And one of those talking points, you also said because you wanted to go in a certain direction. So I'm building off what you said. And so you stop them at one of the talking points that's convenient to you, because you wanted to ask them about Russia anyway. Was Russia giving shit to them? So you interrupt them and you say, hey, I heard Russia was giving them information on where to hit us. And then what? Is that an appropriate question? Because I think that that's just what you should start with, which is what the reporter did.
Well, they're already talking about it. Now they would have to end that. And then once they give the answer, be like, okay, cool. And then you can ask your next question, because they would have nothing to say. And now that's where it's just like, oh, okay, there's something there. But you wouldn't know that unless you allowed them to tuck themselves into that position, because a lot of people reveal their plans.
The news by President Trump on Truth Social that he would be nominating Senator Markwayne Mullin, the Republican from Oklahoma, to replace Kristi Noem as the DHS Secretary effective March 31st. Can you give us any further insight on that decision and the shakeup that we are seeing, and what you expect the confirmation process to look like for Mullin?
Sure. Yeah, I know the president was very excited about Senator Markwayne Mullin moving into this role and being officially part of President Trump's team in the cabinet. The White House will be working with the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible. And we thank Secretary Noem for her efforts over the past year. She will be moving into a new role at the State Department to oversee the new Shield of Americas. These are Western Hemisphere Latin American countries who are coming together, both militarily and diplomatically, to end the cartel trafficking, human trafficking, and drug.
Now we're getting into that. What? Mexico stuff somebody was asking about. Yeah. I told y'all we were getting the Gulf of America together. I've been saying that for months.
And by the way, she just gave her the layup question because this is Fox. They really do just want to give them a platform to spew their propaganda. She just pretty much asked, what do you think about the war? To give her a layup and talk about whatever the fuck she wants to talk about. And that's what she just did.
Well, and this is the best part, because this is where you start to hear what they're really doing. Because when they tell you propaganda, remember, they're telling you what they're doing. They have to.
This is why I watch mainstream media.
Trafficking,
I agree
in
with
the Western Hemisphere through Latin American countries and ultimately to the United States of America. So this is a very important effort. And in fact, President Trump will be heading to Doral, Florida tomorrow to speak with 17 heads of states from the Latin American countries to talk about this new historic organization that the Trump administration has led the way on and has put together.
Yeah, we should also point out that
tomorrow,
Trump is Dover to attend the dignified transfer of the remains of the 6 service members who were killed in the opening salvo that Iran launched.
You wanted to talk about this, right?
No.
I
asked to see
the
MS
6 service members.
No, I wanted to see MSF. I wanted to see the other side. We're doing what you wanted to do.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying, you were talking about the 6 service members. You were saying,
Iran, if I could here, because the president said that as he was in the Venezuela operation, he wants to be involved in whatever leadership takes over in Iran. He put this out on Axios yesterday. He said, they're wasting their time. Khomeini's son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment, like with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Khomeini's son is unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran. I would assume that in order for the president to have a voice in whoever takes over Iran, there has to be absolute total capitulation, as the president said, unconditional surrender on the part of Iran. I mean, they're not a regime that's been known to offer unconditional surrender. Does he think he can get that done?
Well, what President Trump means when he says
this is what you're talking about.
When he, as commander-in-chief of the United States military and the leader of the free world, determines that Iran can no longer pose a threat to the United States of America and to our troops and our personnel in the Middle East. That is, again, the ultimate goal of Operation Epic Fury, to annihilate their navy, to take out their ballistic missile threat, which we have largely done in the course of just 6 days.
See, we got to beat them up.
They can never obtain
pivoted
weapons,
to
significantly
beat the
weaken
shit
the
out
in the
of
region
them.
that
Fuck
have
your
killed and
question.
maimed hundreds of Americans throughout the years. We've seen the Houthis and Hezbollah have hardly put up a fight over the past 6 days. So we're already well on our way to achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. And when the president determines that Iran no longer poses that threat, that's when that unconditional surrender will take place. As for the next leader of Iran, the president has said, of course, it's in the United States to have
That's just disrespectful to me when a motherfucker do that.
He said we're gonna whoop y'all ass until we feel like y'all unconditionally surrender.
That is no longer chanting death to America. That is no longer conspiring behind our backs and lying to the
I told you they were saying we got to strike now while we have this president and this administration. Remember, I was telling you that. It's the underlying thing, because they'll never get this chance again. Remember that.
American people and to our government about proliferating a nuclear weapon, which Iran has been doing for decades. It's unacceptable to the president. That's why he decided to launch this operation, and that's his goal, and it will continue to be moving forward.
Caroline, we appreciate the private briefing. Will we be seeing and hearing from the president anytime this afternoon then?
Yes, you will. You'll see him at 4 o'clock this afternoon. He's hosting a college sports roundtable here at the White House with coaches and athletic experts from across the country. The president wants to save college sports. He signed an executive order on this topic last year. I know it's very important to him and to so many athletes across the country to fix the broken system. So you'll be hearing that from him at that roundtable at 4 o'clock.
Then we'll hit your MS.
We'll have a preview of that coming up on the show in just a little bit. Caroline, appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
That meeting, I don't know. I liked it a lot. There was a lot.
Fresh cherry dark chocolate.
I was gonna say the MSNBC now shit would be appropriate while we're talking about the war shit. Let's find something on war. You're about to move the shit, and it won't be timely anymore. I'm curious. That's what I do. As soon as I hear a story, if I hear it on CNN, I go to Fox to hear their version. When I hear something on Fox, I go to MSNBC now. This is what I do in my free time.
People. And over the next hour, we are going to discuss a variety of reasons and consequences for Donald Trump taking approval ratings. The economic news is bad, and voters don't think he's doing enough about that. We saw on Tuesday the enthusiasm at the ballot box is with the Democrats, not with Donald Trump's Republican Party. And now he started a war that, according to lawmakers who've seen this nation's most sensitive intelligence, he had no legitimate reason to start. The administration has also admitted as much by offering multiple and at times conflicting reasons for this war. So unsurprisingly, this is a war that, like the president himself, is deeply unpopular. Peter Baker summed it up this way in his analysis for the New York Times. Quote, President Trump likes to assert that he has accomplished things no other president has. With the opening of his military assault against Iran, he has achieved another distinction. He is the first president in the era of modern polling to take the United States to war without the support of the public, end quote. Now, this war is unpopular because over the last 25 years, this nation has already been through 2 wars that dragged on and on and on. Far too many members of our military paid the ultimate price for those wars, returning home in flag-draped coffins. Far too many Iraqi and Afghan citizens were killed. Trillions of dollars were spent. And there's been precious little to point to from either war that can be called an accomplishment. And yet somehow, here we are again. And according to every poll taken since this war started, most of this nation is watching in horror, wondering just what the hell is going on. Today, Donald Trump made his clearest comments yet on what he wants in his war of choice against Iran. It's regime change. He posted on social media, quote, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender and the selection of a great and acceptable leader. Who's supposed to surrender? What leaders? The citizens of Iran? Does Donald Trump think that they're reading his social media posts? And never mind that Iran's foreign minister said yesterday that Iran is not looking to negotiate with the United States, let alone surrender. That's even as Israel launched a new wave of attacks on Iranian infrastructure in Tehran tonight, including the country's primary international airport. Donald Trump and his top officials have not ruled out the possibility of sending in ground troops. Officials told the Washington Post about a sudden change of plans for the 82nd Airborne Division, which specializes in ground combat. Quote, the Army in recent days abruptly canceled a major training exercise for the headquarters element of an elite paratrooper unit, fueling speculation within the Defense Department that soldiers specializing in ground combat and a range of other missions may be sent to the Middle East as the conflict with Iran widens. Today, we learned that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence that it can use to target American forces in the Middle East. Citing multiple sources, the Washington Post calls it, quote, the first indication that another major U.S. adversary is participating, even indirectly, in the war. Russia has passed the location of U.S. military assets, including warships and aircraft. Analysts said that the sharing of intelligence would fit the pattern of Iran's strikes against U.S. forces, including command and control infrastructure, radar, and temporary structures like the one in Kuwait where 6 service members were killed. But here's the interesting thing. Watch how Donald Trump dismissed a question about Russia helping Iran today.
It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. but can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else.
What a stupid question to be asking at this time. Asking.
He was in the middle of something else.
The question about a war in which America is involved, in which so far 6 people have died, 6 service members have died, lots of other people have died. And the president called that a stupid question.
Yeah,
in the next 12 hours, there will be the dignified transfer.
Killing they're killing us. They're killing Americans and blowing up American shit. Look like Russia is the one.
I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to this. Yeah. I'm gonna like it just for you. That shout out on Joe's behalf to MS Now.
I'm gonna do this for me, but it's also for you, man. You just don't understand.
Nah, let's watch this because this is where he was sitting when they asked that stupid ass question, because he was in the middle of something and we were talking about something else. He's already addressed the war many times already, and you know he's gonna do it again. So while he's doing this, addressing this, why not be a good sport and participate in the conversation? It's like coming on the panel. If we weren't talking about the war up here right now and somebody came up here trying to talk about the war, but like, bro, we ain't even talk about that. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened. Is you're going to see the evidence right now. Watch.
Okay.
I'll show you, because this is what we're going to watch. I knew they were going to try to twist this shit.
That's what their nose does. You don't have a fast forward button on that?
Hold on, we wanna see him walking out.
Play War Thunder.
We wanna see him walking out. You know what I'm saying? Give him that respect. You know what I mean? When the pimp's in the crib, ma, drop it like it's hot.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please. This is a...
See how respectful that is?
You're an idiot.
Very important meeting. A lot of important meetings today, but this is a big one because this is really the future.
You're fooled by the
sports. This is the future.
It's adorable.
Nah, I'm just cracking jokes, man.
You're all in. I can tell by your enthusiasm.
I'm cracking
Look
jokes,
at the pimp, baby.
Bro, this is bomb buzz, bro. And I've been sipping a little bit on these Modelos this one. What is this one? Noche especial.
You understand? Fucking 5 days ago, it's just me and you here. 5 days ago.
No, there's the world
Excuse me.
watching.
Did I finish
Go
talking? Or did
ahead
I
and
pause?
talk. Go ahead.
You understand? 5 days ago, you was talking about how brilliant he was doing this shit, bringing peace to the nation and saying really weird shit.
I was cracking jokes. Go ahead.
You're 4 days in on really figuring this shit out. You ain't got it all figured out yet.
I'm not worried about it.
I meant
Not
that
yet.
to say that you do still believe the smoke. 4 days,
No.
5 days ago, you thought it was a brilliant idea when we was in here talking. Now you like, this nigga a lunatic. Now that you started investigating it.
Nah, I mean, everybody's crazy. But I'm just saying, like, the whole, like, I feel for the people. I fear for the people, feel for them. And I'm just looking at this like, you know, there's a lot of people that are going to get injured from this. It's not
Already getting
the
injured.
best thing. I know it's not the best thing to happen, but the consequences of anything after this could have been a lot worse. I'm just saying,
Man,
for real.
I think you're saying that, you know, hey, you know, I do think it was wrong for that police to beat up that old lady, but at least he didn't shoot her. You know, or maybe are you saying something?
No.
It could have been
I'm saying
worse.
I'm saying more like, okay, it's a shame that that guy got pulled over by the police officer for no reason, but he was a convicted felon, and he is on his warrant, and they
I hear
did
what you're
get him.
saying.
That's pretty much how it's looking.
Okay.
You feel me?
Yeah, I get it. And the only thing is,
Pulled him over for no reason,
that's
but
the
he
only
caught the
problem
guy.
I take a problem with. There was no warrant, no probable cause when he pulled him over. There was no reason. Shit, he was targeted. That's
No.
the only
Like,
difference
he
I
just
see.
saw a car going, and he was just like, you know what?
He picked them.
I heard that
No, he picked
there
that
was
ran.
no, think about it. Let's say this was a black Suburban. And they heard about a black Suburban, or a black Suburban killed his cousin and he could never find him, and he finally found a black Suburban.
That don't even hold because it's
No,
too many
because it
black
does, because you got
Suburbans.
nukes. Exactly. Too many nukes.
Yeah, it was.
It's a
someone
black
told
Suburban.
him he's
Everybody got a
uh,
black Suburban. China
he's
got a black Suburban. Russia got a black Suburban.
But he didn't go after Russia and China, did he?
I know,
went
he
after
thought he
these
was. He
niggas
thought
in
it was Russia and
particular.
China.
He
with
had the
quotations.
exact plate.
I'm giving you a no reason reason.
He had the same.
I'm giving you a no
information.
reason.
I'd like a reason.
No, I'm giving you a no reason.
I know. Okay, I believe
you got
it
pulled over
because it
for no
makes
reason.
sense. I'm
But
saying
in that
is not
person's
true.
mind, look, if there was no probable cause for that person to get pulled over, but the cop, right, had made this reason up in their head. Oh, that's the black Suburban right there. In their mind.
Okay, so bring
I'm
it
saying
over to
the fake
over to
reason.
the war. Bring it over to Iraq.
Oh, they got nukes. Yep. It's the fake reason.
Okay, then they were targeted.
It was a black Suburban.
No. That doesn't work, right? Because we know that before we even knew them, that they had it, because that's different info. We knew that other people were making nukes and had nukes, and we did not attack them. Like Israel, for instance.
They already had them.
Israel
got them from us.
No, they didn't. We don't even know what they got and how many they got. They won't even tell us. Their word is that we have no nukes. That's what they say. But everybody knows they do, including us. So
who gave them to them? Probably. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm just following your line of logic. Our intel is that these niggas are developing nukes, may have them. If our logic is going to remain consistent, then we would attack them unless we targeted that black Suburban, because there are other black Suburbans on the street. We passed by them to get to this one.
All right. Well, then it was the black Suburban with the LEDs, because that was the that specific.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Because the LEDs were screaming, "Pull my ass over."
why the fuck would you say but no pulled the guy over for no reason. No, them niggas had a reason.
Well,
Even
yeah,
if
it
it's
was
the
the black Suburban
LEDs,
that killed my
the black
cousin.
Suburban with the LED,
Yeah.
they got a reason. Which is okay. Now
But it
to
might not hold up
continue
in
it,
court though.
to continue it, what is the reason that we pulled over the black Suburban? The U.S. pulled over that black Suburban, Iran.
Okay, like I said, it's because they heard on good sources that license plate had weapons in the vehicle. That's the best way I
Right.
could explain it.
Oh no, I'm okay with that. So the good sources. What were these good sources?
Whatever
It
came in
was
the
his
radio.
arch
It came in your radio. It just came in your radio. Black Suburban, this plate.
No. Stay with the so and so. It didn't just come on the radio. We know how they got their sources. Israel is their main person telling them, and every president before him, that
Okay, fine.
Iran is creating a nuclear. So we know the
Then
source.
we can say Israel is the FBI coming in on the
we can't.
investigation,
No,
sidelining it.
Israel is their
Or maybe
op.
it's the state trooper.
We know what Israel is. Israel is their op. That's
But you
the
gotta
Crips.
remember,
That's the
you gotta
Crips
remember
giving
for
you
the sake
intel
of the
on
scenario,
Bloods, right?
it's still a cop pulling somebody over, and
Okay,
the radio
great.
is
Is
telling
that-
you a black Suburban,
No,
and
it's
it's
not
giving
the
you a
radio.
license plate.
No, it's not nothing vague as that. I'm trying to tell you that we know where the information is coming from. The guy in the Suburban is a Crip, and we know it's his number one enemy, who is a Blood, or his angry girlfriend who fucking hates him. This is where we're getting the information from.
But how does that involve the cops then?
Yes, we took that information we knew from his crazy ass girlfriend, and we all know that bitch crazy because she keep calling us
But
every goddamn
hold on,
night.
but we're supposed to be professional government office dealing with this. And we have to have a government reason to pull over this black Suburban unless we're going rogue.
And
This is what I'm telling you.
I'm saying we're going rogue. That is my
If
point.
we're going rogue-
why do you pretend like this is justified sometime when your heart is clearly telling you we went rogue? But when you're articulated, you keep trying to find justifications.
Look, I'm telling you, because the main reason we were having this conversation was to prove their justification for doing it, not to say they're justified. It's to prove their justification. It's to see if there is a legitimate reason here on the table for them to be making this move besides oil. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm okay
So
with
that's
that.
where I'm at with it.
That's
I'm just
why
I'm trying to play devil's advocate to
We're
give
both
Trump,
gonna-
this man right here on the screen, a reason to be in Iraq blowing the shit out of these people.
You're just restating
Because-
what I said. You're just saying what I just said. We're trying to see if it's justified. I agree with
And-
you. I said the same thing.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is we can't come up with these crazy scenarios that will taint the evidence and
I'm
taint
not
the
sure we
verdict.
did. I learned a lot from the scenario we just came up with. In fact, it leads me to ask you this question. So far, what conclusion are we drawing? Me and you, the FBI investigator, cop who pulled him over. Do we find justification yet? What do we think so far?
Look, the only thing we had when we pulled them over initially
Now,
was
initially.
hold on. Initially, because remember there is a saying that there's no reason to pull them over. So if there's
You're
no
gonna
reason
answer
to
my-
pull over
no,
the
you're
black Suburban, then we can't have an answer. But
Okay,
if the black
so I had
Suburban's
a
getting
question
pulled
on the
over
table
because
and
we're
you're
going
just-
rogue,
You're just you're just being disregarding my question. My question was, so far, do we think it's justified him taking us to war?
so
I'm
far,
not sure what so far. I'm not sure that's so difficult. We've
so
been watching
far,
fucking
well, I have to
videos since I
continue.
got here.
I have to continue going over the evidence.
Yes, we know it's just me and you in the back office. We're not in court. We know that we have more evidence to consume, and it's not even time for trial. But I'm asking you, my co-partner in the FBI, what do you think so far? Does this guy look good for the crime? Do you think what have you ascertained so far?
Right now, there's no case. There's no case.
I think there's no case yet. I don't think we had evidence to go over there and beat dude up and arrest him and all and shoot him in the leg. And then we have flimsy evidence to do that shit. I had a call from a third
Nah, but here's
motherfucker.
the thing. If we went to their house and we knew we found narcotics or we found the weapons and tanks and planes and shit, and we knew it was there, and we knew they had the capability, and we knew they had a record of being the heads of gangs, but the gangs were getting riled up, and the gangs and everything's getting kind of silent, but there's still this imminent threat. And now you're sitting here trying to go to this person because this gang has already infiltrated your government, okay? And now you're trying to make a deal with this person so they can control their members, so you guys can make a deal.
All right,
But
let
they're
me slow
saying,
down,
no,
'cause
we want the city.
slow down a little bit. It's getting kind of long, but all of this rests on if we know they got nukes and we know this and we know they're a threat. We have to consider where our source of information is coming from, because y'all, the U.S., sold me on this war years ago with Iraq. Y'all said the same thing about Iraq, that we know they got nuclear weapons. We know that they have this and gonna attack. And we went over there and killed everybody and found out we were wrong. There weren't any nuclear weapons. So just because a person is telling me again, I should have learned my lesson and be like, I'm really going to make sure that I have hard evidence before I jump into another 8-year war, spend $89 trillion and all of that bullshit. We don't. It all comes down to our evidence. And from what I can see now, I don't see any fucking evidence except that snitch broad Israel who can't stand them any fucking way.
Well, not only that, you have snitches inside their country. There's snitches in their gang that want out.
Always.
So that's why we had evidence on where to hit, and we have video of what we hit. So
wait. You just guessing now. I didn't see that part. When did the evidence come in? When did that evidence come in? I haven't seen that part.
The videos?
The snitch
When they were blowing shit
evidence.
up?
No, the snitch evidence. You say we have an inside snitch, and we have evidence from him. What evidence has the
Israeli
inside-
contacts. Those are the snitches. When I say that, because you know how they will infiltrate every sector of everything.
Well, we
right?
said it was Israel. She's the crazy bitch. Who do we have besides crazy bitch giving us info? I
Well,
thought
this
you
is the
meant
thing.
we had somebody
You have
from
evidence
Iran
because
giving us info.
Iran gave us evidence by attacking everybody around them.
They didn't do that though. That's not a thing. What are you talking?
Yeah, they did. They attacked they attacked all those different countries, 17 different countries actually. They were shooting missiles randomly.
Wait, that's after they were attacked.
Yeah, but still, they didn't attack
So
the
we
people
did
that were
it.
supposed to get attacked.
What evidence?
No,
What do you mean? No one gave us evidence. Whatever evidence we were given after the war doesn't help us in our investigation. We needed evidence before the war. What shit we gained after the war don't help.
Hold on. But here's the thing. If the cartel, like I said, gave you the scenario, if the cartel lashes out at the people because you take out the leader because the leader doesn't want to make a deal, you have to take out the cartels.
Okay, that's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It's already a war.
Yeah,
because
again,
they
it's
blew up the
already
leader
a
guy.
war. Me and
And
you
the
are
reason
talking
why they
about-
blew up the leader guy is because he didn't want to make the deal. And he said, if you don't make the deal, we're going to blow you up. They said, no, you're not. And we did.
You're telling me stuff that happened after the war. Me and you are still trying to decide if there's evidence to go to war. I'm not sure
Yes,
how any
there
of this
is.
stuff afterwards even helps.
I'm saying everything leading up to the war. First, they threatened this person, right? And then they try to be diplomatic.
Wait. First, they threatened this person?
Yes, Iraq threatened America and threatened Israel.
Well,
Death
I'm
to
not so
America,
sure.
death
You
to
say
Israel. That's a threat. If we said that online to somebody,
you
we
said
would get
first
in trouble.
Iran. You said first Iran threatened them. You don't think Israel attacked them and the U.S. been
Israel
threatening,
barely became a nation
threatening
in
them
19
first?
something.
Well, whatever they
Israel's
became
barely a nation for like
think
50 years.
You saying first means that Iran threw the first punch.
Iran was talking shit, is what I said initially. Iran was gearing. Hold on.
Yes, they
Okay,
threw the
listen,
first
listen.
aggression.
Let's go
Yes.
back to the analogy. If we're detectives, the cartel members, okay, this is a cartel versus the state. That's what this is. You have to think about it this way. You have to think about it this way, or the analogy breaks down. Because if it's not the cartel versus the state, and the state's not viewing Iran as a cartel, right? A terrorist organization, a cartel, right? And we're dealing with it in Mexico as well, right? I'm just giving an example that will go around the board.
Okay, so we're saying that the people who run Iran are a cartel. We call them a cartel.
Yes.
I'm all right with that.
Yes. And I believe if we treat them as such, then you have to understand when we took out the Venezuela cartel, we have to look at Iran as we just took out their leaders. But their cartel is more religious. That's why I say it's a religious war.
Their
because
cartel
Iran
would
thinks
be-
the world is against them because
Their
their primary Islam. And Islam has a deep root and they are the ultimate religion.
Their cartel in that case would be more like Palestine. That's a religious thing. You went in there and you've been harassing those people forever, those Palestinians, and they still hate your ass and all of that shit. You could all
I mean, if you want to call it a cult, like the ones that drink the Kool-Aid and they're willing to kill themselves and everybody else, you could treat them like that. You could treat them as like, you know, kamikazes. 'Cause
who's
that's
the
what
cult?
they are. Israel.
Israel, if you want to treat them like a cult.
Well, I mean, no, not Israel. I mean, Iran is the
Iran?
cult, but Israel is more like the instigator.
This is what I'm
You
saying.
know,
We
you know
can't-
the person that's getting picked on, right? And they finally found a friend that can stop them from getting picked on.
But
And they
that
keep going to
wasn't
the
the
friend.
case. Since
That's
Israel
what it
is
is.
inception, they've been the aggressor. It'd be nice story.
Because they got the friend that could beat you up now. And they're like,
no,
yeah,
they
mess with
always
me.
had.
I
I
dare
said
you.
since their inception, since Britain gave them the territory that was not theirs to give, since their inception, they've been aggressing on everyone around them. That's why they have no friends.
They've had to
Right.
maintain their sovereignty because you have to remember a lot of the people around them would just absorb them. They're so tiny, it's nothing. All they got to do is move in.
I'm sure they got reasons, but they were the aggressor. No one was picking on them first. That's not what happened.
I don't know.
Israel
I
has
don't
attacked every fucking body.
I don't know because you got to remember them other dudes that had, you know, the mustaches and stuff.
Yeah.
So like I can't be upset with the situations that everybody was given, and I can't be upset with the choices they made collectively. Everybody has their reasons. I'm not telling them what they believe is not legit to do what they're gonna do. But what I will say is there are consequences.
Of colleges, because we're looking at numbers that are coming in, and the amount of money being spent and lost by otherwise very successful schools is astounding just in a short period of time. It's only going to get worse. So we have to save college sports and save, I believe, colleges. We have to save our Olympic team because so many sports that are in the Olympics will no longer be represented by people that went through college and became competitive, became great at the sport. We won't be anywhere near what we were. I think it's just a very, very important meeting. We have the most important people in college sports and really beyond.
I couldn't give a fuck less about college sports when you're fucking got ICE killing our citizens and you
Marco and a few
beheading
also say a few words.
countries and
I'd like to take your
shit.
suggestions, and we have the speaker. We have John Thune is here or represented. We have
But this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff going on, and this is not the only thing he's dealing with. Dude's tired. You can even see it. Like you'll see him. He's tired as hell. He doing a lot, back-to-back meetings.
Yeah,
going
he's
through all
doing a
this
lot.
shit.
Evil fuck. Yes, he's doing a lot. Yeah,
some of the
it
big
takes a
politicians and
lot
senators,
to
Congress
be
people,
so
people that can
fucking
make it get
evil
approved.
and mean and
Because we ultimately we have
selfish.
to go through. I guess we have to go through. I could do an executive order. I'd love to do that. I'll probably do it anyway. We'll do an executive order. We'll see how it works because it would be a really nice. I have a really nice simple idea, but we'll go through this process and maybe I think we'll get it through Congress. We have a good chance. I think it'll be very bipartisan. And I just want to thank you all for being here as we stand up for one of America's.
Now, the thing this is about mostly is the gambling that's hanging around the college sports. And to prevent all of the leakage from the colleges themselves. Because I was thinking about this as far as education, how college should be free. But here's the thing, they're using so much money on these football programs, that other programs are getting liquidated, and it's affecting a lot of the scholarships and a lot of the different things, lacrosse, volleyball, things like that, female sports, whatever. And this is something that needs to be put in line, so that way there's set rules where trans has their own thing. If they're going to be a thing, they need to be a third thingy. At least that's one of the things I want them to address. So male and female sports and trans sports can be separate things. But I don't know if they're going to mention any of that.
Okay.
But we'll go through this shit as quick as possible.
His greatest and most beloved institutions. It's called college athletics, which is true, means so much. I want to thank Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Doug Burgum, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon for being here, and also Speaker of the House Mike Johnson doing a great job, Governor Ron DeSantis, Senators Ted Cruz, Eric Schmidt, Leader Steve Scalise, Representatives Lisa McClain, Jim Jordan, Brett Guthrie, and Lori Trahan. Thank you all for being here. We have some great people. Condoleezza, thank you very much. I see you over there. Great to have you. Great to be with you. A very special welcome to New York Yankees President Randy Levine, friend of mine for a long time.
Oh my
I used to sit
God,
with George
this
Steinbrenner in the
nigga.
box. It was one of the most difficult days of my life. Now, recapping colleges. Colleges are going to have, unless something's done, unless we solve this problem, and I think probably today, and we're going to ask for ideas that, not that we don't have to take months. We'd like to see if we could do it for next season. But we certainly have the brain power. We have tremendous knowledge, far more knowledge than I have about this subject. But it also poses special dangers for women's sports and our Olympic pipeline. Women's sports are being canceled all over the country, just so we understand. Women's sports are in deep trouble, other than one particular women's team. It's Miami, where I have my granddaughter on the team. They canceled men's golf, but women's golf is doing just fine. I'm only kidding. But they are canceling golf. They're canceling wrestling. They're canceling fencing. They're canceling even basketball. I thought that would be maybe immune, but it's in trouble. And it's all going to football. But ultimately, football is going to be the worst laggard of all. It's not going to be affordable. And it's going to take down practically every college. In my opinion, it's going to take down virtually every college, or every college that wants to be. They think they want to be competitive. Under the current system, educational institutions find themselves in a financial arms race for athletes in sports like football and basketball, and both. I mean, both of them. But basketball is being hurt very badly. It's being dominated by football. Last July, I signed an executive order to stop destructive pay-for-play schemes that are all over the place and keep college athletics rooted in the traditions that made it great. I thought we had a great system, frankly. I thought we had a system that should have been appealed, and it could have been maybe perfected a little bit, but it took close to 100 years. It was developed over 100 years, and one judge that knew nothing about sports, knew nothing about football, knew nothing about Olympics, knew nothing about anything, just decided everything was unconstitutional. It's crazy. But only Congress now, it looks like, can deliver a permanent fix. So, Speaker, you and John and everybody else, including Democrats that are represented very strongly, we can hopefully get it done. Federal legislation must allow college athletic programs to set common sense rules, simple common sense rules, without endless litigation, and establish a fair name, image, and likeness standard that eliminates the patchwork of conflicting state laws. That's the other problem. All of these colleges are all in different states, and all the laws are different. So you got laws that are totally different. Some one way, some in entire.
Now, I will say this, because our children and their opportunities can be limited based on these kinds of things. And I don't want colleges to be able to pay and incentivize students to come there just so they can win championships. That's not legal. First of all, they're not employees, they're kids, they're students, and they're growing adults that need encouragement and they need stability. So if they're hopping around from college to college, how are their credits going to transfer and things like that? And then what are their majors going to be like? How are they going to establish any kind of social ground?
Why
You know what I
would they
mean?
be going from college to college?
Because they're getting paid more money to go and do sports over there.
Very
They're
good.
getting
So
bought.
the whole reason you go to college is to make money. And
No.
ain't that the reason people go to college, so they can have a career and make money?
Yeah, so you can have a career, you can learn your field and things like that. But when you get
Right.
your sports scholarship, that's
Well,
not a job.
it sounds like you're saying that it is a job and you don't want it to be a job. Sounds like you're saying that another school can offer me 50 grand, this guy can offer me 100 grand, which is the whole reason I went to college, is to make $100,000.
But that's not the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be good at the sport and get a scholarship. And that's what pays for your school, like it's always been. And then they're taking it to a point to where you can get paid millions of dollars to come and play at this school. But you got your scholarship and you started out at this other school,
Wouldn't you
right? But
rather
they're
get
paying
to
you
skip
millions of-
college and get the millions of dollars? What
No,
the
you
hell?
don't get it. They're getting millions of dollars to play in college. And this right here
I
is
think that's
unconstitutional.
right. Everybody, the only reason niggas go to college, it is not to learn. It is so we can get a good job and make $1 million. Here, someone is saying, I'll give you the $1 million. You can skip college if you want. Just come play ball. hey, I've reached my goal immediately. You're saying now it's tradition to put it off for 4 more years.
No, look, I'll let them explain it to you better because I've always had a thing about college sports.
Entirely different way, while allowing the full spectrum of college athletic programs to thrive. It should thrive. If Congress does not take action fast, it could destroy college sports and destroy the colleges that play these sports. They'll be destroyed. They'll be going bankrupt. Everyone, so many of them. No other nation in the world has built a system that develops champions in classrooms and on the field, producing Olympic heroes, professional legends, and the leaders of tomorrow all at once. I thought the system of scholarships was great. What do I know? But I thought it was great. And just one of those things. I was with Nick Saban the other day, and you know his timing is exquisite. He played and he won and won and won. And when he saw this thing, he said, "I'm going to get out of. I'm not doing this anymore. He's around here someplace. Where's Nick? Where are you, Nick? Right? Now he doesn't admit this. I said, "How come you left? He didn't want to go through one season because there's no better mind at this than that man." And he looked and he said, "What a shame. What a shame." And he's going to speak about it. And I think you have some very constructive ideas, Nick. I think so. No other nation in the world has built a system like this. It's so good, and we've thrown it right out the window. And I'd like to see you go back to something maybe resembling that, and maybe pay for each player.
You know what's funny about that? He was like, "Where you at, Nick?" Because all them white people look alike. I'm just playing.
Crazy pay, but just pay for each player. Every player, maybe the quarterback and the third string lineman make it the same, but you're going to tell us about it. We're going to try and get it passed. Our goal is not to go back to the days where student athletes were never allowed to receive any compensation, although not the worst idea, but I think a lot of people would overrule me on that. But we must pass reforms that protect the cherished American tradition of college athletics for future generations. So I look forward to hearing from a lot of you, and I think a few of you are going to say a few words, and then we'll get to some ideas. And I don't know, maybe by the end of a long session, if we need it, I'm here as long as you need me. They came to me, they said, "You're the only one that can do it." I said, "Oh, thank you very much." I said, "Really?"
This nigga, really? You just taught. All right, this your thing. Understand this shit is torture. He is the lionest piece of fuck in the world. If I'm going to torture myself and have to listen to this nigga, it better be for a reason.
Authentic name, image, and likeness. Authentic being you have marketing value, but now we have collectives, which just create opportunities, which just become pay for play. Eligibility issues where we have guys playing 6, 7, and 8 years. So you have 25 and 26-year-old people playing against 18 and 19-year-old, which is not healthy. Transfer rules. We have
people said I'm the only man in the world who could achieve it.
It's not really healthy for players in graduation to transfer several times in your career. You really put yourself in a pickle in terms of your ability to graduate. So I think we need to come up with a system, and we obviously have to do it with the president's leadership and also with Congress probably, whether it's antitrust legislation or whatever it is, to allow student athletes in all sports, including women's and Olympic sports, to enhance their quality of life while going to college, but still provide opportunity to advance themselves beyond their athletic career, which is what the philosophy of college athletics and getting a college education has always been.
That conversation, whatever side of it you're on, should be had to see if there's an option in the future to dramatically improve the economics for the industry. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, and thank you for mentioning the Army-Navy game, because as you know, I signed an executive order to protect that time slot, so that during that from like 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock or 6:30, I guess, we protect that space, that airspace, so nobody can play a football game, and we have the Army-Navy game protected, because the kind of money that's being thrown around, they're a little bit concerned that the Army-Navy game, as great as it is, may not do so well. I think it would actually do pretty well, but we protected the time spot anyway, so that during that little period of time, it won't have any of this competition where...
Hey, Army-Navy games is funny, though.
And we've seen plenty of those type of opinions. I had one recently, and it's gross incompetence, is my opinion. And everybody suffers, including student athletes, including women. Women are really taking the brunt of it, as what you were saying before. It was so perfect for women. It was so great for women the way it was. And now we have to come up with a whole new scheme to satisfy people. And there are going to be some unhappy people. And it was working before. A person that knew absolutely nothing about sports made a ruling, and she turned the whole thing upside down. And it's really a disgrace. You want to know the damn disgrace. But we are where we are, and we'll figure something out. And it won't be easy. And it won't be as good, in my opinion. It won't be as good as what you had before, including for the students that were getting great scholarships. And, you know, some went on to professional sports, and most of them didn't. But they got great education. They got it for free. And they had a lot of fun going to college. And they learned a lot. And they had great coaches, many of whom are around the table. They learned more from those coaches in many cases than they learned in the classroom.
Sports and media play a completely different role in our society than the one they play now. And the money piece in particular is got to be part of the conversation, and that's got to involve the student athletes. And your point, Mr. President, about coming up with a more structured way of dealing with that, I think is a good one. But that's got to be part of the dialogue, for the same reason that the revenue piece has to be part of the dialogue as well.
So much money was paid to students in the form of scholarships. What was the exact number that you said, Charlie, before?
$4.1 billion last year.
$4.1 billion was paid to the students in the form of scholarships, and everybody was happy.
All right, I'm gonna make tea or something while you watching this shit.
And
I couldn't give a fuck
I think you should just go back
to
where you have.
Be polite. I'll be back.
All right, whatever. At the end of the day, this is when they started taking the questions and shit around here.
So I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to write an executive order based on many of the statements made today, many of the statements I've been hearing. Politics that you have to deal with, Mike, and better you than me. Go ahead.
Well, I applaud the effort for an executive order, and I think everybody around the table is grateful for that. Might I suggest, Mr. President, that while you're using the Article 2 authority, that we still work in the lane of Article 1. The playbook has to be wider than that, I think. And so what I would suggest, and humbly before everyone here, is that we take, I think almost everyone around the table we've heard today believes that at least the SCORE Act is a base to work from. Can we still continue to try to work through that? We do have some Democrat support, and as was said, we got some fine points to get
Would
to.
love to work with you on it.
Okay. And what I think is, and what I was hopeful for, is that the leaders around this table, representing such a broad array of interests and groups around the country and both parties, that the influence, collective influence, I hate the word collective, Coach Meyer, I'm sorry, I keep thinking, but the influence of all the people around this table could help us get some of those critical, Democrat votes in the Senate. I don't think we should or could abandon that effort. We try it. I'm an optimist.
I think you go both ways.
Yes.
Let me do an executive order. You go ahead and play games with these people.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll give the quarterback.
Give it a shot. And maybe the fact that we do the one helps you get the votes in the other. Okay. Does that sound okay, Randy?
Yeah, I think so. And I think at the end of the day, Mr. President, as you've heard here, we need an antitrust exemption. And the only people who can do it are the Congress. And I heard from all the senators and the representatives. And I agree the SCORE Act is a start. But with your leadership, I really do believe we can move the ball. I have ideas. Brilliant people here have ideas where we can add on it. And based on my conversations with Democrats, I think they want to do this. I think the Congresswoman said that. And I think that there's a way to do this. And your executive order, again, showing leadership, stepping out is good. But I think we go on both.
Don't forget the executive order can then be put before Congress, and Congress can vote on it, change it a little bit, vote on it. But I'm looking to do it straight and let Congress go a different path. And, you may get a judge that understands what's happening, and you may get some very good opinions coming out of a very smart judge who will be beloved all over our country, as opposed to hated and disrespected. So that's it. So, Randy, could I ask you to do the following, either a sampling of it or get everybody in some form, come up with a proposal, play with the SCORE Act or do something different than the SCORE Act, but maybe use the SCORE Act as a base. I separately will get some of the people in this room, and we're going to do a really good executive order. And maybe Jim will put that executive order in front of the Senate and the House. And who knows, maybe we get a vote, and maybe we don't. But I'm talking about not even going before the Senate and the House, just having an executive order where we'll be sued, and we'll go before the courts, and here we go again. But I think at the same time, you go down a separate track. Is that all right? Okay? Is that okay? But other than that, we've had a great time. The press will take one or two questions, please.
Thank you, President Trump. It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy.
I gotta wait for Joe to get back real quick. And then I'll play this part because this is when he starts taking the questions. All right, so I hope everybody is having a good day. I hope everybody is enjoying the show. I know it got a little bit boring there. Probably wanted to hear more about the war. But right now, just waiting for Joe to get back so I can play this part.
Joe just walked back in.
All right, you ready?
I think so.
This is where he's taking the questions real quick. Wait 2 seconds.
Congress can vote on it, change it a little bit, vote on it. But I'm looking to do it straight and let Congress go a different path. And, you may get a judge that understands what's happening, and you may get some very good opinions coming out of a very smart judge who will be beloved all over our country, as opposed to hated and disrespected. So that's it. So, Randy, could I ask you to do the following, either a sampling of it or get everybody in some form, come up with a proposal, play with the SCORE Act or do something different than the SCORE Act, but maybe use the SCORE Act as a base. I separately will get some of the people in this room, and we're going to do a really good executive order. And maybe Jim will put that executive order in front of the Senate and the House. And who knows, maybe we get a vote, and maybe we don't. But I'm talking about not even going before the Senate and the House, just having an executive order where we'll be sued, and we'll go before the courts, and here we go again. But I think at the same time, you go down a separate track. Is that all right? Okay? Is that okay? Good. Other than that, we've had a great time. The press will take one or two questions, please.
Thank you, President Trump. It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. But can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe?
See what I'm saying?
No, let
That's
it
that part.
Let me hear the other questions.
You heard that, right?
No, I heard
this
it.
was the part that they were making that, and he was talking about this whole sports thing, and dude wanted to bring it to something else.
I see that.
Go ahead, please.
I'm curious now about it.
I know my son, Joe, is a high-level D1 athlete, third-year relief pitcher, University of Maryland.
How's that? That's all right.
But the eligibility thing is a disaster in the NCAA. You have
I'm just trying to see if any other questions bit and ask them something outside of the topic.
And in a week or two, the second division, D2, is passing a blanket 5-year eligibility without medical, without redshirt, just a 5-year eligibility. That can be solved in D1 with the commissioners in this room right now. Why don't we solve it?
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to know the same thing. You know why you're not going to solve
That definitely
Because
wasn't a report.
We've had some very, very bad, incompetent decisions, things that were routine before, that were solved long before. Now you're into a brand new system. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. President. Thank you. Could you tell us what went into your decision to replace Secretary Noem with Senator Markwayne Mullin?
Is it possible to stay on this subject just for once? Just for once. Boy, oh boy. Anybody have any questions on this subject?
What is your timeline for either the executive order that you just mentioned or the legislation that the members
I
of
will
Congress
have an
mentioned?
executive order within 1 week.
Well,
And
would
it'll
it
be
take
very,
effect before
it'll
the
be
fall
very
semester for colleges and
all
universities?
encompassing. And we're going to put it forward and we're going to get sued and we're going to see how it does. Okay. But I'll have an executive order which will solve every problem in this room, every
He know he
conceivable
just gonna
problem
break the law, but he's
within
like,
1
I don't
week.
give a fuck. We gonna do
And
it
we'll put it
anyway.
forward. We will get sued. That's the
We
only
get
thing I know for
sued,
sure
I
in
don't
life.
give a fuck. I'm
And we'll
doing
see how we
fuck
do in the
the
court
judge.
system.
Niggas
But
like-
the courts have destroyed. The courts. Think about it. The courts, a bad court system has destroyed
I don't like the
college
courts 'cause
sports
they don't
and
let me do what
colleges
I
in this
want.
country
They're
and a lot
evil.
of lives. Yeah, please.
They keep following that damn constitution.
Hold on.
Different from the one that you released in July.
You mean than the SCORE Act? Well, it'd be a lot different because I don't necessarily agree with the SCORE Act. I don't know it as well as some people in this room, but I disagree with some of the things in the SCORE Act.
No, the executive order you released in July. How will this one that you're writing this week be different?
It'll be more comprehensive. That was put out as a test,
That's a dodge.
feeler. This will be much more comprehensive because we've all learned a lot in the last
Comprehensive how?
pretty
Fuck,
long period
that's
of
the
time,
question.
6 months or so period of time. I think we could do a very good document. I think we could do a document that works from a common sense standpoint. Whether or not it's going to hold up in court, who knows? Honestly, it will depend on the judge. Maybe we'll get a wise judge. There were wise judges too. We got some very brilliant, wise judges. Maybe we'll get lucky.
In the room. Why aren't there any student athletes in the room?
What did you say?
Why are there any student athletes in the room?
Do you want to answer that question, Randy?
We've made it clear, and I thought I said it before, that we have agents here.
Now that's a question dodge. that is a question dodge.
There are a lot of student athlete groups. There's a limited room here, and after this meeting, we intend to talk to all of the interested student athlete groups to get their input, because this can't be done without them. But at the end of the day, we had to kick this off and start it. This is the beginning. This isn't the end.
You like that?
I've talked to a lot of
He
people.
said, that's a good answer. I like that.
To represent
We're
student
gonna get
athletes.
right on that.
There are certain interest groups that I'm sure would have.
Immediately. Invite them to the White House. All of them. Oh, we're going to have a game in the front yard. Watch.
Yeah, we get
Like to be
yeah,
here,
right
but
after this.
they'll have their opportunity.
And they're very well represented. You know why? Because people like Nick Saban and Urban Myers and some of the people, all the people that I know in the room, and the people probably that I don't know, they all care very much about the student athlete, more so than they care
He said, and the rest of these niggas.
about themselves. So I think they're really here in that sense. They're represented very well. Peter, I'll give you one more chance because that was a bad question you asked before. Go ahead.
We've already got a lot of
I
sound
don't want to
bites
leave him in the
about the
lurch like
sports. Can I ask one off topic?
Because he's a
On topic,
he's a
topic.
reporter,
Okay.
which is unusual.
but he's
But
from
you're-
Fox,
Thank you.
the guy he's talking to.
What is
So he gave
motivating
a
you to
second
do this
shot.
right now? Because there is a lot of other stuff going on in the world.
Right. That's right. There's a lot. We're doing very, by the
That's
way.
a
in,
good
Watch
question.
here.
we're
Check
doing
it
very
out.
well.
Wait, check this out. He gives you what you asked for.
Yeah, I asked the same question.
Somebody said,
yeah.
how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said, I give it a 12 to a 15. Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their Navy is gone.
Oh my God.
Their communications
There's
are
the
gone.
dodge.
Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set.
He
the Road
this
Forces
nigga
wiped out
worse,
entirely.
He's
bro.
like, wait, they still got a few leaders left. That's what he said. We didn't kill them all, though.
Do
man.
that. So
Not
while
yet.
we over here talking about sports, every question, everybody who represented the White House so far.
But look,
and they-
you see how. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad, go ahead.
Every person who's represented the White House so far, when they asked them a question, their answer, they would pivot and say, "We beating the hell out of them." When dude just asked him his question, he was like, "Hey, why are we over here talking about sports? Hey, listen, we beating the hell out of them. We just won 12 towers." They keep saying that shit, bro.
Right? So look, this is what I'm saying about it. Look, you see how he politely asks one topic, why are you having this meeting now of all things? And he's just like, you know what, motherfucker?
He still don't want to talk about the war. Listen, nigga, we kicking their ass over there. Stop asking me about that shit.
I want to address it tomorrow. Yeah, I just need a day off.
He
Shit,
did
you
the
didn't see me
same shit
catching a
with that.
nap?
He did the same shit with the Epstein shit every time. He walked through the Rose Garden. They asked him that shit. Why y'all talking about this? The Dow was up 20 points today. Why y'all want to talk about Epstein?
And then when it's time to talk about Epstein, they're like, well, the Dow was down. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Right. It's all political, right? Shit.
Look at him. He's just like, look, I'm about to cook you with this face.
Fuck this
He's like,
dude up.
you wanted
Somebody
this.
Fire
Think of it.
But
They have
that's
32
the
ships.
softest
All
he's
32
gonna
are at
get,
the bottom
though.
of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally.
We
That's
know
the big
that's all
thing for
y'all
this week.
talk
We seem to
about.
have a new thing every week. But the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place.
Oh, yeah, he said a lot of our people. Iran is our people now. You didn't know that?
He's saying Iran was killing a lot of our people with their bombs.
He said that regime was killing a lot of our people.
Yes, I don't think that's
yeah, Iran
true.
is our people now. Yeah.
Planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted, killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are
Now
very
it's
impressed with our
because they were
military, and
killing
they
Americans
admire our
is why we
military
got
with
into
what
it?
happened in Venezuela, what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the
blindest
nuclear
piece of
capability or
shit.
potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been
He
respected
doing the
before.
spaghetti shit. Just throw a
I
bunch
saw
of
what was
reasons
happening with
against the
college
wall and
sports,
see what
and
sticks.
it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in
Now he
Iran
answers the
and
question.
other
Very
places.
good.
But it is very important to me, and if I can get it done, I'll
That
get
was
it
the
done.
answer. All that
Through
pivoting
bad,
just made him look bad. He should have said, listen, it's
through a
very
bad
important
system.
to me. I know there's
It's a
other
bad
things
system.
going on.
Through a
That was
bad
the
legal
correct
system. You
answer.
want to know the truth? We have a situation that is almost unsolvable, and we'll see if we can solve it. And, you know, Peter, the fact is we're talking about colleges that are going to go out of business by many, many
This
colleges
is
are going to be.
what he should have
This
answered.
isn't just about student athletes. This is about our whole educational system
Even though
is
it's
going
a
to go
lie.
out of business because of this. So
That's why I give him the kudos, because he answered the first question too.
What are you? I don't know.
Remember he asked him about the Iran stuff?
Why would I give this nigga kudos? No, he didn't.
He didn't
ask
run.
him. Remember, he asked him, "Why are we talking about this?" And he spent those minutes talking about how effective they are. And the first time he could have answered it. The first time he should have answered his fucking
No, the
question
first
too.
time
But
he was trying to stay on subject. And since he politely
gave him
asked,
a second chance, and he asked,
and he
"Why
politely
are we
asked-
talking about sports?" And his answer
No, he said,
was,
why is this so important to you right
Yeah,
now
same thing,
when
yes.
everything
And
is
his-
going on?
and
And
his
then
answer
he
was-
said, you know what? I'm going to give you the answer to your first question, and
Well,
then
I
I'm
didn't
going to
hear
tell
that
you.
part. No, that's not what
No,
you
that's
do,
what
though,
he
right?
did. Actions speak
Okay,
louder than
right.
words.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
why I gave him kudos.
I'm saying I'm not sure. Okay, maybe I don't. I think it's bad form that when I ask a question, for you to answer a question I asked 3 minutes ago or something. I think that's a shit thing, and I'm not sure that even answers my question because that's
Well, you
just
gotta
their
remember,
standard answer. We're beating the hell out of them right now. That was his answer. Then he came around and answered the question. I wouldn't give him props for a fucking pivot. You
but you
shouldn't
gotta
either.
remember, the guy that asked him the question was already rude because he was asking if anybody wanted to ask about what he was talking about at the moment, and he knew that.
Those are two
So that
different
was rude.
things.
No, and then he got his get back.
Well, now you're not
It's
saying
good,
he was.
but you know who the
Wait,
president
no, now
is.
you're not saying he was honorable. You're agreeing with me that he was being a piece of shit. He wasn't being honorable.
No, I don't think he was being a piece of shit. I think he was being human.
Was he sincerely answering the question, or was he being human and getting his get back?
He was doing both. Because he asked nicely, so he said, "You know what? Since you're being nice, I'm gonna be nice too. I'm gonna answer both your questions."
I understand what you're saying in terms of the level of importance, but to me, this is very important. Very, very important. Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Now, this part is the part I was thinking about when he goes back, right? What are they saying to him? What are they asking him?
And kissing his
Who's that
ass.
guy?
That's what you do to a
No,
narcissist.
no. Who's that guy? Who is this guy? Wait, that was going forward. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is who are the people that were shaking his hand and asking him for things? Because everybody's asking, "Hey, President, can you think about blah, 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 blah?" The last minutes, those last minutes.
I don't think I know.
Because only certain people came up to him. Right here. First person I ran up to him. This guy. Who's that?
Oh, damn, I'm not even on the Zoom, man.
Who's that guy?
That could be a woman. I'm on a cell phone. I don't want to open up my other phone to see a bunch of people who I know.
No,
I'm not
there's
gonna know these people
a
anyway.
woman there, but there's a guy behind her. And that's the guy shaking the president's hand. And he pulls the president in a little bit. He asks him something. Because the president says, "What?"
You don't know who he is. You got no idea what he asking. What are you thinking? Why is it intriguing to you?
Because he's one of the closest people to him. So that means he's more important.
Meaning
and
a
on the other
politician
side-
as opposed to a sports person.
Or
I
something.
assumed everybody around it was sports people, and I wouldn't know because I don't watch sports.
Some were sports, some were politicians, some were parents of students and administrative people.
Well,
And
if it's
you
one of
know,
those people, I certainly wouldn't know who they are.
but I think he's one of the like trillionaires or billionaires in the room. He has this look about him. I just been trying to put some dots together. And then right over here, these two guys waiting. Who the fuck are they? See? They're like, "Hurry up, go." You better go quick. Now, this was the lady that was in front of that one guy. She's getting up here. So I don't know if she's nosy or or if she's like a ringleader in all this.
Right.
He's like, "What? This is important. Whatever she's talking about, there's something here. Who is this lady?" Now this is this because we can't hear nothing because it's you know. That
Well,
shit.
I see the back of a head.
All right, let's see if we can go back.
But I would agree that whatever she is saying has caught his attention.
Yeah, his eyebrows went up and everything. See, he pulled him in. He said, "Nah, da, 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 da." He said some shit because this is faster. They took their time. See? Got his attention. This person was like, here, whisper something. He was like, look, get back to me later. He's like, hell yeah, go now. Who's this?
Black lady. It's a black lady. I just saw her. Look like Condoleezza.
She's right here.
Look like Condoleezza Rice. She just gave a interview that was very pro-Trump today. No, I can't tell if it's her or not. That girl might be younger than Condoleezza.
But whoever she is, he got her attention. Or she got his attention. And he was like, are you associated? Yep. And now they're all in on it. And they're all going back. 2, 3, and 2. So they're probably going to go talk. So me personally, I want to know what's going on.
Could be. She walked like an old lady. That could be Condoleezza. Because she walked like she's older.
All right. So that's where I was at with the shit. I had this other one. There was an Iran prophecy unfolding with it.
The moment the war in Iran started, we've been wanting to get your perspective. So, my friend, what do you think is happening biblically, prophetically right now?
Well, I tell you what, from the outside in, Raj, I would say this. Jesus said that regarding the last days, there would be wars and rumors of wars. And so we're going to see wars increase no matter what government decides what, according to Jesus. As we get deeper into the last days, there's going to be wars and rumors of wars.
Okay,
So
we all agree.
I agree, yeah.
Okay, we all agree on this.
So
anybody in the chat, let me know.
Now, when anything ever happens in the world regarding Israel, we sit up and take notice because God says Israel is the apple of my eye. And of course, when we talk about Islam, that gets our attention because Islam is...
This is about to be some poison. It's about to be some more propaganda.
So what do you disagree
poison.
with?
He's about to say that the Jews are the chosen people, and even if they do the most evil shit under the sun, we're still supposed to support them because those evil Muslims are trying to stop Jesus himself from coming back. He's about to be the most evil fuck under the sun right now and
I don't
trick a
believe that's
bunch
what's
of
going to
people.
happen. But that's an interesting assumption.
Diametrically opposed to the Judeo-Christian Bible and the existence or the survival of the Jew or the Christian according to Quranic teaching. So we've got all of a sudden from the outside,
right.
Raj, in, we've got these things that get our biblical attention. And what's beautiful about all of this is that you and I are simply practicing what we've been told from the Bible. Jesus said in John 14:29, I've told you these things in advance, that when they come to pass, you might believe that I am he. So what specifically could be going on? And so I would encourage your audience, Raj, to turn to Jeremiah chapter 49 because...
Go ahead. Jeremiah chapter 49. Go ahead.
Oh, hold on.
We'll talk about it. We'll fact check his ass. What you talk about?
Jeremiah chapter 49.
Hold on. Let me go back a little bit and make sure that's what he said.
And so I would encourage your audience, Raj, to turn to Jeremiah chapter 49 because there's an interesting passage of scripture.
Chapter 49.
I got it. Let's see what he says.
That says this, the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah, the prophet, against Elam in the beginning of the reign of King Zedekiah of Judah, saying, thus says the Lord of hosts, behold, I will break the bow of Elam. Elam is a geographical section that was inside the Persian Empire.
Okay.
All right. I see.
You with it?
Edom. It sounds like he's saying Elon, like Musk or something. I see something about Edom, and
Well,
it's, I don't know
he's
which one he
just
said.
not knowing the word, but he read that scripture, so that's the one he's referring to. The E,
So
whatever you're
fucking
talking
long. I don't know which part yet. I'm trying to get to it where he says the Lord said I would break something about Edom.
The bow.
Break
We'll
the bow. All right, I'm trying to find that. Edom will come to object horror. Let's see if this. The terror you inspire and the pride of your heart have deceived you. You who live in the clefts of the rocks, who occupy the heights of the hill. Though you build your nest as high as eagles, from there I will bring you down, declare the Lord. Edom will become an object of horror. All who pass by will be appalled, will scoff at it because of all of its woe. As Sodom and Gomorrah were overthrown, along with the neighboring towns, said the Lord. No one will live there. No people will dwell in it. Like a lion coming from Jordan's thickets to a rich pasture land, I will chase Edom from its land in an instant. Who is the chosen one I will appoint for this? Who is like me and who can challenge me? What shepherd can stand against me? Therefore, hear the word the Lord has planned against Edom. What he has proposed against those who live in Teman. The young of the flock will be dragged away. Their pasture will be appalled at the fate. At the sound of the fall of the earth will tremble. Their cry will resound to the Red Seas. Look, an eagle will soar and swoop down, spreading its wings over Basra. In that day, the hearts of Edom's warriors will be like the heart of women in labor. Jeez, Edom is going to get their ass whooped.
Which just happens to be inside the region of Iran today. Now listen to this prophecy.
I told you, he's the worst. He's the worst. I told you.
He says, I'm going to, God is going to break the bow. Not the arrow, but the bow. Bow is what you launch arrows with. The foremost of their might. Against Elam, I will bring the four winds from the four quarters of heaven and scatter them, those of Elam, those of Persia, toward all the winds. There shall be no nation where their outcast of Elam will not go. For I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies and before those who seek their life. I will bring disaster upon them, that is Elam, my fierce anger, says the Lord, and I will send the sword after them until I have consumed them. Watch this. I will set my throne or my authority over Elam, and I will destroy from there the king and his princes, says the Lord. Final verse.
Ooh.
But it shall come to pass in the latter days, the last days, end times, that I will bring back the captives of Elam, says the Lord. Raj, are we looking at, since 1979, are we looking at the fulfillment of that passage of Isaiah for this reason? Or Jeremiah, excuse me.
Is he saying, see, the entire time I thought he was talking about the Jew is Jesus is gonna kill all the Muslims.
That's why I tell you, it's only assumptions, no predictions.
You're still wrong. You interrupted me to say the same wrong shit because I will argue you over that shit, motherfucker. Yeah.
Of course you would.
Yes, right. Stupid about that shit.
We've researched history on this. Elam, Persia, has never been driven to the four corners of the earth before. Never. Until, guess what? Until February of 1979, when the Shah fell and the Islamic radicals took over 1 million Persians fled the country to the four corners of the earth. And now, like we saw on Sunday in Los Angeles here, 350,000 Persians were shouting, God bless Donald Trump, God bless Bibi Netanyahu, and thank you for saving our homeland. Raj, is it possible? Is it possible that we're watching the fulfillment of Jeremiah 49, verses 34 to 39, where God now is destroying the king and his princes? Notice that's his descendants. And he's going to bring back all those that were driven out.
Wow.
No one's ever. In fact, one gentleman in Iran said that so many Persians, listen to this language, and I quote him, so many Persians after 1979 were in a diaspora to the ends of the earth. And this guy's not even a Christian. I heard that on the news.
Hey, pause.
So if we're looking at this, Raj, I think biblically,
I think he's intentionally misleading people. Let me restate that last line that he said. I think he's intentionally doing this. These people he was talking about, Elam, all these horrible, I will bring disaster upon them in my fierce anger, declared the Lord. I will pursue them with the sword until I have made an end of them, and I will set my throne in Elam and destroy her kings and officials, declared the Lord. He is saying that the Lord is talking about they're going to tear up Persia. And then the next passage says, yet I will restore the fortunes of Elon in the days to come, declared the Lord. Meaning, I think that I will bring them back to be at the top. I don't think there's no other reading of that. He skipped over, he said it, but he's skipping over it like they're
he
saying,
said he would
I'm
bring
almost
back
done.
the people.
Yes, I'm almost done. He is saying that the people who are they going to bring back are the Israelis, not the Persians. He got people thinking that the book is saying the Israelis will win in the end. But according to my reading, it says, but I will bring Elam back to its place. Go ahead. Persia.
All I was saying was he did state that. He said he was going to bring the people back. Right here.
We're in a diaspora to the ends of the earth. And this guy's not even a Christian. I heard that on the news. So if we're looking at this, no one's ever, in fact, one gentleman in Iran said that so many Persians, listen to this language, and I quote him, so many Persians after 1979 were in a diaspora to the ends of the earth. And this guy's not even a Christian. I heard that on the news. So if we're looking at this, Raj, I think biblically, let's wait and see. We don't want to be goofy about it, but we got to answer these questions. When was... Yeah.
And it's not just LA, it's South Africa, it's Berlin, it's London. The Persian diaspora, as you mentioned, is celebrating all over the world. You and I did a story at my last job at TBN about the Ezekiel War. Are we starting the Ezekiel War? So everyone's just trying to play the game, right? Like, is it this? Is it that? Are we here? Are we there? Obviously, we're not date setters. And obviously, you don't want to be that person that says it's this time, it's that time. But does this feel different to you?
It's absolutely different. And this is one reporter's opinion. I'm not saying thus saith the Lord. I'm saying maybe Jack's right, maybe Jack's wrong.
He's saying,
and it is this. No one saw this.
This the Christian
no
broadcast channel.
And so the Ezekiel battle will take place, but remember, the Ezekiel battle tells us that Israel will dwell in peace when that time happens. So right now, Israel's not at peace. But what if, Raj? What if Iran? It's nemesis for these last 47 years. What if there's a complete change in the government and Jeremiah 49 is being fulfilled? What if Israel now goes into a realm of peace? What if, so to speak, Iran is neutralized by a new government? And what if over time, while Israel dwells safely and feels peaceful, that there is either another governmental change regarding Iran, or there is some sort of event in Iran that will bring about the fulfillment of Ezekiel 38. I guess what I'm saying is this. Always keep your eye on Isaiah 17, verses 1 and 2, because Damascus is going to be destroyed, the Bible says, and never again inhabited by humans. That's never happened. Second thing is this. What about Jeremiah 49 and those of Persia coming back into their land? What about Ezekiel 38? If I had to guess, I would say Jeremiah 49, verses 34 to 39. It's Jeremiah 49, 34 to 39 is setting up what might be Isaiah chapter 17, verses 1 and 2, which would preempt and then be the nucleus for Ezekiel 38. So
well, that's a fascinating perspective. And you're absolutely right. Now that I think about it, since May 1948, the idea of Israel ever being at peace just seemed like a fantasy, right? Like, well, of course they'd never be at peace. Then you have the Abraham Accords, but still you have this dark cloud of the Iranian regime. And then suddenly, if this regime were to fall, there could be theoretically peace in the Middle East. And suddenly you're like, wow, like that prophecy that almost seemed, unattainable is suddenly right in front of us, which is just an amazing concept. I was watching one of your sermons from the weekend and you point out this. I think it's so important. I don't know why people are afraid to go into the spiritual side of things, but you quoted Daniel 10, 13. And I don't know why we avoid this topic, but I think it's so important. It goes like this. But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, but I was detained there with the king of Persia. So what's the prince of Persia? What's going on here? And maybe for those of us who aren't comfortable with the spiritual realm, I mean, the Bible is pretty clear, is it not?
Well, it's funny, Raj, because people want Christianity to be true to a point. Right? They like the part that they can explain and it's okay and it's fine, like kumbaya, have a nice day. But when we look at the Bible, Daniel tells us that not only was that true, but that when the angel spoke to him, he became very even sick. He was sick for many days after the departure of that angel. So effective was the spiritual realm, meaning, and he announces that in the invisible warfare over nations, there are demonic or spiritual activities where there's clearly the prince of Persia, the prince of Greece is mentioned. Hey, is there a prince of America? Is there the prince over Great Britain? Apparently, according to the Bible, the spiritual realm, there are principalities and powers, just like on earth, we have municipalities. Well, there are assigned powers, according to the Bible, over nations. But gosh, I have to tell you something. We've all struggled with the thought of how is the Antichrist ever going to rise with the advent of Islam? Islam believes in global dominance. So the doctrine of Islam doesn't jive with the rise of the Antichrist. You can't have two. Plus, the Jews
who believes in global dominance?
Messiah. They're going to accept the Jewish Messiah as
Who's taking over the
There's
world?
clearly the Prince of Persia, the Prince of Greece is mentioned. Hey, is there a Prince of America? Is there the Prince over Great Britain? Apparently, according to the Bible, the spiritual realm, there are principalities and powers, just like on earth, we have municipalities. Well, there are assigned powers, according to the Bible, over nations. But gosh, I have to tell you something. We've all struggled with the thought of how is the Antichrist ever going to rise with the advent of Islam? Islam believes in global dominance. So the doctrine of Islam doesn't jive with the rise of the Antichrist. You can't have two. Plus, the Jews are not going to accept a Muslim Messiah. They're going to accept a Jewish Messiah.
A Muslim Messiah? No way. Could you handle that as a Jew? That's crazy.
As the Antichrist. So if this is the collapse of Islam, remember, Raj, Islam has no promises. They have no Bible. It's a cult. And if that is the case, which it is, if Islam's dissolved, then that opens up the door, Raj, to the advent or the revelation of the Antichrist, which we don't know when he's coming. But we don't see the Antichrist and Islam in parity. And then the other thing, which is remarkable, I think, is the fact that we are looking at a time right now where I can tell you this almost to the month. During Trump's first administration, I was very involved in that White House, and Mike Pompeo, beautiful Christian brother, told me personally that in the opening throes of COVID, when Iran was shut down like all other nations, the CIA detected a massive download of information coming out of the cloud, and so the CIA investigated what it was because they have the power to do that. And he told me no other nation on the planet was downloading more Bibles, more sermons, and Bible material than Iran. Fast forward, if during COVID, which was a fact, the fastest growing church in the world was the Iranian believers, could this be the result right now of their freedom coming? That there'd be what if there's a massive evangelical awakening throughout the
I want to say this for the record, that Iran and the Quran, right? The Quran, it doesn't have revelations in it. So if they wanted to know what's going to happen, they would have to go to the Holy Bible. Just putting that out there.
They're fans of the Bible. They love the Bible.
Well, that's why they were downloading it. So they could find out what Jesus said, because the Quran doesn't tell you.
Muslims, they all believe that Jesus was a prophet and the Bible was a true book. All of them believe.
Yeah,
so
but they don't tell you what he says in the Bible. I mean, in the Quran, they don't tell you what Jesus says.
Yes, they think there are other holy books. Yeah, but you're saying like they wouldn't have known what the Bible was. They would have been. They've been taught that Jesus, is this huge, massive hero since they were children.
Yeah, but they don't know what he says.
Why would you assume that? Because they only read one book? Why would you assume that if they've told you, if they've been teaching these kids that this is one of the greatest prophets of all time, you don't think they're going to tell them this is how we know because it's the Bible and this is where it says how great Jesus is?
How are you going to be knowing that the Quran is the unbroken word of Allah, right?
Right.
And then it tells you that Jesus is a prophet, right?
Yeah.
But then you go to the Holy Bible and it says something totally different. It's not. It doesn't work.
Apparently it does work because they still love Jesus in the Bible. So apparently it did work.
Then they be Christian and not Muslim.
But that's not the case. They're still Muslim, and Muslims talk about Jesus more than they talk about Muhammad. Suck it up. It's just a thing. Fucking Farrakhan. He got more stories about how great Jesus was than fucking Muhammad.
Well, you tell the Lord and Savior to suck it up when he don't know you.
Persian Empire, ancient Persian Empire. What if it spills over and we see Muslims in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, Jordan? What if there's a movement where it's like a dragnet, where Jesus in these last few, maybe I'll say hours, as it were, of the church, is scooping up souls, where otherwise with the Islamic stronghold of Persia, because remember, you got to remember, Saudi Arabia and Persia, they're the big strong dogs, right? They're the two factions of Islam. What if Iran goes down? Because they're banking on creating, right now, that's why they're attacking all these other countries that are their allies. They believe that in a fiery ball of great peril, the Imam of Islam returns. So it's hard for your viewers to understand this. Militarily, we think we're winning, and I hope we are. In Islam, in Iran, every time someone dies, every time they get hit, They actually view that as a victory that's going to cause their imam to return to rescue them.
And Pastor, that's been what's been confusing to people. Why? Why would you hit Dubai? Why would you hit the Kuwait airport, Bahrain hotel? What are you doing? But it's not a political solution.
Nope.
It's a theological move.
Raj, listen. Look, I'm not saying thus saith the Lord. I haven't heard anybody say this. And, I'm just saying, in my head, knowing their theology, their move is to create a fireball on earth. They don't care how. That's how their Messiah returns. We know that that's not the Messiah, the real Messiah of the Bible. Could you imagine, Raj, if they get so committed to that, instead of shooting at Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Jordan, and UAE, instead of shooting there, what if they shot at the Al-Aqsa Mosque or the Dome of the Rock Mosque? You want to set the world on fire? If they hit that location to create this Islamic conflagration that ushers in the Mahdi, their Messiah, wow, that's how desperate they're getting. This is a crazy time, folks. You better know your Bible, and you, like Sun Tzu.
This is a definition of projection. These guys are starting all sorts of wars to take over the Holy Land, to bring back the end, the apocalypse and all of that, with the red heifer and shit. They are literally destroyed a whole country and killed how many hundreds of thousands of Palestinians over there in order to bring it back.
That seems to be what they like to do in the Middle East, all of them.
These guys the Christians and Jews who did that, his claim now is that they're trying to kill everybody to bring back their Messiah. He's a piece of shit.
No, he said he's trying to attack. They're trying to attack those places to try to bring their Messiah back because their Messiah will see they're in peril.
I just said that.
No, but you're trying to make it seem
Why would you say
like
no?
Well, you're trying to make it seem like it's being purposed by the opposition when it's the desperation and their spiritual thing that's they're trying to fulfill, just like everybody else wants their prophecy to be fulfilled. I just believe that everything has a mechanic, and those mechanics are going to happen naturally because the arrogance of the human soul.
This guy was saying they're going to do it. He was saying they're attacking these people to bring their guy back intentionally.
No, he's hypothesizing on why they would be doing that because everybody's confused on why they're shooting their allies, 17 other countries near them.
Why did he say they're doing that? To bring back their guy.
This is the religious.
No.
Yeah, I know. This is the religious side of things. He's saying hypothetically. He's not saying this is his claim. He's saying hypothetically it could possibly be something like this because their religion kind of leans on this kind of thing. And that could be understandable from a religious perspective.
No. When I say it, though, I just said that this guy said that they were hastening and starting wars to bring back their guy. You say, no. This guy
He's
says
hypothesizing
that they're hastening the fight to bring back their guy. You're saying the same exact thing, and I'm saying after you say no all the time.
I'm saying he's hypothesizing. He's not saying it's a fact. He's saying it might be because they're wondering what if and why they would. It's just one of those things.
His hypothesis is that they're fighting motherfuckers and to bring back their guy. Yes, I don't know what the hell. I think we agree, but you keep saying no. Like I'm saying something different than what you're saying. You call it's a hypothesis. He's not really saying it. He just hypothesized. But he is saying that these guys are out here killing motherfuckers and starting wars because they think it'll hasten the prophecy, which is what I said. And I said, you know what? They're guilty of the same thing. You're agreeing with me, but you keep saying no, like I'm wrong.
I'm not saying no, you're wrong. I'm saying in the perspective of both of these peoples and both of their actual religions, it's not a matter of their control. Their belief is what's making them feel like whatever they're doing is justified. And that's the thing that's breaking all of this.
Sides, right?
They have
Israel
they have their own justifications, but they're still coming to the same end.
Yeah, I'm just
That's why I'm not fighting
Snaky. He's a fucking this guy. I agree. They both have their own justifications and all of that shit. But this guy, at this particular moment, where Christians and Jews are being so aggressive at attacking and downing other people, other nations, and religions and stuff. He's not in a position to preach about it to anybody about any fucking thing. And for him to say that, hey, we're just doing it because the Bible said it must be done. The Bible say we got to kill these niggas, man. They don't act right. It's just sick, yo.
Nah, I don't think he's saying that though.
Okay. That's my interpretation.
I think he's more Christian and he's more looking at the prophecy and he's just saying it how it looks. And then he's giving his little opinion about how it looks compared to the prophecy. But I don't think he's making any definite claims. I don't think he's trying to put any pressure or anything, but he's like, hey, everybody look at the scriptures. He even said study it. He even said read it. He said keep your eye on it. You know, so he wants you to understand it through the Holy Spirit. But he had his little opinion about it a little bit. And he mentioned a few things that was in the Bible.
What was his
and
opinion?
He brought up
Because
the
I say I
verses.
gave his opinion. And I think you're about to tell me that you agree that his opinion is the same as mine, that the Bible says this must be done. I don't know why you always got to start off.
I don't
and
think
say
he's
what I
saying
was
it
doing
must
was
be
wrong, 'cause
done,
you're about
though.
to say I agree.
I don't think he's saying it must be done. It must be done. Like we have to do it. I'm not thinking he's saying that.
Well, rewind. Let's hear it. Let's see what he said. Here, 15 seconds or so.
To rescue them.
And Pastor, that's been what's been confusing to people. Why? Why would you hit Dubai? Why would you hit the Kuwait airport, Bahrain hotel? What are you doing? But it's not a political.
He said he don't know. Look at his face.
theological
I
move.
don't fucking know.
Raj, listen. Look, I'm not saying thus saith the Lord. I haven't heard anybody say this. And, you know, I'm just saying, in my head, knowing their theology, their move is to create a fireball on earth. They don't care how. That's how their Messiah returns. We know that that's not.
Knowing their theology.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Hold on. You got to hear exactly how he prepped
It's a
you.
theological move.
Raj, listen. Look, I'm not saying thus saith the Lord. I haven't.
I'm not saying thus say the Lord.
I'm not saying he said thus say the Lord either.
I've never
I'm
heard
saying-
anybody say this.
Okay, that's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but I'm glad.
Look,
that
no,
you-
what I'm saying. Look, listen to what he's saying.
I heard it the first
in my
time.
head, knowing their theology.
Knowing their theology.
He's
that
going to
means
give his
something from the
opinion.
Quran.
He's
that
gonna
means
give
the
his
Quran.
opinion, which is what I said. But you're acting like it's whatever
So
you're
I'm
about to say
asking
goes
you.
against me.
Knowing,
I said
I'm
his
asking
opinion
you.
is.
Let me ask you a question.
So why are you
Knowing
acting
their
like
theology.
see, it's totally different than
Listen.
what you said? Just say, Joe,
Let
you're
me-
right. That is exactly what
You
he
can
said.
be right from your perspective. What I'm saying is, knowing their theology is what he's saying. My question is, if you have a Quran or if you know the Quran, where is it in the Quran where he's talking about? Because fact check it. That's all I'm saying.
Didn't he say
Because
what I
he's
said
not
he
saying,
said?
he's telling you, I'm not saying any of this shit. Nobody's ever said this shit. I'm not claiming this shit, but their theology says something similar to this. Maybe this is what they're on, is what he's trying to say.
That's
It's
exactly what I
not-
said, right? He believes.
But the
they're-
way
what
you're
they're
putting
on-
it-
Wait. He is saying exactly what I'm saying. But I'm going to sit and argue with you anyway, because maybe this is just a habit of yours. I said, I'm going to paraphrase what I said, that he believes they're setting fire to everything to bring back their guy. You agree, but you're going to argue anyway. You're
I
going
would
to tell me
say-
what happened before or after.
I would
Do
say-
you agree that that's what he said?
He believes they believe.
I'm okay with that, but that's what he said, right?
They
That they're gonna
believe is
set
what he
fire,
said.
that they're going to set
Yes.
fire to bring back their guy.
He said they believe this. Yes. He's not saying he believes it. He's saying they believe that according to their theology. That's what he's saying. And that's what I want you to agree to. Because
Yes,
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, yes, he is saying that
They
his
want to.
opinion, which is what I said, is that they're going to do this. You're adding in, yes, it's because of their belief, as if it changes what I said. And I said, they're doing the same exact behavior over there. You're being pedantic. They're doing the exact same thing, heating up the world to bring back their guy.
Jesus already returned.
Well,
That's
why are
for
they
another
doing-
day.
No. Why are they sacrificing the heifers over there and building a temple? They ain't built a temple. They taking over the land over there. Why are
Yeah,
they?
they couldn't sacrifice the heifer because it had one red hair. I mean, one white hair. It was funny. I was like, really? That's funny.
They brought a spare.
Mm-mm.
Yes,
It was a white. It was a white hair.
They brought two of them.
They said they still haven't had one. I mean, we could look it up if you want to.
Yeah.
But I'm
Well,
telling
okay.
you.
I guess that's irrelevant. Why are they sacrificing the heifer?
Well, the temple's not even started.
Why are they sacrificing the heifer? To bring back something, yeah?
Well, they're supposed to consecrate the new temple, but the new temple's not even done. It's not even built.
So to bring back something, yeah?
No, not to bring anything back. That's just their ritual to consecrate the temple. Because it's supposed to be the replacement to the David temple or the Solomon temple, whatever.
To consecrate their temple.
Yeah, it's just their ritual.
Which temple? The temple that they're...
The third temple that they're supposed to be building. They haven't done it yet.
Oh, right. That's what I'm saying. So
they're still fighting over it.
Right, exactly. Where's this site gonna be?
Supposed to be in Jerusalem, like smack dab in the middle, but they have a mosque there, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think that.
But they said that it might be in a different spot on a mountain that's right next to that. Literally
still
right
in Palestine. Still, they are sacrificing or trying to sacrifice that heifer because they believe their guy is coming back in a land that's inhabited by other people. And perhaps it's just coincidental that they're over there trying to kick those people out. They're just doing their normal prayer thing. And it's just a coincidence that they believe the temple is going to be built so much that they're sacrificing heifers and doing consecration.
You know what's also a coincidence, Joe? How all through Israel's history, they've been lands that were theirs and inherited that other people were on for their whole existence, isn't it?
I don't know that. I don't know.
No, go back to Abraham.
That they've inherited lands that other people have been on?
Yeah, they were supposed to, this was their land. God said this was their land since Abraham, right?
Where, the Middle East?
This is their history.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you, this is their track record. Their track record is to go and say that the land you're on is my land and you're off of it now.
And take it forcefully.
That's been their record, isn't it?
I guess so, wherever they go, because I don't even know.
Look at Abraham and Sarai, right? They went all the way through Egypt, ended up getting some cattle, some land, went all the way down past Ethiopia, past to Nigeria, all in the south. He had kids and or whatever the hell is going on up in there. And then Hagar.
I think we're talking about two different things then.
I'm talking about Abraham, and I'm talking about all the way to the beginning. Like they were going to lands and conquering those lands. And remember when Lot got snatched up?
I do.
And then he just smacked them fools up. See, and they took all that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. That's they think. God said this is our land. Move, bitch, get out the way. Like, what? You gonna fight with God? You see what I'm saying?
I do. I understand.
That's all I can say.
There's also there's the issue. You got
real shit.
The Jews who are starting all the shit are the Israelis. They wouldn't be the Jew that's descended of the time you're talking about. Those would be
there's 12 tribes.
Those would be the Palestinians that were already over there. Those are the descendants of the Jews. The people who live in Israel, none of them are real Jews.
There's 12 tribes that were scattered. So you got to remember, it could be a lot of different peoples.
Okay. Fucking Israel is made up of, they just pay anyone who says they're a Jew. It's Americans, fucking a bunch of Europeans.
Look, I'll tell you this.
White.
You gotta have the nose.
Don't tell me while I'm talking. No, I'm done. You're just fucking. It's just.
Go ahead.
Just take all the steam out of it. Fuck.
Uh-oh. You getting puttered out.
I ain't trying to be angry, but I get tired of having to fucking remember what I said and shit. And this is weird. It don't matter. I'm gonna tell you that. And as soon as I get y'all try to make a thought again, you're gonna feel like it's okay to say no. What's happened? Like my shit's irrelevant.
Actually, I was just going with you on that one and saying how they identify them. You got the nose and that curly hair. If you don't have the nose and the curly hair, you're not in. At least that's how I seen them describe each other. You know
We
what I
know
mean?
where they come from, though. We know because the way it was formed is a hodgepodge of people from other countries and nations, and the way it's put together now. Anyone here in America who says that you're a Jew, they will pay to bring you over there. They would kick a Palestinian out of their house and give it to you. This is what Israel mostly is. The Jews who'd been there for thousands of years would be the descendants of Sarah and them. Those are the Jews that the new Israeli people kicked out. Those would be the new ones. Jews would be called the Ashkenazi or the Zionist Jew, because they're not of the blood of the real Jew who they're kicking out of Palestine.
Well, the thing is, and this is something that's, I don't know if it's knowledge or not, but Sarah and Hagar both have the royal blood of Abraham in them. So they're both technically inheritors to the throne.
Okay.
According to the law.
All right.
And that's what the war is about. Iran is the representation of Hagar's son.
Iran is Hagar's son, and who's the other person? And
Sarah's
Israel
son.
is who?
Sarah's son.
Israel's another son.
Sarah's son, yeah. Remember?
I
From
don't
Abram
remember
to
that.
Abraham, from Sarai to Sarah. And then at 90, she had a baby. But, yeah. That was the son that God promised. And she gave the slave servant to have a baby on her behalf. And then, you know how females get. You know how females get.
I remember.
Yeah.
Is this fair? Is it fair now to say, certainly since Jesus came back, that can we say that aggression alone now is fucked up? There is no, it's okay to beat a motherfucker up because the Bible says I get to do it.
Well, that's what, the Israelites and the Hebrews been doing their whole life.
I meant me and
God
you.
said.
What your opinion? I get it. That's what I'm saying. Is it fair to even think that these things are outdated, not what's going on and shit? Because
So I got a question for you then. If this is the case, if God or this light being or whatever messenger from God came down, like literally through your ceiling type shit, you know what I'm saying? And it didn't break nothing, and it just was there, and it was just like, yo, Joe, cool, what's up, nigga? I'm from God, for real. And the only way you could understand I'm telling you the truth if I was talking to you like this, cause look, check this out. God is real. He loves you, and you are meant for something bigger type shit, right? Would you believe the type shit? Would you really have that experience, or would you be in denial? And he gave you some legit shit, and he told you to get a pen and paper and write this down, please, because it's the only time I could come to you.
I believe
You've
it.
been wanting to know, and now here it is for the first time, for the last time. Would you take the information?
Yes, but that does not be an answer to my question. But
Well, that's just the question I'm asking, because that's the situation they seem like they be in a lot.
That they have to follow the doctrine of angels.
They find some sort of message, and they find some sort of messenger, and there's a supernatural experience they can't ignore. And I believe that's the center of all of this. And I believe if you had
Well, who
it,
is
you would
they
write the
then?
shit down
You
too.
say they. Who is they?
Whoever's in the Bible.
What's they got to do with now?
I'm just saying that's the history. And now the same thing could be happening, but we just aren't privy to the individual person's knowledge.
So you think that some of the people behind the moves that are being made now are being spoken to by angels?
And or demons?
And or demons.
Yes. Personally.
Right.
Very possible. Very likely.
Do you think the demons would say that they're doing nothing wrong?
Angels of light, aren't they? Little bastards. Devil comes to you as an angel of light, isn't it?
I was saying the opposite. The demon is probably telling you that he's freeing you and liberating you. He'd have to tell you there is no good or bad. I don't think he's saying per se that he's coming in the name of good. He'd say there is no good and evil.
No. I believe they would tell you the word free. And the reason why I say that is because in another language,
you said
this
no,
is how I
but
found this
it's
out.
the same thing. You're about to say the same thing, but you said no. I just want you to know that your first word after I speak is always no. Then you talk. Go ahead. Well, you're gonna agree with me. You always do. Go ahead.
Well, because your claim is they're going to tell you it's not either.
My claim is
or it
that-
doesn't exist.
Yes, that they're gonna say there is no good and evil. There is freedom. There is no good and evil. You decide.
I would say something different when I say something different. I mean, and this is how I found out because I was looking at a box of my favorite cereal, Lucky Charms. For some reason, I couldn't find none in the store. Bastards. Anyways, so I was looking at a box of Lucky Charms, and it was in a different language, right? But English was right next to it, or it was on the back or whatever. So I looked, and it said, "Oh, free." What was it? Free something, or whatever. And I looked on the other side. No, it said glucose free. That's what it said. Glucose free. And I was just like, what the fuck? And I looked on the other side and it said sin glucose. S-I-N glucose. I flipped it back over. I said, what the fuck? I said, that just said free. And I was just like, I looked again. It said glucose free. You feel me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The fucking cereal said glucose free.
Meaning no glucose.
I flipped the other side and it said sin glucose.
I don't know what sin
S-I-N.
glucose is. I don't know what that is.
S-I-N. Sin. And
Well,
I flipped it over again.
Glucose is a sin. They didn't mean that. So I know
Listen,
you don't
then I
think that they
flipped
meant
it back
that.
over. No, then I flipped it back over because I saw that it said sin glucose. I said, no, that just said glucose free. So I flipped it over and it did say glucose free. And I was just like, wait a minute. So I flipped it back and it said sin glucose. And I said sin. So I took the glucose out and I flipped it over. I crossed the glucose out. I flipped it over and it said free is sin. Free is sin. Free is sin. The land of the free, the land of the sin. Damn. And it just dawned on me. That's how they would do it. They would tell you good is evil.
So they're telling you that freedom of choice is
No, free.
sin.
No, free is sin in another language, is what I'm telling you.
I
The
don't know
word
what free is
S-I-N.
if not freedom of choice. You said
No, free, the word free. The word free itself.
What does free
Free.
mean? Freedom to do
Whatever
what you
free
want.
means.
Yes, okay. Freedom means free to do what the fuck I want.
That doesn't mean that. Free
Well,
means
you tell
free.
me what it does. You just said it means whatever the fuck I want. What does free mean?
No, see, freedom to do whatever the fuck you want means freedom to do whatever the fuck you want. Now, free itself, the word free, what free is no restrictions, right?
You mean not? You mean doing what you want?
No, just no restrictions.
That's what no restrictions mean, right? I can do what I want.
No, I'm not telling you can do what you want. I'm just saying there's no restrictions is what free means.
No restrictions does not mean I can do what I want, because if I can't do what I want, that means I'm restricted. It seems like those are opposites.
Now, what you want might fall within the realms of restriction. So, see what I'm saying? That doesn't apply. Your wants might be within your freedoms, so that doesn't compute. No, free itself is what I'm talking about. Free itself is
You can't
no
just keep
restrictions.
using the same word.
When I say no restrictions, bondless, you can go in any direction at any moment.
But
with
when I
no,
say meaning,
with no
you can
resistance.
Meaning I can do whatever I want, which is what it sounds like you're saying. If I phrase it that way, you're gonna argue with me. But I swear it sounds like
because you're
saying
making it
no
you're making it
restrictions
subjective.
means that you can do what you want. There are no bounds. You can go where you want to go. It sounds like you're
the
saying
thing
the
is,
exact thing I'm saying.
you're making it subjective when you make it into a want, because free, describing free has nothing to do with wants. That's what I'm saying. Wants become restrictions because you're not going to do other things because you want to do this. That's a restriction itself. So it doesn't work with freedom. Wants are not freedoms. Wants are restrictions. Wants are sins and things. When I say things that hold you bound, when I say free, right? When I saw sin and free, when a sin is something that you're not supposed to do, right? It's a restriction. When they say thou shalt not steal, so don't steal, that is a restriction. To be free is to lift yourself from that restriction, right? Is to sin. It's what I'm getting at. See what I'm saying?
Not really. I kind of, was toning out. I don't know.
Okay,
I feel like
free, right? If they told you you can't steal, are you free?
You can't steal.
Yeah, are you free? Because you can't steal, are you free?
Well,
according to your logic, can't do what you want, right?
That might bring something else into it. That assumes that I want to do an evil thing. I don't know that doing evil is part of freedom.
And that's why I said when you say doing what you want, I don't think that has anything to do with freedom, because that makes it subjective. Because you might not want to steal. So are you free if you don't want to steal? No. But if you can't steal is the question. If stealing is against the rules.
Holy shit.
If stealing is against the rules, are you free?
Hold on, that was right outside my window.
Oh, something smacked your door?
You didn't hear all them fucking gunshots?
Oh shit, I thought that was you making chicken or something, man. The fuck?
I don't see nobody running. I don't hear nobody. Maybe somebody's just bucking off their pistol.
You sure somebody didn't drop something? That sounds like some pots and pans in the kitchen.
No, it's right outside my window. It's about 7 gunshots.
Damn. You counted?
Well, no, I didn't. You'll probably hear the police will come by in a minute. Somebody will call and report it. But usually, if it's always a lot of gunshots, but if it's drama behind it, you hear something. You hear a second gun shoot back that's a different caliber. You hear a car go, ooh, taking off. You hear motherfuckers, you hear noise. It's super silent. And it's so close, that tells me that my neighbor probably just stuck his gun out his window and shot in the air.
Or somebody just got hit and that was just it.
Right.
There wasn't no retaliation.
You were going with something about freedom.
Oh yeah. So like I said, if you are not allowed to steal, are you free?
I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah.
Okay, so you can be free within restriction, right?
Yes.
Okay then. So
So I can, okay, so here, maybe if I sharpen the question. Yeah, here come the police. I hear them now. So if I said,
I know.
okay, so
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you're saying. They're saying. I am saying that you're saying that. Are you saying that there is a sin or is not a sin with them?
I'm saying, if thou shalt not steal, if you steal,
No.
that's a
I'm
sin.
trying to get out of that. I don't want you to say the same thing. You're over. That's why I'm rephrasing it, because I want you to rephrase it.
Fine.
Well, I'm saying I don't even know who the they is anymore. The devil would say that there is no sin. Anything is permissible. And you're saying that what the devil is saying is what?
I'm saying, if the devil truly wanted you to be evil, he will make evil good and good evil. So you would get shamed and hated for doing the right thing.
Okay,
and you'll be
so
loved and admired for doing the bad thing.
that's my sister. She heard the shots. Hold on a second.
Because your statement was that he would tell you there is no good and evil.
Right.
And mine was he would tell you that good is evil.
Okay.
The society will reflect that doing the right thing is wrong.
So let me see. So evil, they tell us that killing, according to you, then I'll go into my belief. According to you, they're telling you that good things like, I don't know, you name whatever is good, looking after your neighbor and loving your stranger, the devil would tell you these are bad things. If that's the case,
you would get shamed for it, yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, I agree with you. That is certainly what's going on. And here come the police. Do not sound like they just hit the block. And
Stay your ass in the house.
Normally I'd be going out to film this shit, but
shit, that tonight is not tonight. It is a war. Curfew. Just pretend like there is one.
I do believe that true evil people would tell you, like, Trump.
They'll justify that shit.
No. Let me say what I'm saying. True evil motherfuckers, the Trumps and the Epsteins, and it sounds like it was in the front of the people house next door.
I don't know how evil
she
Trump
thought it
is.
Was sound next door too.
But the way they make Epstein sound, he sounds like a bad dude.
Yeah, people like that, real evil people, would tell you that there is no good or bad.
That's not true.
Down here on the earth, they believe in good or bad. The devil controls, well, maybe not in good and bad, but they believe in the devil. He controls worldly things, and God controls something else. But while you're down here in the world, you're a pussy if you don't go to the right God, which is Satan, and get what you want, do what you want.
They're trying to make sure everybody else is doing it so they don't feel guilty doing it. And most people will be like, oh, well, everybody else is doing it, so they'll jump off the bridge.
100%. So they got to tell you there is no sin. And
no, they got to tell you sinning is okay. They got to tell you it's a good thing. They got to tell you you're free.
Okay, I'll go, even further. You can say it's not that it isn't any sin. Sin is fine. I don't know. They still might say it's okay.
It's a good thing. Look at how Diddy got away with beating that girl up in the hallway.
You're probably right. They might tell you it's a good thing. It's a positive.
Yep, because whatever in the hell was going on. If she hit him first, right? And he was in a bathtub. I don't know. They came around the corner. You see what I'm saying? The plausible deniability. In that whole situation, aren't they married? What state was he in? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's all
zoned
kinds
out
of
a
shit
bit.
going on there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying any of that's okay. I'm just saying the way the world is, certain things at a certain level, you just get away with it. That's one of the perks of the devil.
So what do you think? Is it evil for these for us to be U.S. and Israel to be aggressing on these people the way we are? With so many countries now, you could pick a country.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. And
I
the
didn't
reason why I say
blow me.
the
No,
reason,
no,
look,
no, no,
I'm
no,
gonna tell
no,
you my
no,
opinion.
no, nigga. No, do me the courtesy of answering my question first, then say all of these beautiful, wonderful things that you'd like to say. Because we never even may get back to my question. I asked you this question 10 minutes ago, and you went off on, well, what I would say was, I'm just re-asking the question again. Do you think it's bad that what they're doing? Your opinion.
I don't know.
You don't have one?
I have an opinion, and I was gonna
I
tell
just
you, but
asked you
I
for
don't
it.
know. I just told you the answer. I don't know if it's good or
Well, I
bad.
didn't ask you if you were God and you knew for certain. I wasn't asking you that. I was asking your opinion. If you thought I was asking you whether I thought you knew for certain a thing like God, I will never be asking you if you can speak for God. I'm just asking for your opinion as a human who that's all you're capable of. Why you Mr. Love to dodge
That's
fucking
all I
questions
was
so
gonna
much.
do, and I wouldn't speak on anything I don't know. I wouldn't say anything I don't feel like might be for sure in my heart. That would be a lie. So, like I was gonna say
So you
before,
don't have an opinion,
I have an opinion,
but you
but
won't
I
give
can't.
it
I'm
because you
telling
don't
you,
give
you
your
asked me
opinion.
a question, and your question was, do I think it's good or bad? Us being over there and pushing up. And I
Yes.
told you, I don't know if it's good or bad.
I didn't ask you if
But
you know God. I didn't ask you if it was objectively true, God, which you seem to think I think you
okay, well,
are.
you're asking me to be subjective, then I have to give you my reasoning before you could even understand
Are you
my
sure?
answer.
Are you sure? You could give me your answer first. People do it all the time. I've
I
done it
just told
1,000
you.
times since we've been on this panel. You
You
could do it.
asked me the question. Is it good or
You
bad
could say,
us
yes,
being
I
over
think it's
there?
good because of this. Or you could say, no, I think it's bad because of this. Or you could say, I think it's neutral. You could answer my question first. You
I
could.
did. When I said I don't know, that is me saying that I think it's neutral, and I was gonna give you the information regarding that. I
Oh,
didn't
is
know
that the
neutral was an
answer?
answer
When
because I told you I don't know if it's good or bad, but I can tell you what I'm thinking, and then you can tell me what you think.
Well,
because the only thing I could say is I don't have enough information to say if it's good or bad. Because right now, them having nukes is a bad thing. Okay, but us going over there for oil only, if that's the main reason, that's not good. You know what I'm saying? So there's still not good things on both sides. But if you're asking me if it's good, blowing people
I
up,
wasn't
I don't
asking you to
think that's
play
ever
God.
good. Blowing people up, I don't think that's ever good. But is that it's not bad if it's for a legitimate reason, because people get blowed up.
Well, yes, I guess I'm asking you for your opinion, whether
So
it
I gotta give you my opinion because I can't tell you if it's good or bad, but I can tell you that
you're not
according
God. You
to
keep seeming to think I think you're God, and I'm asking you for your
look,
objective
I'm
opinion on
trying
what's
to give
good or
you.
bad. I am
That's
never
what
asking
I'm
you such a thing.
doing.
You seem to be accusing me. I can't tell you if it's good or bad. Like God, I'm not asking you that. I'm only asking your opinion. Then you say, I can only give my opinion. That's all I'm asking. For
All
the
right, well
18th
let me
time.
tell you.
Why do you
Damn.
keep telling me you can't tell me if it's objectively good or bad? I know you can't. You're not God. I'm only asking your opinion. 5 minutes from now, don't be like, I can't tell you if it's truly good or bad. I know you don't know. But here's
All
what
right, so
humans
you gonna
do.
let me talk?
Here's
Are
what
you gonna
people
let
do.
me talk?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you gonna let
not.
me
No,
say this
I'm,
shit?
no. When I'm done, you can talk. Here's what.
All right.
Here's.
Okay.
I'm gonna give
Fine.
you my
Fine.
shit. I'm gonna give you mine and what average motherfuckers do when they're not feeling all scary and shit.
I'm
They
not
say,
scary, bro.
I
Give
say,
your
I
example. Go
think it was
ahead.
yes. They say, hey Joe, what do you think about the
You didn't ask me
Lakers?
that.
Do you think the Lakers are a shitty team? And I say yes or no. Then I tell you why I say yeah. You know, them niggas blew the last 7, or I say no. You know, I think they're dominant in the field. When I ask you about this fucking war shit, the shit you're doing, well, I'm not the manager of the GM of the Lakers. Didn't ask you that. And, you know, sometimes, you know, people do shit for different reasons. Didn't ask you that.
All right. So first of all, I'm not your bitch. Let's get that out the way. Second of
You
all, you
just
asked me a
feeling
question.
shit.
Nah, you asked me a question. You gonna let me answer that motherfucker? Period.
I'm gonna
Just
do
like
what
I
the
let you
fuck I'm
answer
gonna
a
do,
question.
period.
All right then. So I'm gonna answer the fucking question how I answered it. Period. Right? So I could be on some Joe shit too. The fuck? I don't know who you thought you was, but you're not me.
This is all feelings and emotion. You could have been sincere. If you feel bad
I
because I
was
called
being
you out in a place
sincere.
that you didn't want to look at, tough titties, man.
No, that's not it. You're over here getting in your feelings because I
You
didn't tell you
dodging
yes or
questions.
no. I'm not
Yes.
dodging shit.
That's called a
Because
dodge.
the way, no, because you're loading up some motherfucking guns and shooting bullets
And
at
so
me, and
you're
I'm sitting here dodging them.
You're afraid that I'm loading up
What?
guns.
Why I'm supposed to sit here and let you shoot me? The
I'm not
fuck?
trying to shoot you. That's in your head, and that's what I'm
No,
trying to
you
tell
are
you.
shooting me, nigga. Cause
You
you
feel
loading
like
this
it,
shit.
don't it? It's just a
No,
question.
you're not
If I
sitting
asked you about
here.
the Lakers,
No,
you
you're not
wouldn't be
sitting
so
here
insecure, would you?
handing me the rifle and aiming it down the thing, saying, "All right, hit the
I'm
target."
asking you about the Lakers. No one's getting shot here.
You didn't ask me about no fucking Lakers. Shut that
Very
shit
good.
down.
So apparently it's okay to
No,
answer
not
about the
very good.
Lakers, but the
No,
war,
and I
it's
would have still
evil.
told
And
you.
I mean to ask you
I
about the
still would
war.
have fucking told you. And you asked me about the fucking war, and I fucking told you. You just mad because I didn't answer it the way you want me to. And I'm not your bitch, and I won't. I'm
You
gonna
didn't
answer the
ask. You only
shit.
feel like a bitch because you're doing bitch shit.
No, you over here getting mad for no reason. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna continue saying what I was gonna say, my opinion. If you ready,
Go ahead. I wouldn't have interrupted you to begin with.
like I said before your loaded ass question. Anyways,
Remember the question, right?
yeah. Do I think it's good or bad?
Yeah.
Now, I can't tell you if it's good or bad, but I can say that the reasons behind the action do not outweigh the consequences. The consequences are unforeseen completely. But
You
right
just
now,
dodged it. I'll let you
no,
dodge it,
no. But right now, it looks like an effort of complete and total domination and destruction. But
I think so. It's like if I ask the people
I don't think
with the ice
they
shit,
will be
do
able
you
to
think it's
do it
the,
as
let
well
me-
as they
I'm
think
sorry,
they
you
will.
go.
The reason why I don't think they'll be able to do it as well as they think they can is because they still don't know what the fuck is out there. It's just a bunch of fucking desert, and all they have is the intel they have. And that shit is twice the size of Texas. To survey and scout all of that land and really map it out, because like if we look at Google Maps, right, is it really that detailed in Iran?
Well,
Really?
that shit's 1,000 times more detailed than Google's Maps.
You see what I'm saying? So there's probably some shit that's not on G Maps that they need to map out. Who knows what kind of civilization is out there for real?
This is another siren. It better not be responding to them same gunshots that was fucking by now. The person, if someone was shot, they'd been bled out by now. Because I heard all the sirens, but nothing came up the block. And now I hear more sirens.
But yeah, I do believe that whether right or wrong, we're in the situation, but there's only one right way to see this through. You have to completely conquer these people, and if you don't, you're toast, bro. I promise you. I
Well, that
promise
interests
you.
me. And
I
we have to
promise you.
completely conquer them.
Completely.
I
conquer
don't
them.
know. I
When I
would've-
say that, think about how Rome did the Jews in the beginning. Like, when Jesus popped up, you got to think about how deep Rome was in that. Now we have to be like that.
I don't know if we could pull that off just because of
That
social
yeah. Now
media
you see
and
what I'm talking
people's
about.
hearts right now. And I would also say that all the wars that we've gotten into, we've never been able to pull that off where we crush them
But
completely.
if we pull
All
it
we
here,
do is make new people who hate us, Al Qaeda, Mujahideen, and I can't think of the other 87 terrorist groups. That's all we end up doing is creating groups like that. And we never make a country better. And they love America. That's never been a thing in the fucking past.
well,
And
let's ask why.
because we
Let's
can't
ask
crush
why.
them, apparently
That's
we can't
not it.
crush them totally.
We weren't trying to crush Iraq. We weren't, and then when we look at North Korea situation,
We done went
China
Iraq twice, by
China
the way.
dropped 2 million soldiers on us, and that's why it stalemated. And then I would say Vietnam was probably not meant to happen. I don't even know what the fuck is out there. Like, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. We haven't been
Yeah,
very
like-
successful at
No,
crushing
I'm
our
just saying,
enemy.
like, but you got to remember who was running it. It wasn't Trump. And when
Right.
those wars
Trump
were
is
going
gonna
on,
do something no other warrior
I think
or
we needed
leader
an
been able
excuse.
to do. Trump will do it.
I think we needed an excuse during a certain time, which is why those little wars, like, who gives a fuck about Vietnam, right? Like, who is Vietnam? What the fuck is that? What
We
is
don't
that
even know what
about?
the excuse is for this war yet. They just throw
No, we
spaghetti at the
know.
wall.
No, we know what the excuse is for this war.
Can you tell
It's
me
just-
without making it take 20 minutes?
I don't usually take that long.
What's the excuse for the war? Why are we there?
Like I said, the original purpose that they were trying to be there is religious. They just don't want to say that. Promise.
So okay, so we're there for religious purposes.
Yep. Because if we don't go to Iran and strike at the heart of Islam or Muslim or whatever it is, then the ones here in the States won't see that we ain't playing. Because we can't do it here right now. Because our laws are preventing us from slapping these fools around.
I'm saying, or I'm thinking that how do we get it across that we want to take them over for religious reasons? I mean, we're trying our best, but I don't know if we
Because
can
if
sell
we
the
get
world on that.
if we get the world leaders of Islam on Christian values, it opens the door for the rest of the world.
Can we
And
sell
it
the
opens
war
up.
that we want to kill all Muslims and turn them into Christianity? Would the rest of the world be okay if they knew our secret plans?
Most of the
No.
world is leaning towards Christianity anyway.
Most of the world would say, keep your hands off of them, or one day you'll be trying to control me.
Like I said, most of the world is already Christian anyway. And what I would say is all the countries that don't have the economical advantages that we have, they will love to have those. And that comes with a Christian title. It really does. And then there's a side where it'll be secularism. But if everybody's going to be of one world and one country, right? One nation, because they want to have one world order, they would have to have one religion. You wouldn't be able to have all these different religions
Would you
because
be
you have the
okay?
infighting.
Would you be okay with Christianity being that one world religion and we take
Oh,
it
yeah.
by force?
I mean, if it was Jesus and that's what it was, fine, whatever. But we wouldn't have to say goodbye force at that point.
Wait.
Because
I'm
Christianity
not sure
is
if it
the
was
way.
Jesus means. You mean if Jesus came down himself and did it?
No, I'm just saying, if the religion was Jesus, we wouldn't have to take it by
Christianity
force.
was
Yeah.
Christianity, and it is Christianity. Would you be okay with Christianity taking
As
over
long
the
as we're
world?
talking about the Christian that Jesus put, not the Roman
I'm talking
Catholic
about whatever the
style.
Christianity is here now. I don't know why you keep bringing Jesus into it. I thought Christians were fans of
Because-
Jesus. Christianity now, the U.S. take over and make everybody Christians. Are you okay with that? By sword, if we have to.
Sword wouldn't be necessary.
Dodge more. Hey, I got an old pair of dancing shoes. You might want to get those because the ones you're using now got to be wearing out by now.
Wow.
All that dancing around the question. You might be setting me up. I got to be very careful in my answers.
No, it is what it is.
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight with his dancing and my fighting. And
That's how you feeling, Joe?
I didn't even hear it. I'm on an iPhone. You got to hit a button to hear it. I didn't even hit the button.
Damn.
You
want to play it again? I got my hand over the button. I can hear it.
All right. My bad.
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight with his dancing and my fighting. And
feeling, Joe?
Yeah, that was funny. I'm glad you had.
That's how you feeling, Joe. You see his face? What the fuck? That's how you feeling, Joe. I'm dancing today. I thought you might like that one.
I know it was good. It was great. Perfect timing. I don't mind saying, man, that I think that Jesus in particular, since we're talking about Christianity, would be against, you know what? I want you to make everybody Christians, even if you got to kill a bunch of people to do it. I think there's no fucking way he okays that, man. Unless these people are actively killing other people, then
and they're heathen
may be a
and
carve
shit.
out. Not just because they're heathen or, maybe the old Lord.
What if they're Canaanites? Good old Canaanites.
No, Jesus would say,
Good
you
old
don't get to decide. I
Palestinians.
will decide. Jesus would say that, right? He wouldn't say you get to decide. He'd be upset.
Those Philistines. Remember them?
I remember the Philistines, the Steins.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't think God would be like, get them, boys? Nah, you don't.
Back in the day, man, that was a thing.
I don't know, man.
I
God's
think it's
a
quite
G,
obvious.
bro. That's top G right there. What you mean?
Yeah.
You don't think God would take somebody's head?
I think the God of gold was, but I'm a fan of Jesus, man. I don't think, in fact,
you don't think Jesus coming with a sword? You don't think he cutting?
I think that he would tell us, that we're unqualified because you are so mean and cruel of heart. You're unqualified to make the decisions over nations and who to take over. You suck at it. I think he'd say that. And
I don't know.
He would make that decision.
I'm actually not as mean as I sound sometimes. Like, see, I don't like being disrespected, and I know that I have to meet strength with strength a lot. It's just a rule of man. I won't back down because I can't. And then a lot of men
don't know what
they
strength
understand.
is.
Look,
I
here's the thing.
understand strength.
A lot of
When you
men
show
understand
weakness,
that.
I jump on you. Dodging the question is
No,
weakness. That's when men jump on you.
No. You can think something is weakness, but I am strategic. I don't have to do what you want me to do. I get to do what I want to do. And once you realize I'm one of the ones that knows that, you'll understand that dealing with me is like dealing with you.
That's no different from everybody. They get to do what they want to do. If I ask you
Not
again
everybody.
about the Lakers or the Bears,
They
can
don't get to
decide-
do what they wanna
you could
do.
Still, excuse me, if I ask you about the Lakers or the Bears, you could decide whether you're going to answer that question or not. So the way men judge motherfuckers is you ask them a question about the Lakers, they give a quick
way
answer,
some
and then
men-
you ask them a more complicated question and they hesitate. It tells you about them.
The way
Like
some
they're
men
weak over there.
judge, and that's okay. But because you answer something too fast and too strong, I could tell you lying too.
Sure. First of all, it's incorrect. You
Okay,
could
sure.
say you could say it might point toward me being wrong, but me lying, that would be a weakness. I'm a man. If I
If
have to lie
somebody's
to
wrong,
you,
that would be a
means
lie, right?
No.
Even if they didn't know they were lying.
No, it's not a lie if you don't know. Lie means intent. And the only reason I would lie is because the motherfucker had some type of power, like the cop, like, is that your weed? I'm gonna take you to jail. Man, I ain't ever seen that shit because he has power and authority, but no, there's no reason that I would be lying to you. You have no authority over me. You're not gonna put me in jail and no shit.
Shit, I'd be like, damn, can I at least get one last puff real quick? I'm gonna be in there for a minute, bro. Like, come on, bro.
That's not
I don't
mine,
want to lie to
officer.
you. At least I'm being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least if you really gonna take me, or you can take the weed and let me go, or can I get one more hit? Because if I'm going in, come on, man. Come on, man.
If you're gonna let me go, officer, I swear I know nothing about that weed, but you should leave it right there on the ground where you find it when you drive off.
But no, I'm gonna try to be cool. Like, if I make him laugh, maybe he'll just be like, you know what? Hurry up and get the fuck out of here. Like,
I'm not even sure I could do that, man.
I can just keep my weed and I can go. Oh, I love you, sir. Let me get out of here.
I feel too Uncle Tommy doing that shit.
Hell no, I'll take it on your word.
Wait, what you think about this?
I mean, think about
I hope
day.
you was there. I don't know where I was. I hope you was in the room, but a black guy. I wish I could remember what he was talking about. I called that nigga Uncle Tom, and he lost his mind because there were white people in the room. Oh, like I can't call you Uncle Tom about white people.
Was it Dave? Dave was there?
I don't really remember the guy. It was the first time I had met this guy. He was a fan of that guy Antoine. He was one of his fans.
Oh damn!
So I was like, well, can I assume you share some of the same beliefs that all of them damn immigrants should go and all of that shit? Oh, Antoine Daniels.
But I would say that I believe that anybody that's breaking our law should be held accountable, just like I was. I had to do my time, so they should have to do theirs. I don't have any sympathy for lawbreakers.
I think
now,
that's
if you're here legally.
Wait, stay there.
Fair.
Stay there.
Go ahead.
As that part, I don't have any sympathy for lawbreakers. I think that's an immature way of thinking. I think a real man thinks for himself, whether his laws are in line with his Lord or something. You don't let some other man decide whether what's moral or not. So for you to say, if you follow laws, you should be hurt. Well, those laws better be written from God if you want my co-signing. Because if the law is, hey, listen, they beat me and whipped me because I was speeding, I want them to do it to you too. That's illogical.
No. Now, this is where I differ. What I will say is that there's a law for a reason, all right? And if I can't go to another country illegally without my passport, if I would get arrested, if it's against their law and I'm held accountable, I want our country to do the same thing. Why? Because that's international courtesy at this point.
There's nothing courteous about that.
Nah, it's courtesy. Because if I can't just go where I want, they can't just come where they want. The fuck?
Okay, I wouldn't call it courtesy though, because if you get caught with a bag of weed over in some of these countries, you get the death
No, we're not
penalty.
talking about weed.
Excuse me,
I
I'm
don't care
talking
about
it
weed
right now.
We're talking about
weed right
crossing
now.
the border illegally.
I'm talking about something. You're not even talking right now.
Your
You
ass
telling
will
me
get
what
deported,
I'm talking about,
Joe, and you know it.
You don't even know what I'm fixing to say yet. That's anxiety.
No, you're trying to change the subject because of your anxiety.
Logic. I am chasing your logic.
No, my
you're
logic
saying
stays
because
in
they
that
do it
same
over
premise.
there, we should do it over here. Bullshit. I'm chasing that logic. If they do it over there, I want it to happen to them. If someone get caught with a bag of weed in some other country, they get killed. Doesn't mean if a guy get caught with a bag of weed over here, I want them killed. Your logic doesn't hold.
No, because that's not the situation. I'm applying it. Because there's different logic. No, there's different logic for different situations. You're not gonna try to pull that shit with me, Joe. I'm deeper than these other motherfuckers you used to.
Not pulling shit. Stop being weird.
Because you're being weird
Stay
by
with the
trying to
logic
change the
and stop
subject.
making
If it's
accusations
illegal
of
for
me.
me to go to Canada without a fucking passport, without going through their customs, and they will deport my fucking ass, then if Canada's come over here without their shit, they should get their asses deported. That is the fucking law. Why? Period. That does not apply to weed. Because if you go to Canada, they say you can smoke. If you come here, we say you can smoke. Okay, it's different. All right. Now it's not about where you from. It's about where you at. Period.
Well,
and
your
they here,
argument-
and it's against the fucking law, just like everywhere the fuck else. But you can have your weed. Now stop.
You yelling don't make you right.
I am right.
I'm just waiting for you to
Stop with your bullshit.
Your logic is
No,
that
my logic is different because weed
say
is legal
no.
over here. So yeah, my logic says you can smoke weed over here. Now, if it's illegal in that country, when in Rome, do what the Romans do. Guess what? You're not in America no more. It's not where you from. It's about where the fuck you at. You ain't in Amsterdam, nigga. The fuck? Stop being illogical, Joe.
you did say you want if motherfucker
I said if you illegal, you breaking the law. Illegal is breaking the law. If you're not illegal, you're not breaking the law. So if
Yes.
it's legal to smoke, then it's legal. If it's illegal, then it's illegal. Period. That's
So
the
you got-
logic.
so
That's
you're-
the logic. Legal is legal, illegal is illegal. That's the logic. Wherever
gonna-
you are, not where you from, where you at. Just because you can smoke here in AZ, don't mean you can smoke over there in fucking Georgia.
is going to
Two different places.
repeating yourself apparently.
Go ahead.
You're forgetting the part where you brought about if they're doing it over there. You apparently you don't want to address any of the shit that you said about
Because we
if
have
they're
the
doing it
same
in another
international
country.
law when it comes to immigration is what I'm talking about specifically.
Are you
If you try to
sure?
do other things like smoking weed,
There's an
it's
international
different.
immigration law.
Yes, where there are some countries that will let you come over there without a passport, and a lot of countries that are first world will not.
Then there are different laws. I thought you were saying that we have an immigration law across the world that's similar, that's the same. That is not the case. That's not what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying it's illegal here, just like it's illegal there in a lot of places. And if they'll arrest you there in a lot of places, they don't just let you get away with it. You
You're
can't
quite
just be
right.
illegal.
Right.
And all I'm saying is if they're being that strict about their illegal immigration shit, why aren't we? And I'm enforcing, like, you know what? So if they want to be more strong on that, I support that because other countries are strong on it and they have less issues.
I think you're going down my line of logic again. If that logic holds, and if they have laws over there that more stringent, you're saying, why shouldn't we have them over here? You just said that out of your
No,
mouth.
I'm not saying that.
Because
That's
they
not what I
have
just said
good
out of my mouth.
results. You just said
Is that what you're understanding? Because if
You
you're
can-
taking understanding, that's different. But
You-
I didn't say those words.
Oh, I'm not trying to repeat your shit verbatim. That's the
Okay,
the
well
message
then
that
I'm
you
just
were trying
making
to
sure
convey,
for
correct?
the people out there, they understand that I worded my things purposely because that's what I meant purposely. I didn't mean anything else. But if you want to ask me further questions, I'll answer them.
No, you won't. You did not mean that if the laws are more stringent over there and they have positive results, perhaps we should use them over here.
I never even mentioned none of this. Is that something you want to talk about?
No, that's what you said.
No, I never said that.
Okay,
Those words
hold on.
never
Let's
came out of
see.
my mouth.
Let's see. That's the other coward thing a motherfucker do.
No,
is that
they try
say,
to.
I
You
didn't
said
say
this.
that
That's what coward
verbatim.
motherfuckers do. You said this. So you're saying blah blah
That's
blah.
another
No,
thing coward
because if
motherfuckers
you're
do,
not
too.
gonna
They
say what I'm
interrupt you when you
saying,
say shit
nah,
they don't like.
nah,
When
nah.
you think they're gonna hear
Go
something
ahead,
that
bro.
you don't like, they fucking
Go
interrupt
ahead.
all the time. You're doing
Go
that too.
ahead.
No, I'm
Nah.
finna rewind the tape and see if you
Go
said
ahead.
what I said you said.
Rewind, because I didn't. Because I don't be saying what you think I'm saying.
What the fuck? How far back am I?
It's 5 hours.
Ah! Here we go.
No, I'm just saying it's illegal here, just like it's illegal there in a lot of places. And if they'll arrest you there in a lot of places, they don't just let you get away with it. You can't be illegal.
Right.
Now all I'm saying is if they're being that strict about their illegal immigration shit, why aren't we? And I'm enforcing, like, you know what? So if they want to be more strong on that, I support that because other countries are strong on it and they have less issues.
All right.
Never said what you think I'm saying.
I think I'm gonna try and rephrase you again. I
Don't
think you're
rephrase
saying,
it.
no, I'm gonna do it anyway. Remember, people get to do
All
what they
right,
want.
whatever. All right, fine. Do what you want, but if I don't agree, don't be upset. Go ahead.
I won't get upset because you disagree. I will get upset if you interrupt me all the time to throw me off because you're afraid of what I'm saying.
All right, get mad.
I think you were saying that they have stricter immigration laws and it yields results. We should try that over here. Am I correct?
No.
Hmm.
I'll say it again. They want to be more, they're being that strict about their illegal immigration shit. Why aren't we? And I'm enforcing, like, you know what? So if they want to be more strong on that, I support that because other countries are strong on it and they have less issues.
Other countries are strong on immigrations and they have less issues. I support that.
Now, if you
You're
go
not
back
saying
further,
you'd say we should do it over here.
if you go back a little bit further, which is where I started my statement, which is where I'm saying that I think the immigration, the illegal, illegal
I know it's
immigration.
about illegal immigration. I know.
Now, I'm saying that if ICE wants to do their thing, that's okay. Because they're breaking the law. Now, people that are not breaking the law, leave them alone, that's fine. But just know that they're looking for people that are not from here. So give them their honor if you're not from here. Let them know that, hey, I'm supposed to be here, I'm allowed to be here, so you can go on with your day. If we were being more peaceful and orderly over here in America about it, it wouldn't look so bad.
I don't
It
know what
wouldn't
that
feel
means.
so bad.
Peaceful, orderly about what? I'm not sure what
About
that means.
people breaking the law. It's like they glorify criminals here in America. And I don't like that.
You don't like that. You prefer a guy who obeys the law.
I prefer somebody that's not going to break it, like Jeffrey Epstein and the rest of these degenerate motherfuckers.
I
including the
understand.
Somalians and all the illegals. They're all in the same boat. Because if you broke one part of the law, you broke all of it. You're still breaking the law.
So
period.
So if someone breaks the law, period, you support them during the time or being punished, and they should be punished for it.
Community service, probation, whatever it is. Sure.
Right.
You did it. You knew better.
You would agree that the punishment must fit the crime.
Yeah,
if it's a
sure.
small law, you don't get to actually, give a motherfucker 20 years for, I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous, bro. That'd be fucking ignorant.
In fact, the law has certain rules when these laws are broken. Certain things are in play already. What if the law says that an illegal immigrant, someone who came over here, must be taken in front of a court and given a chance to prove whether they were illegal or not? What if ICE said, fuck that, we'll decide who's illegal or not, and we'll deport them? Would you support that? Because that's not lawful.
Well, ICE can't really deport anybody. They actually can only look, search, apprehend those people, bring them in, let them be processed, and then it's out of their hands at that point.
They give it to whoever have to deport them.
Yeah,
Would you,
so
all of that
whoever-
shit's illegal. Would you support that?
What are you talking about? Come on.
I'm
That
saying they're
doesn't even-
skipping the going to court part.
They can't. It's not allowed. ICE is only officers and shit. It's not.
And not just ICE,
the other
whoever
part.
agencies. I'm saying the law.
So if
says
you're
they
saying
gotta
the
go to
whole
court.
entire government, if the whole entire government threw the Constitution out the window and they were just going rogue and doing whatever they want, nobody's gonna be okay with that.
I was saying that niggas need to stay in court, is what I'm saying.
I'm just
I'm not
saying
sure
that,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
there's a whole process. They get arrested through ICE, then they go to the holding cell, and then they see the judge through the whatever that immigration thing is. They pull up their file after their prints. If they don't have prints, they print them. They try to do the research behind the country they came from. They try to cross-reference, because if they don't have your information, you go to the back of the line. That's why they sit there for so long, because if they don't, because a lot of people come over here under the radar. You know what I'm saying? So they got to figure out where the fuck they from. They got to cross-reference with different agencies across the world and countries to see if they even have this person in their database. And then if they don't, they have to figure out who this person knows. They start calling next of kin, things like that, to try to figure out what their name is and get a record on them. They have to build a profile for the for whoever that is. Takes a while.
Yeah, I would agree, but it's been my understanding that they are not only locking these motherfuckers, detaining them, and deporting them without giving them a chance to prove whether they were here legally or not. Because you can't deport a motherfucker if the only crime they have is they came over here legally. But that's what they're doing.
You can.
That's what they're doing, though.
But you very well can deport them if they came here illegally. But where are you going to send them if you don't know who they are, where they're from? So they have to have some sort of documentation. No, they can't, because you're not supposed to be here. You don't even know English. Get out. The fuck? Like, yes, they can. I'm sorry. That's the truth. It's perfectly fine.
I don't think that you could deport a motherfucker who came over here illegally.
Hold on, wait a second. All right, I'm about to ask AI now, because I don't believe you.
Well, sometimes of course you can.
I'm pretty sure somebody came over here illegally. We get their ass about.
Without due process was the last sentence.
Well, we're not saying without due process. I'm telling you, during that process, I already explained the process and everything. It's a lot. And that's why people sit in there for so long. If you can't be proven and we can't find out where you're from, now we have to figure out your next of kin, so we can either, or they'll have to give you a name and give you fingerprints and give you a social security number. And now you're going to be an American citizen, and now you have to be held in court and all this other shit. And then, yeah, it's a whole different story because you're not documented. See what I'm saying? It's very difficult. I'm telling you, there's a lot of logistics and litigation that has to go into it. It's a lot.
Well,
and then you got hundreds of thousands and millions of these people. It's fucking, yeah, they're going to sit there for a fucking while. How many judges do we have?
That's not what they're doing. They're deporting them, though. They're not.
Well, yeah, they have to send them somewhere, and they're sitting there in a more comfortable situation in a language they can understand with a little bit of money, trying to figure it out for now while they're still waiting for their hearing. But they can't be here. See what I'm saying?
Well, they must be.
That's the only other option.
They must be here. They got to get a day in court before you can kick them out.
That's why they sit in their cells.
I'm not sure that's what they're doing, though. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, sure, maybe they're doing the FEMA camps now, right? Maybe.
Well, I don't know. Listen, here. This is what I do know. Out of the 5,000, I want to say 5,046, something, 5,460 or something arrests that they made here in Chicago, Operation Midway Blitz, a dozen were deemed credible. The rest had to be released. They had similar numbers now that the Minnesota is over and they've done the numbers. It's a similar thing. Out of the thousands that they arrested, very few were justified. So ICE is not following the law by any judge's standard. They are breaking the law. There's no reason that we should idly stand by and let them break the law if you're so serious about lawbreakers.
So how many were not?
We don't know. The judge told them they got to get their day in court, and they ordered them to release a couple hundred the first day. What?
I was asking, how many of them you said were wrongfully or illegally arrested? You said how many?
They didn't
Out
fit
of
the bill of they were supposed to arrest dangerous criminals. And they were telling them that the only people they were arresting was dangerous criminals. But it turns out that only 12 of them were dangerous criminals. And the judge told them they had to release the other ones, some of them outright, the first couple 250 outright. And the other ones you have to release and give them a court date and figure that out. But none of them had evidence that none of them were dangerous criminals. And they did the same
Okay,
thing.
I have a question.
In
Were
Minnesota.
they here illegally?
We don't even know yet. They didn't even know yet, right? They just arrested motherfuckers and because they're brown or they just go by and many
All
of
right, that
these
sounds
people.
like propaganda.
No, I was about to say maybe you don't know this, but many of these people even have their license on them, telling them they're Americans, and they still lock them up. They may get out quicker. It may be only 3 days or so, and a lot of them can't get their papers, and they're there longer. But they just locking any motherfucker up. Well, I shouldn't say anybody, but many people. Well, you see the numbers: 12 out of thousands. It gives you
Y'all
how
heard it
bad
from Joe
they are.
Cool. Stay the fuck out the streets. The block is hot. You heard it here first. If you get caught out there in them streets and it gets cold outside and the road gets a little icy.
How many lawsuits does ICE have? As of this year, the courts have already ruled over 4,400 times that they've chained them illegally. That's crazy. That points to what I'm telling you, that they're just snatching things up.
Well, think about it this way. They had how many hundreds of thousands of people they snatched up already? To only get 4,000 or 5,000 wrong? It's not too bad.
No. I don't know if you know about this part. All of those other thousands, no one had a problem with. Obama, because they fit the bill, dangerous criminal. Obama arrested and deported more than anybody. And when Trump came into office, he promised he'd do the same. And he did. He arrested all them criminals and bad guys, and no one had a problem. Then he ran out, and he still kept ramping it up. And now he's outside of Home Depot, just closing it off, saying, everybody who come out, show me your papers and your driver's license and weird shit. Well, he did when he was deporting the criminals and shit. They wouldn't get lawsuits. It's only when they start netting people, which is unconstitutional, which means it's against the law and they should go to jail. I guarantee you that the way you feel about, man, if them immigrants broke a law, they need to go home. You don't feel that way when your buddy breaks a law and smoked that weed in a state where it was illegal. You don't think he should go to jail. You're not turning in your friends who did illegal shit every time they speed or something. You're not turning them in. You don't give a fuck about the law when it comes to people you care about. Or am I wrong? Or are you calling the police on your mom every time she speeds?
Honestly, that's why I stopped being around people. Because I realize they do more things than I do. And I mean, there's a certain amount of like, okay, fine, you can break some of these rules and break some of those rules, like smoking cigarettes at 17.
Should those kids go to jail? It's the law. They should go to jail.
They get in trouble if they get caught. Yeah, they get in trouble. I've seen them.
No, I wasn't saying that.
I'm just saying because I've had friends. They had packed
Wait.
when the cops came
You were
through.
saying that you thought that people should go to jail. You didn't have a
No,
problem.
I'm just saying they do.
No. Right now you're saying they do. Earlier you were saying that if those people break the law, they should go to jail. Not they do go to jail. I believe they should go to jail. Now I'm asking you should questions. I got a feeling you're about to start dodging and saying, I can't give an opinion. I can only tell you what really happens. Let's stay with what they should. Should those kids go to jail who smoke those cigarettes?
If they get caught up, yeah, sure. We all get in trouble. We all get in trouble for little ass shit when we're young.
Wait. You
And
hear
we
that tap?
all go to jail.
You hear that tap shoes in the background?
I just told you, yeah. I just told you,
dancing
yeah.
again.
They're what I dance about. I just told you, yeah. He should take his little ass to jail, bitch
Oh,
ass
you say
motherfucker.
it should go to jail. Okay.
Watch your dumb ass shit got caught.
All right.
Exactly.
Okay.
I been
All
said so. Oh, ain't tap dancing nothing. You just so used to dealing with other motherfuckers.
No. You tap dance. You didn't say that upright. You
No, I
said
didn't.
some
I did say it
bullshit first,
upright.
and
You
then
just
you
wasn't
said an
listening.
end while
No, I
was
said yeah.
telling you
If
talking
his
about
ass
tap
got
dancing.
caught, I said yeah. That's the first thing I said. Yeah. If his ass got caught, yeah. If his ass got caught, did you hear it that time?
No,
Because I said it the same
rewind it?
time. I said it the same way. Yeah. If his dumb ass got caught, that's how I said it.
Yeah, let's see. I don't mind rewinding tape. You know I don't. Since you want to be
The fuck?
what the fuck is this?
I've seen him. Like smoking cigarettes at 17.
Those kids go to jail. It's the law. They should go to jail.
They get in trouble if they get caught, yeah. They get in trouble. Yeah. Right there. Yeah.
Ah, you bogus. Okay.
No,
All
I
right.
said right there, yeah.
I heard you. I just heard it. I say
You mad because I did?
No.
You just see, look.
No. Do
go
the
ahead.
overtalk thing where you're afraid that you to hear.
No,
Do
I
that
ain't
again.
afraid.
Because it works for you so great. You're gonna be raging and calling me names in 5 minutes and
I
blaming
don't
me.
have no names to call you, Joe. You're too
think
cool
you-
for that.
Hey man, I appreciate that. I do think you called me a bitch earlier once or twice.
No, I don't think I called you a bitch. Not you. But I might have said something we was watching with some bitch shit.
I think that I don't like that. I think that's like pocket watching. If I don't have $200, he shouldn't have $200. I want the best for that guy. If he didn't harm anyone, I don't want him to go to jail.
Exactly.
You know, for crimes across the board. I'm not afraid to say that outright. I'm not gonna say, well, the law is, and the way it's written right now, I'll say it with my chest. If he's hurt no one, he shouldn't be going to jail. That's the first where we start off.
Hey,
at.
most of the police officers would feel the same way. Most of them would be like, look, dude, give me the cigarettes and get the fuck out of here. Most of them would be like that.
Because I talked to a lot of them, and most of them tell me that talk to our bosses, Joe. You know, because they the ones got us out here doing a bunch of shit we don't want to do. When I'm off camera, a lot of them repeat that message.
And then a lot of them got them damn cameras, and once you fucking get caught, dude, fuck.
Bro,
they can't
yeah.
cover that shit up. That'd be so sketch.
You'd be shocked at how much they cover it up.
They probably do.
We
but-
got here. We were number one in hiding.
I'm just trying to remind you, Joe. I'm a real person. I'm not one of those fake ones.
I've judged you,
Just-
so which is why I spend the time with you. But you should also know that I'm harsh on those who I think can take it and are worthy of it type of shit. You know, I wouldn't be this critical of you if I judged you a bum. I don't spend my time correcting fools. But what was I? Fuck, what was I finna say? I don't never remember now. Before I started coughing, I was gonna say something.
Well, the correction I need, trust me, I'll ask you questions. If you just allow me to. Are you an open book?
Well, as much as you get, you know, your business with my family and shit probably ain't your business, but you know, my
Because I'm pretty much
opinions-
the same way, so I feel that.
Yeah.
Leave the fams out of it and shit.
Yeah, but my opinions, you know, I'm willing to go out on a limb with them. Fuck yeah, and I'm willing to go out on a limb and hurt myself if I think I'm helping another motherfucker. because if it's somebody I care about, and I got a lot of motherfuckers, I'll say, who do you know? Like Dennison, an Orthodox guy. Who do you think who you know that I know? Dennison is over here. Yeah, I don't know. Brick, Brick for sure.
Yeah.
If Brick is saying something like the other day, like yesterday, when I thought that Brick was just being egotistical rather than contributing to the conversation, just trying to make, and for you, he don't talk to me like that. It was trying to make himself smarter, just to impress you or something. And if I think that's a misstep, I will say such a thing, and that always comes with a risk. That comes with a risk of motherfucker telling you off, mind your own business and shit like that. But you go out on that limb because you don't want that guy looking bad tomorrow. It's like the friend is the one who tells you got some shit on your face, and the 12 people who are out there letting you talk with the shit on your face are not your friends. But the one who tells you, hey man, you got some shit on your face, you're gonna be mad at them for pointing it out.
Yeah. No, not mad, but I understand what you're saying.
Not you per se. Yeah, not you per se.
But I would say, when it comes to what we were talking about,
we covered so many fucking topics. I don't even know which one you're talking about right now, right?
But when we were talking about just a few moments ago, like really getting to know who you're dealing with is what I wanted to point out, because a lot of people don't know me. I'm new, right? You know what I'm saying? Who is this guy? Like the emperor, like you know what I'm saying? The fuck, right? So you gotta I'm looking at it from the outside perspective. I be looking at me. I be looking at the camera like, oh, so that's what I look like. I fix my hair real quick.
I get where you're going with it. Yeah. Most of the time I'm talking to you, I'm not even looking at the phone, but
and then,
I get where you're going.
I be looking at myself, and then after I'm off of a panel, I go back to where I came in, because I always pause where where they got the StreamYard. I'll be watching the video. I'll leave it there on pause, and I'll come back and I'll watch me, and I'll refine my craft.
Really? I've never watched myself.
You never, bro? You're wild, my nigga. You need to watch the fuck out of you. You'll change it a lot. You'll be like, wait, I really said that? Hell no. You'll be realizing how some people be looking like straight fools, straight bozos.
I remember this girl had me watch something, and I was on the panel. She wanted me to show me something, and I was going in on somebody, and when she paused, I was like, is that how I be looking? I was looking furious.
Right?
Like, is that how I be looking?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. You gotta check you out. Gee. You gotta check you out. You will be your biggest critic.
I am my biggest critic, which is why I don't watch my own shit.
Yeah, that's why you gotta watch it. You can't be scared. You scared. That's the mirror.
Yes, in that sense, yes, it's just cringy. Like my videos, some of them I ain't seen since I dropped them. Right?
I love watching me. I'm the homie. I'm the homie. I love watching me. It's like, dang, y'all got him on here? Hell yeah. They be hating on me, bro. I don't know why. I just be chilling.
Wait, I want to know why, because there are a lot of reasons, and I wonder if it's something as simple as the reasons I jump on you for dodging questions.
I don't dodge. I answer it. Y'all just don't like how I answer it, because I'll be like, yeah, or I'll be like, nah.
Do they accuse you of that as well? Is that something they accuse you of? Why don't you?
You guys are used to answering questions a certain way. I noticed this on panels. It's a smartsy artsy kind of thing. You guys crush each other, step on each other's necks and shit. You guys are vicious.
We guys cover a lot of territory. I have a lot of rooms where I sit and we have intellectual conversations where there is no name calling would even come up. You just know by the people that you're in. And, there's all sorts of rooms and ways that people communicate. And personally, the people who I choose to communicate mostly they would jump you too if if they ask you a question and you don't answer the question and or do the flowery shit that you do, it will be seen as disrespect in most circles. And I'm wondering if that's not why they jump on you over and you consider it being jumped on.
Well, the thing is, I don't care. They can ask me my opinion and let me answer. But you can't be mad how I answer it. Because at the same time, if I say too much, it might trigger somebody. I know people. I can see what the room is. I can see how you ask the question. I can see where you want it to go. It's already preempted.
That's the shit. Damn, I only got 2 cigars left. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out.
And it's like, I've been down that road. I've been around women my whole life. I know how they talk. And when a man's talking to me, it's just like he'll ask me an open-ended question and he'll let me fucking be myself. And then he'll see that, okay, this guy's pretty smart. And then we could vibe.
Iron sharpens iron.
Well, I know, but we got to remember, we're used to dealing with women and children. Most men are. Because men, for some reason, we don't congregate in large groups just doing man stuff anymore like we used to back in the day.
I'm telling you, I got them spaces. Even Guru, new Guru. Matter of fact, let me send him your link.
But like, when you're dealing with a lot of men dealing with women and children all the time, they will get into this thing where they have to ask questions to make sure they understand them. But when you're talking to a man, there is a certain thing where it's just like you say what you know about a thing, and then if he knows about it too, it'll be like the bro moment. Whoa, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, blah, blah. Yeah. You gotta let it happen naturally. But it's not a thing where you're trying to, oh, do you know what is? That's not how you fucking make a homie. The fuck? Who do you think you talking to? No, like you gotta think about that for a second, because when, like, if you were talking to a king like that, or if you were talking to Donald Trump or a president or somebody like that, they'd be looking at the fuck.
Only those who are lacking even believe such a thing, that someone is owed such reverence and all of that stuff. You should talk to Trump differently than you should talk to so and so. That guy's lacking already. Every man deserves the same amount of respect, and so in a conversation there are certain rules. Every man, you don't give some guy is not more special and all of that shit.
I was just making example,s because a lot of people, a lot of people would treat them differently.
I didn't finish
Go ahead.
where I was going. Yeah, and I was patient. But
don't treat them differently. Every man deserves respect.
Yes, every man. I don't know. Go ahead. It'll come to me. Please try and let me get the thought out. You see, I have problems.
I got you. My bad.
Yeah. It'll come to me as soon as you start talking.
But
I'm sure.
all I was saying was, I was just bringing up those people because a lot of people reverence them. You know,
I understand.
They have more respect, a higher, like, more consideration of how they will speak. And all I'm saying is that's the way I treat everybody, that they have more respect than they deserve. And that's the projection I have. And that's what I ask for, and kind respect. That's all. That's why I was going. My own channel.
I was trying to say that there are rooms where you can go in and those rules are unset. And Guru, that's why I stopped to text him. He's one of those places where we'll go backstage and it's understood that you will be direct, and people are not allowed to take offense, and no one takes offense because it's for the sake of the quest of truth. If you have a reasoning behind it, explain it as best you can. Maybe I'll understand it and make some adjustments. Maybe and you can be direct as fuck. I got some buddies in Florida, Big Nick and his buddies. Them motherfuckers, man, you can be direct as possible. You're not gonna hurt someone's feelings. Those are the things that I say, are manly shit. No one takes offense when it's not intended. When you bring into a place like that, an arena like that, certain rules where where you gotta coddle motherfuckers. That's a waste of time. Right. Well, he's sensitive or she's sensitive. I was trying to facilitate the conversation. That's why I came in this room, because I didn't have to worry about stepping on eggshells when I said, and God, most people believe in God. I know that you're not going to be one of those people that take that word God and be like, fuck God, and just disrupt the whole fucking conversation. Just hear the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. And that's why I would definitely say I opened up this space so we could talk and be heard and say things the way we want to say them, how we want to say them, answer questions freely with no restrictions. So when you try to put the loaded question, it's kind of like, well, I could just go ahead and let you have your fun to make your point, or I could just be quiet and let you make your point. You know what I mean? Because it'll be way quicker.
Yes, it'll be way quicker, and it would be healthier if you didn't assign the loaded question part. It speaks to your mindset and is gonna contribute to your mindset.
Well, that's why I ask open-ended questions, so that way your mind can direct things and I can get a quicker, easier gauge.
That's coddling.
No, it's not coddling.
You gotta spend 30 minutes asking open-ended questions, Joe, because I'm sensitive. Don't ask me shit direct, Joe. Coddle me, spend 30 minutes asking me open-minded shit.
You didn't even make it through all of my questions yet. I still had questions. We stopped early. We stopped at hold on. Yeah. What the last thing I asked you is if you could change one thing about the world right now, what would it be and why? Remember that? That was the last question, and I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I still got questions, bro. You ready?
Hold on, let me see if Guru showed up. Cause if
yo, I'm about to get on my neck. I'm about to get on my neck soon, bro. I'm about to start trying to chop it up with PBD, but I gotta get my bread right.
I was looking see if Guru showed up in chat. That dude, man. Oh, here, let me just go down this road. Before you ask your questions, let me ask you some of the shit that Guru.
You're not ready.
I'm gonna try and play ready. Guru. Guru does to me. No,
we can let this guy talk for a second.
Their move is to create a fireball on Earth. They don't care how. That's how their Messiah returns. We know.
If we're gonna listen to
the Messiah, the real Messiah, the Bible.
Propaganda.
Could you imagine, Raj, if they get so committed to that, instead of shooting at Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Jordan and UAE, instead of shooting there, what if they shot at the Al-Aqsa Mosque or the Dome of the Rock Mosque? You want to set the world on fire? If they hit that location to create this Islamic conflagration that ushers in the Mahdi, their Messiah, wow. That's how desperate they're getting. This is a crazy time, folks. You better know your Bible, and you, like Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, you better know your enemy, because you don't have. If you don't believe your enemy, that's your business. But listen, your enemy believes what they believe in, even though you think it's crazy. They believe in it, and that's enough to cause you to sit up and be ready, be on guard.
He's still saying that they trying to blow shit up to bring about shit. He's still saying what I said. He said.
You're not ready, Joe.
Hey, what is some really goofy ass propaganda? I feel like it's only fair you made me listen to a lot of. Is there something good in the news that I like? I didn't really watch the news today. There's nothing in particular. What about, somebody sent me something about the Texas shooting. You heard something about that? Oh, they released a body cam. That's what that was. The shooter in Texas. Did you see that yet? I don't know if you maybe Bears shooting.
Nah,
Bears,
I didn't see that
releasing.
shit.
They got some. It ain't body cam. What they got body cam? The guy, it was what was it? An Arab dude, looked like a black guy. He had a long rifle and he was shooting up a restaurant, I think. And the police came from both sides of the street. It was like well orchestrated, like some Call of Duty shit. And the people are like down, hiding behind cars and shit. The police are coming in. Where is he? Where is he? And the other cop is coming from the other street, and they're coming to a corner at the same time. Where is he? Where is he? And they see him at the corner on the same time. He got the gun. He pull it up, and they both buck him. And there's a camera right on the corner. You can see him up close as he's lifting the rifle and shit. Yeah, but yeah, it's cool. But
He said it was like Call of Duty.
yeah. That's crazy. And really,
that's crazy,
man.
bro.
Hey,
crazy.
Here, we're gonna do this with the cop shit. I'm sure me and you have done it, but it's just an exercise, I guess. I think that cops break a lot of laws, and I think I know where this conversation goes, and they should go to jail. You're gonna say they do go to jail. It's gonna might take a while. Do you want more cops arrested? You want more cops? Do you want more cops
If they're breaking
arrested?
the law, they should go to jail. I'm sticking to my logic, especially if they get caught.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Good old America, right?
That's cool. I'm gonna keep that in mind because it seems like your heat for who should go to jail is selective. You don't intentionally ever bring up that we should get the police or ICE or Trump now when they break the law. But the other guys, when the Iranians or the protester or the guy on the street break the law, you got all the smoke in the world. They broke the law. They supposed to go to jail.
No, I think everybody should go to jail that broke the law, including Donald Trump. And if he already paid whatever he paid or he did whatever he did and he did his time or whatever, then it is what it is. Because sometimes you get hit with a fine. It is what it is.
Did you hear my point, though? Did you
But
hear
yeah,
my
I heard
point?
your point.
It was a
My
little
point-
different. My point was that spontaneously you will comment and bring up that these certain people should go to jail. It's never none of the people.
I just said he should go to jail. That's what I was saying.
On I should say Republican side.
No,
You never
everybody
bring up,
that breaks the law should go to jail.
Republicans that should go to jail.
I don't care who they are.
I'm talking about how often you break a thing up, not whether you care about it or not.
Oh, well, I don't bring shit up like
You
that.
don't
'cause I think everybody
spontaneously
should go to
talk
jail.
about how Trump should go to jail or how the U.S. does wrong, but you'll criticize other people outside of the U.S.
I told you how I can't say what is right or wrong, but
You're
I
not
can
God.
tell you
We've
that if you
established
break a
that.
law, you should go to jail for breaking the law. Yes, that's
It's just
anybody. That's
repeat
anybody.
shit that
That's
I said
everybody.
again. Yeah.
But
yeah.
you're saying that I'm saying that other people should get off, and I'm saying no.
Yes.
Everybody should go to jail equally.
No.
So
I'm saying
I'm saying that everybody should go to jail equally if you're breaking the law. Period.
you
I don't
said
care
it
who
18
you are.
times. I know. Why do you keep
Okay,
saying
so then you can't say I think anything other than what I
said
said.
what you do, not what you think. You
No, what I do is-
spontaneously bring up people who you think should be.
No, I don't
go to-
bring up
excuse me, I
anybody.
wasn't done. That you'll never
my
really
God.
understand, right? Spontaneously, you bring up this person should go to jail. This person did wrong.
Spontaneously,
All
you'll
the
ask the
things
question.
this person did, and you don't mind passing judgment that is wrong. Anything Republicans do, I don't think you've ever criticized them.
That's not true. Anyways, the last question I actually asked you is what do
Yeah.
you appreciate the most? That was the last question I asked you. Do you remember your answer?
I have no idea what my answer was, but thinking about it now, what do I appreciate the most? The first two things
Yeah.
that popped in my head was God and family.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. I'll ask you the same question.
The thing I appreciate the most. It's much different than the thing I think's the most beautiful, because I already said that. But yeah, I'm gonna stick with that answer. I'm gonna stick with my answer. It's my ability to choose choice.
Free will. Can I call it free will? Because sometimes you get mad
Yeah,
if
I could go there.
free will. All right. What's the next question?
All right, the next question is, do you believe emotions are real or just an excuse to do what we want?
I guess
I said it
the
that way
answer-
on purpose.
I hate to. Maybe I didn't hear the last word. Or emotions are what? Say it again, so I make sure I heard everything.
All right. So, do you believe emotions are real or just an excuse to do what we want or whatever the excuse is?
Right. That's a bit of a dual answer.
It's a good question, though, huh?
It is. I like it. Because there's a better answer, a second answer, which is better. The first answer is emotions are real. We make it so. I got to live with it in my life. So it's hard for me with everybody else's fucking emotions. So in that sense, it's hard for me to say they're not real. Or do people use it as an excuse part? Goddamn right. People use it as an excuse.
It's a real
all
excuse.
The fucking time. People use it as an excuse. But are they real? There's a better question, of which I think is deeper in there. Are they really real? I think
that's what I'm asking. Are they real? Because remember the first question, what is real? What is fake? Remember that?
I think
it all ties in.
I think that they are real. Not all of them. Like I said, most people have no idea. They just sensitive function.
But you said real to you. Do you remember what real is to you? Because I remember.
I don't know.
Okay, I remember you said real to you is all your senses, taste, touch, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
real.
then it will fall
Okay,
under
so
that.
then
Why
it's
I
not.
think emotions are real. No, I think I still hold.
You can't taste emotions.
I think this is why I think they're real is because still outside of the people acting crazy when they get emotional, there is one, and not just one, but real emotion does seem to exist. Like the
Starting
love.
to fall apart.
You say a couple words to make a friend feel better. I think that's I changed their energy through emotion, and it was real.
So let's go back to my example for what real and fake is. I think real is consistency and fake is inconsistency. So if we go to emotions, I believe that they're fake because they're inconsistent. And just like you can give your friend that word, an inconsistent word that could change on a whim, so can their feelings change as the word. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not real. Like when I say real is consistent, something that won't change, like Jesus.
Yeah, I was gonna have to ask you, what's real is something won't change ever. So that would not include a rock or something. That's not real.
Yeah, the sky is real because it's always going to be the sky. It'll never change.
Sure it will. If fucking comet come and blow up the earth, we could lose atmosphere. There is no more fucking
No,
sky.
the sky will still be there.
It'd be black. It wouldn't even be blue. It'd just be looking.
But it doesn't matter what
space.
color it is. It's still there. It's up there. We know the difference naturally. Whoever survives.
So I think you're saying it will change.
No.
The sky
I'm saying
is
that
gone. There is
the
no
sky
more
is always going to be the sky, just like a table is always going to be a table. Even if the table gets broken, it's just
Even
a
if
broken
it's
table.
gone, a table's a table.
Yeah. Even if it breaks, it's a broken table. It's still a table. Even if you bust it into sawdust. Well, that sawdust used to be a table. Did you know that? What?
Well,
Still a table.
then doesn't this hold for emotion? Then love is always there. Just because a nigga mad.
Love's not an emotion. We'll get there.
It changes.
You're not ready yet.
It changes.
You're not ready for love. You're not ready yet, Joe.
My example was love.
Let's build you up.
I changed. You go.
Let's build you up. Hold on. Fine. I'll ask this next question. Since you had trouble with that one, that was a hard one.
I was not having trouble. You were talking over
okay,
me.
fine. What are emotions, and do emotional thinkers or actors fare better than logical/rational thinkers?
You'll answer first. What are emotions? And something about actors.
What are emotions? And do emotional thinkers fare better than logical, rational thinkers?
So first you'd have to tell me what emotions are.
Well, first, I would tell you that emotions are not real. And the reason why I say they're not real is because they're not consistent. They'll change. Now, that brings me into what are emotions. Emotions are reactions to situations that we cannot control. It's an innate action to a situation that we cannot control. We cannot control the situation nor the reaction to it. It's a natural reaction to a situation that's out of your control. That's why you have emotion, because you cannot control the situation.
Okay, so joy is an emotion?
Yes, because you cannot control the situation. The situation is so overwhelmingly happy and you cannot control it. So whatever happened, it happened already and it's just overwhelmingly happy. Yes.
So joy is an emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Love is an emotion?
No. We'll get there.
Because we're there now.
Fine. You want to jump the page. Fine. Love,
I don't want to
what
jump
is
a
it?
page. Love
Yeah, you
is
do.
like joy.
We're jumping across. Go ahead. Love, what is it? Tell me what you think love is.
Well, we haven't even got emotion down. I need to know why joy
All right,
and
then.
love is not a fucking.
But we got to go to love then if you
Give
want to
me
go to
another
love.
happiness, joy, anger.
Yeah, anger. It's a good one. The situation happened, and now you can't control it. You're already mad. That's what I'm saying. You can't stop that situation. You walked in on whatever, or you lost a bet, or it's just you can't control it. It's just fuck. It is what it is, man. That's emotion. It's just random reaction to a situation. I know. It's that simple.
We'll go with one of these. Anger.
Mm-hmm. Stub your toe.
No. I'm thinking.
Nobody did nothing to you, but you mad as fuck.
I'm thinking someone could stir your anger. No, you'd have to participate.
Mm-hmm. But there could be a situation that happens naturally. You're walking with your woman, dude walks by, smacks your butt. Boom, you can't control that situation. It happened, but you mad. See what I'm saying?
Yes, I get that. You're repeating
Or
that part.
you wake
I
up
get
in the
that.
morning.
That's not hard to understand. You're saying the same. I get that
You
part.
wake up in the morning to a creak in the bedroom, right? You open your eyes, and then it's your kid running up to you, giving you a hug, giving you a kiss on the cheek. I love you, Dad. And then you just have this feeling of overwhelming happiness, waking up to love. Crazy stuff, right?
But it happened because the kid did it, right?
It already happened. The reaction, the emotion. See what I'm saying? The emotion
of love
is happening because of that incident. So that situation, yeah, and that happiness, that joy, that somber, that's what overcomes you, and it makes you love life. And love is forgiveness, mercy,
so apparently love
charity,
is
and grace.
too, because you said it was an emotion when your kid came in there. You felt love.
No, because you felt love because of the showing of love, the forgiveness, the mercy, the charity, and grace. You know what I'm saying? Because these 4 things is what brings love into fruition. If you love somebody, you will forgive them. Just like your child, if they drop the glass on the floor. Oh, watch out, baby. Like, you don't want them to get hurt. You're going to be fearing for their safety more than being upset. You know what I mean?
I would agree with you.
That's where the love comes in, because you're giving them the grace to make their mistakes. It was charity because you don't expect nothing from them. They broke the glass. You don't expect them to buy a new one or nothing. You don't expect them to clean it up because they might get cut. You know what I mean? And then you forgive them because it was just a fucking glass, baby. It's okay. You're okay. Mwah, kiss them on the forehead. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
And
if
then
that
the
love
mercy,
is
the mercy
in that
part is
case.
because you're not gonna hit them. You're not gonna try to get even or try to seek justice because the glass is broken. And a lot of people don't have that last part. A lot of parents forget the mercy part. You
So
broke
once-
that glass, bam, what's wrong with you? And now the kid falls in the glass. Wow, and you're cut too? Wow, now I gotta take you to the hospital and kicks their ass some more. I've seen some shit. It's fucked up. Some parents are fucked up.
Okay.
I'm dead serious, man. It's not a fucking game. And that's why we have to be good stewards. Our communities, we really need to lean on each other now more than ever. But, you know, everybody has their own cross to bear, right?
I agree.
My bad. I didn't mean to take us down
He
that
jumped
road.
around
But
a bit. I don't know what to fucking say, right?
I know. So love is what we were talking about. Love is not an emotion. Love is something that God gives us. Mercy, forgiveness, charity, and grace, right?
All of these things, I don't know if you're saying that love, you're saying all of these
That
things.
all of those things equals love. Without all of those
Oh.
things, it's not love. It's selfish. Or it's some kind of condition. Because if it's not out of charity,
I wonder if motion, I wonder if they're not fucking. Did you freeze? Can you hear me? I think you froze. Oh, I saw you. What the fuck?
my bad.
That was
I
fast.
gotta fix my shit.
That was quick. Usually take a nigga quicker to come back.
Nah, my tablet died on me.
I got a friend whose phone always dies on there. If you can hear me, this may be some
I hear
devil.
you, bro. Still
Okay.
on my laptop. It's just
If
like,
we
I was main on my with my cameras on my tablet because I don't know. I just think that one's cooler. This one's a little bit. I gotta fix it. I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about this camera.
are we supposed to love our enemies?
I don't like this camera right here too much.
Oh,
I have
I ain't
another.
looking.
I don't like this one too much. The other one's way cooler.
He's an absentee
I know
landlord.
it's better, but I can always do it like this. Hold on.
Your sound sucks on that one. As low as all. Fuck.
Yeah, my bad. I fucked up.
Yeah.
Because I don't have my I don't have the thing plugged in. Hold on. I didn't set this one up. See, I was set up on the tablet, but it's just
That's cool. You get all these kinks worked out before you blow your channel up. Just think, one day you're gonna be so big that you're gonna be like, listen, Joe, you know, you shouldn't be using that word nigga over here.
Nah.
You know fucking
I
Andrew
put my
Tate.
shit on 18 plus. Like it's supposed to. My whole channel's supposed to be on 18 plus for real. So
You know
anybody
Andrew
else
Tate
better
and
be
Jordan
grown.
Peterson are gonna be over here later, Joe. We're being simulcast in the 3 states. We can't have you using that word, Joe. It's offensive.
Yeah, I mean, damn, Joe. We do gotta work on your vocabulary, though. I'm sure.
A lot of that shit, I don't know if this is right or wrong, but and this is, other people have said this as well, that I drag my vocabulary with me as a couple reasons, to show people's hypocrisy, to show people's arrogance and privilege and shit like that, because to show that how they'll judge a book by its cover, and how they shouldn't do that shit. It's like, I think of a country accent back in the day. If you had a country accent, you were assumed stupid. And then suddenly, for some reason, there came the country rap shit, Nelly country rap, and the Southern twang was admirable. People loved the Southern accent, but it used to mean you were stupid. And it didn't mean that they were stupid. It's the same thing with the way I run around and talking to you digs and what happened and shit. People have that instinctive reaction. Oh my God, that's beneath me. Why would you talk like that? I want you to feel that feeling, so I drag it with me, because I say you're wrong. You shouldn't wear that hoodie, imp. You know, you look like a thug. Right?
Good.
What do you say? Right? What do you say to that
Good.
person?
Good.
You're
Do
making
I
her
look
feel
like Darth
uncomfortable.
Vader right now?
Take off
Like
that
what?
hood. You make people feel uncomfortable.
Good. Good. I'm glad you feel uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. I'm glad we're all uncomfortable.
You're ready to be an auditor, bro, with that fucking attitude.
Welcome to uncomfortability, motherfuckers.
When I might get pretty bad because now the police just rode up the block. When
They heard you having a good time, they're like, "What? Black people?"
fucking Joe not out here harassing us. Is he okay? We better ride up the block and check on him.
Oh shit!
Shit, it was gunfire, and Joe didn't come out the house with his camera. Something going
My bad.
on.
My tablet shitted on me, guys. Hold on. Let me do it like this real quick.
I think Jesus had the answer, man. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, or as you love me, I think is what he said.
Yeah, maybe. Nah, yeah, he did. Jesus said a lot of things.
I think that means ICE is on the wrong side of Jesus.
See,
I don't think Jesus be like, man, you broke a law 40 years ago. You got to go home. Pull her out of her school. Pull her out of her job.
I
She
don't
broke a
know.
law
I think
40 years ago.
he would ask, do you believe and do you take me as your Lord and Savior? I think he would ask you something more like that.
I don't think the two things are diametrically opposed. I think if he come here, he would say, fuck, you niggas is something else. I mean, we got laws where you can't even give an immigrant water if you're in the desert. They'll tell you the type of fucks we've become. It's against the law. It's illegal. Or to give them a ride. It's illegal. You can't even take them to the hospital. It's illegal. You know, Jesus be like, these niggas crazy.
Well, I mean, as long as it's hard to say. Is my mic better now?
No, it's just as bad.
Really? For real?
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. I can hear you, but it's low and it's far away and it's muffled. Yeah.
All right. What about now?
That is a little better. I don't know what you just did. I wasn't looking at the phone.
Is it better?
Yeah, I can hear you just a little better. Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me see.
At least it's sharp. It don't have that muffle to it.
All right.
Yeah,
Is
that
it
was
better
even
now?
louder. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I had to gear it up. I had to gear the laptop up because man, I wasn't trying to use this camera, even though it's pretty nice. I like this. It's pretty clean.
I didn't know you were vain, motherfucker.
Huh?
Look at us. I didn't know you were vain. Let me look at you on my other phone.
Oh shit. I try to stay low key. Because if I start showing people that, I got some color, they're going to be like, wait, what is he made of? That's why I stay in black and white.
You're a Christian, right? I can assume that, right?
I mean, yeah, if you're talking about the real Christian, that's with Jesus. Even though I'm not, perfectly walking the way I should, I'm an evil little bastard. But I believe he's my Lord and Savior, and he died for me. I definitely got baptized. I will do it again. I'll do it.
We got that. We got that in common. I've never been baptized, never even been to church, but definitely a fan of Jesus.
Jesus didn't tell us to go to church. He said when two or more get together.
They gathered in my name.
Yeah.
There I am on my name.
We in church right now. Amen.
Amen. 100%.
So I take them with me everywhere I go, even though I'm still a sinner.
Yes. That's the best part of life, man. I hope I said, I said God. One of the things I appreciate most,
Yeah.
it would be unbearable without him.
That's why I said my ability to choose, because if I didn't have a choice to at least choose to forsake all the indulgences of life for him, it would make me feel like I'm forced to do something. And that would make me want to rebel more.
And you get to the point where it's your choice to do good things. I'd rather get up in the morning and help a motherfucker than hurt a motherfucker.
Yes.
That
But
is
you
my
can't
choice.
appreciate something like that until you've done so much wrong that it hurts you.
Yeah. That's probably part of the journey. Yeah.
Ooh. A lot of people haven't gotten to the point to where they hurt themselves yet, doing all this horrible shit. But the minute you get caught up, the minute you really get caught up, where you think death is worse than this, yeah, that part.
Does your
Yeah, that part. You remember that feeling?
what
You ever had
death
that feeling where you'd
is
rather be
worth
dead? You'd rather
than
be
this?
dead than dealing with the shit. And then you looked up and you was praying with tears in your eyes because you didn't have the balls or you didn't have what it takes to just take your own life. That's real hard to do, man.
I don't know if I've ever gotten that fucking far.
That's real hard to do.
But
man.
I've been a fan. Not just a fan. I know he's real type shit. You know,
I'm just
I
saying,
love
'cause
that
there's a
dude so
lot of
much.
people that have gotten to that point, that have been there to the point to where they felt like everything was lost, and the only thing that was it was just like just end it now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Some
That's
people
the
do
feeling.
it. I don't know if you remember yesterday, my guy was walking around with a rope trying to off himself.
And that's
He
where
was,
you gotta find. That's where he comes to you. That's where he comes to
I'm
you.
sure he'll come, but I don't think it'd take that for him to find everybody. At least I hope not.
Well, not everybody, but I'm just saying, like everybody has that moment to where that's what they feel like is happening, or that's what they feel like is all that's left. But not a lot of people act on that. There's a thing inside us that stops us from harming ourselves. A lot of people, their little thing works. It's a little thing. It's like a switch. Some people's switch is just off, or somebody else hurt them so much that it knocked their switch off, and now they just want to see how many they can take.
I was also thinking about those people who are really sick. Those are the first people that pop in my mind take their own lives. I think it was Canada made it legal where you can go to the pharmacy and your doctor writes your prescription for pills it was a drink. It's not pills. A drink that you'll die. And people with cancer and stuff, they'll like call their family around and take the drink and die. Yeah.
Yeah, they called it liquid death, and now they serve it for water in America. It's crazy.
Fluoride.
It's crazy, man.
Do we have to? We were talking about you were talking about how you love your family earlier. Do we have to love everybody that way? Like you were talking about how you'll be so
We're all
forgiving and
family.
merciful.
We're all family.
Right.
That's the thing. Now, but in the Bible, it does say if you have a quarrel with your brother, talk to your brother, right? If you have gained his favor, then you've gained your brother. And then it says if your brother does not, basically want to vibe with you or whatever, he says, all right, fine, go get two other people, and then have them be a witness between you, so they could be a judge, right? If that don't work, take it to the church. And if that don't work, and if he don't want to hear what the church got to say, then treat him as a heathen. That means he's nothing to you at this point, and just let it go. Especially if it's something that will come between y'all. I know, probably lost a couple people with that one, huh? My bad. My bad.
The Dow is 50,000 right now.
Right?
Crazy bitch, bro. Did you ask about the Epstein so-and-so? Why are you asking those questions? The Dow is at 50,000. No one wants to talk about Epstein.
Oh, man.
And
We
Pam
got
Bondi,
Kevin.
evil ass, got popped. They come out, saying the horrible shit she used to come out and say. That bitch was saying, you say, did you fucking authorize $250 million to some ad campaign? Yep, that's right, I did. When you riding on a horse. Yep, did Trump know about that? Yes, he does. Did he okay that? He absolutely did. And did you do proper bidding? Oh, here. I can see you one. I ain't gotta say it.
That one was funny. Yeah, I saw that one.
Oh,
That was funny.
that's funny. I bet you I
Next
might
day,
say.
yeah, she's fired. No, they didn't fire her. They moved her over to that Mexican project. Did you see the thing?
Oh, this has got to be it right here. Oh, yeah, this is it.
They moved her over to the cartels.
I did see that, yeah. Well, she was fired from her job as so-and-so.
Well, no, she didn't get fired.
Really? Just because a nigga tell you it wasn't fired, you'd
Well,
be like,
no.
well, I got to use
I had
their
this thought in my
terminology.
head. When
You
this
know that
happened.
bitch was fired from the head of the DHS. She no
Well,
longer is.
look.
Well,
Check
it was
she's
a
the head of
horizontal.
she's the
That
head
bitch
of the
in a
cartel.
filing cabinet in the Bahamas somewhere working a filing cabinet. You like, well, she still
She
got a
is
job.
the head of the cartel department now.
There is no such thing.
It
They just
is.
gave
They
her a
just
position
established it
just
right
to make her
now.
happy and get her out of the way. There was no such position.
I know. She was too cute to fire. I get it.
Yeah, that type of shit.
She's probably one of the cutest bitches up there.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah. You think about that for a second.
I put it in chat. I don't know if you can snatch it out of chat. I put the
You gotta put it in the back chat.
yeah, fuck all that. I'm on an iPhone. That shit's too difficult.
But I would say that this right here, especially when he was talking about not putting ground troops, I thought that was very important because if there is ground troops, hold on.
He changed his mind today.
It cannot come from the U.S. We cannot put U.S. boots on the ground.
He changed his mind today, and he's considering
it. Has to be other people. Like I said, it has to be other people. It has to be the people from in those areas that are boots on the ground. The reason why I'm saying this specifically is because if we put American boots on the ground, then Russia and China have their opening.
He's saying he's finna do it today. He's considering it. Some came out that leaked or some shit, and
I was supposed to do some more fucking.
Hey man, I'm finna get up out of here, man. I'm probably call this chick if it ain't too late and watch something before I go to sleep. It was swell, and we'll catch you next time, man.
All right, peace, bro.
Peace.
Shit, I'll probably hit one more of these little things over here. Let's see what we talk about. Looks like people are watching this right now.
New York City's last remaining Hooters has closed its doors for good. I know, and for 1 hour tonight, all boners will remain at half-mast. Speaking of, in an effort to raise micro-penis awareness, a man has challenged anyone on Earth to disprove that he has the world's smallest penis. It's right there. And after that, he sat down and hosted the 5.
Wow, roast fest.
I really thought that one was coming to me.
Be patient. On The View, Joy Behar said Trump's name will be removed from every building once he leaves office. That may be so, but her signs They will remain standing. No wonder she's lived so long. They got signs warning for her on the roads. According to a new study, people who eat a lot of fiber spend more time in deep sleep. In fact, it's so deep, you don't even notice when you the bed from eating all that fiber.
I don't know if I can do it, guys.
And finally, washed up gas bag Keith Olbermann actually called football.
I don't know if I can do it, guys. What's this though? Are they just dropping rockets everywhere? What war looks like. This is what war looks like. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, they getting blowed up, guys. What? That's wild. Are y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing this? They're dropping bombs right now. What? That's crazy. Smoke coming up. How long was this up there? Let's go back. That was 3 hours. I think this is the same one that was. This one might be a little newer.
The hemisphere. It's something multiple presidents before has had to deal with and couldn't figure out.
I don't know if I can watch this one. My bad. Let me go back and see if there's something else.
Our captain of the Riyadh flight decided, together with our security department, not to fly to Riyadh, but to turn back to Cairo, because we believe that the security situation is such that this is the right decision.
Some passengers are shelling out large sums of money to escape the region. Flight Radar 24 says private jet activity in the Middle East has surged in the past week, accounting for 31% of flight operations from Moscow on Wednesday. The high demand causing prices to skyrocket.
The typical cost for a flight from Dubai to Istanbul was something around 50,000, and at the moment we are close to 100,000 US dollars. So we can say that the price has doubled.
A travel nightmare as airlines and countries try to accommodate desperate passengers, some willing to pay a high price if it means a ticket home. Linda Kincaid, CNN.
100,000. Wow. Linda Kincaid, thank you for that. Thank you for watching the first hour of The Story Is. The next hour starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And welcome to The Story Is. I'm Alex Michelson, live in Atlanta. We begin once again with breaking news. Iran now firing back after Israel launched what it calls a broad-scale wave of strikes against Tehran a short time ago. We've got new video from Tehran's airport. It shows that airport on fire, although it's not clear if the airport was struck directly. Iranian state media is reporting explosions from one end of the capital to the other. U.S. Central Command says American forces have now hit more than 3,000 targets inside Iran. That includes ballistic missile sites and command posts of Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Take a look here at the destruction in Iran in a string of new satellite images taken on Friday. You're seeing what it looked like before and after the strikes. The images show damage at multiple sites, including a Navy and drone base on the Persian Gulf and other military bases across the country. CNN's senior international correspondent Ivan Watson joins me live from Hong Kong. Quite dramatic images there of that airport.
That's right. I mean, this was a very busy domestic airport for the most part in the center of Tehran, now up in flames. It looked like there were, from some of the images we're trying to glean, it looks like some of the planes might have actually caught on fire there. That we're trying to confirm that. The scale of the bombardment is massive. I mean, it has been a week since the U.S. and Israel announced the launch of this joint aerial bombardment of Iran. You cited CENTCOM claiming to have hit more than 3,000 targets, mostly targeting regime, government infrastructure, military targets, and also claiming to have destroyed some 43 or damaged some 43 Iranian Navy ships. That's one of the stated goals of the Trump administration with this war. It is terrifying for people on the ground. Tehran is a massive, densely populated city, and we're already getting accounts from Iranian state media of more than 1,200 people killed. An independent non-governmental organization says, yes, it does seem like a police station and an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps barracks have been hit in the past 24 hours, but also reporting damage to a Red Crescent Society, charity, emergency aid worker building in Tehran as well. Beyond Iran, the drone and missile assaults on Gulf countries from Iran continue, and there's some startling statistics. The United Arab Emirates, for example, reporting that it intercepted 9 missiles and 109 drones on Friday. Iran insists that it is not targeting civilian infrastructure, just U.S. air bases and installations across the Gulf region. Saudi Arabia, however, says it intercepted some headed towards its massive Shaibe oil fields, successfully shot them down. In 2019, Houthi, Iran-backed rebels had targeted that same oil field. We don't know where those drones came from. Bahrain, Kuwait also reporting that drones and missiles were targeted at their territory. And then Iraqi Kurdistan, that northern Iraqi region, after a warning had gone out from the U.S. Embassy in Iraq to stay away from hotels that are frequented by foreigners.
All right. So all the yellow is where Iran is striking. All right. You can see a lot of the yellow over here around the Israel area. This is where most of their strikes are hitting, and then they started hitting all of this side over here. Now, I don't know why they did that. I believe they did that because this is just the people close to them,
Israeli
and they want people to feel the
military saying it has made incursions into southern Lebanon after demanding that the entire civilian population withdraw to regions north of the Litani River. Meanwhile, you have Hezbollah claiming responsibility for attacks on Israeli forces. Alex, I want to turn attention to one voice that has come out of the Gulf region. It's an Emirati billionaire developer who perhaps has been able to go further in criticizing this war and President Trump's decision to go to war than other governments in the GCC have so far. He issued a post in which he said, quote, "Who gave you permission to turn our region into a battlefield?" Take a listen to what he had to say to our own Aaron Burnett.
If it goes a month, I think all the country, my advice to them, to claim financial claim from United States of America, and America should be responsible to pay everybody suffered in the area, and this will be equal to trillions and trillions of dollars.
Because, of course, the costs of this conflict, both in human lives and in financial losses, only continue to grow. Alex.
Yeah, and it's remarkable that it was 1 week ago during this very hour, during this very broadcast, CNN was the first network of...
You know what's crazy? The stuff they got going on is not even worth millions and trillions of dollars. Maybe a couple billion at that. Their whole country's GDP isn't even a couple billion, so that's crazy.
Any reporting from Iran since the conflict began. Our correspondent Fred Pleitgen and producer Claudia Otto were in Tehran during the latest strikes. We note that CNN operates in Iran only with government permission. Here's some of Fred's report.
Time and again, we've heard major airstrikes. In fact, earlier today, we were at a hospital that was hit, that was damaged when there was an airstrike in the vicinity. And while we were on the ground filming there, we heard more airstrikes not too far away from us. So it is a pretty constant thing here on the ground in Tehran. Also major strikes, of course, overnight happening last night as well. And you can feel that the city here is a lot emptier, obviously, than it would normally be. A lot of people have decided to leave the city simply because it appears to be so dangerous. Of course, while a lot of targets have been struck here, a lot of civilians have also been wounded. Some civilians have been killed on the ground here as well. The authorities today telling us, I was speaking to the head of the Iranian Red Crescent, saying that many people have been wounded and have been killed as these strikes have been going on. So this is clearly something for a lot of folks here on the ground, obviously very concerned about the situation, and you can really hear the thuds of those incoming strikes almost constantly.
Fred Pleitgen with exclusive access inside Iran. President Trump has set a tough new demand for ending the war. He says, quote, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender." He told CNN's Dana Bash on the phone on Friday that Iran's leadership has been, quote, neutered, and he's looking for new leadership in Iran that will treat the U.S. and Israel well. He reiterated that he must be involved with choosing Iran's next leader. In the meantime, Iran is being led by an interim leadership council.
I like how they twisted the words there.
President Trump says he's open to having a religious leader in Iran, and he's not worried whether or not Iran becomes a democracy. As for what an unconditional surrender actually looks like, here's White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
See, we watched that earlier, that whole clip. They cut that off, but she said a lot more than that.
Meanwhile, Russia is not playing a neutral observer in this war, according to multiple sources who spoke to CNN. They say that U.S. intelligence shows Moscow is supplying Iran with intelligence about the location and movement of U.S. ships, planes, and troops, much of that coming from Russian satellites. It's still unclear if any Iranian attack can be linked to the intelligence received from Moscow. Russia's state news agency says the two countries' presidents held a phone call on Friday and agreed to continue contacts. For more on this, we are joined by CNN's Gabe Cohen from Washington. Gabe, is not something President Trump wants to talk about.
No, nor his administration. But look, one of the reasons, Alex, that this is really significant is because it's the first real indication that Moscow is getting involved in this.
Oh, trust me, they're going to talk about it today.
War. Those sources telling CNN that Russia is specifically providing that intel about the location of American troops and assets so that Iran can target them. And much of that intelligence, as you said, is coming from this sophisticated satellite system that Russia has. It's a resource, a tool that Iran does not have, as the country has seen its capabilities degraded day after day throughout all this fighting. It's not a huge surprise that these two countries would be collaborating in some capacity. They are countries that for years have worked together on certain military technology, missiles, drones. But what we don't know is whether or not this is indication that Russia's involvement in this war could expand, especially after that phone call that you mentioned on Friday between Iran's president and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, the White House does not want to talk about Russia. They have brushed this story off. We heard Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth tell CBS News that, of course, the president is well aware of who is talking to who, though I will note a couple days ago, Hegseth told reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that if Russia is in fact providing this information to Iran, it's clearly not making much of a difference because of the success over the past week of the U.S. operation. And President Trump himself snapped at a reporter from Fox News who asked about the story during an event at the White House on how to change college sports. Here's what the president said.
It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. I mean, but can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking.
You see how they try to make him look all bad and stuff, but it's cool. This is what they do, you know. They always got to try to make somebody look some kind of way. But I don't hate them or nothing. I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day, right? Let's see. Is there any new stuff? Is this... Not bad.
The Saudi Defense Ministry says it has intercepted 4 drones launched toward the Sheba oil field. This comes as Iran is maintaining its retaliatory attacks against U.S. and Israeli targets, as well as some of its Gulf neighbors. Meanwhile, the UAE is freezing Iranian assets, and more American weaponry is moving into the area. Correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is live tonight from Dubai. Good evening, Lucas.
Good evening, Brett. A third U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is getting ready to cross the Atlantic and join the war against Iran. The USS George H.W. Bush has completed her workups just off the coast of Cape Hatteras and is expected to deploy soon. She's expected to head to the eastern Mediterranean after the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford crossed the Suez Canal on Thursday and is now in the Red Sea. In addition to dozens of strike fighters aboard the carrier, the guided missile destroyers in the strike group will also be available to hit targets potentially in Yemen, should there be any signs of Houthi rebels launching attacks on Israel or international shipping. Now, in the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows each year, transits are now down 94% since the start of the war. As an incentive to get traffic moving again, the Trump administration announced today a $20 billion reinsurance program, and Energy Secretary Chris Wright says the U.S. Navy will begin escorting vessels through the strait when it is safe to do so.
First, we got to get their ability to cause trouble way down. And then as soon as it's reasonable to do it, we'll escort ships through the straits and get the energy moving again.
While Iranian ballistic missile strikes are down 90% and drone attacks 83%, attacks continue here against the UAE. 9 more ballistic missiles and over 100 drones launched overnight, all except 3 drones shot down. Since the start of the war on Saturday, the UAE has been attacked the most by Iran, with over 1,000 drones and missiles fired at the country. More than 90% have been successfully shot down. And officials have confirmed that the United Arab Emirates has frozen all Iranian assets here in the Gulf state. Brett.
Lucas Thompson, live in Dubai. Lucas, thanks. Nate Foy in Tel Aviv with the latest tonight. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett, good evening. In the first week of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. forces have struck 3,000 Iranian positions, many of them ballistic missile sites. But tonight, Iran is proving they still have missiles to fire. Just about 15 minutes ago here in Tel Aviv, we heard the sirens go off for the 6th time today. We saw about a dozen interceptor missiles get fired off right over my shoulder. So the war rages on both ways. Israel remains on the offensive. The air defense remains strong, but they are inflicting punishing blows in Iran and also in Lebanon. They've hit 500 Hezbollah military sites, including several command centers. Today in Tehran, Israel destroyed an underground bunker built for and often used by Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. A senior Israeli official tells Fox Khamenei didn't use the bunker the morning of his death because he didn't think the U.S. or Israel would kill him. We're learning more about the cluster munition that Iran fired at central Israel overnight. They're called dual-purpose improved conventional munitions, or DPICMs. They're incredibly difficult to intercept, and it takes time to clear the munitions. The U.S. gave Ukraine this same weapon back in 2023. So far, U.S. forces have hit Iranian control centers, air defense systems, and communication infrastructure. Many of those targets are in Iran's capital, where the residents of Tehran describe explosions nearly all day long. Tonight, the U.S. military base near Baghdad was hit by Iranian drones, or at least targeted by Iranian drones, as Iran has now targeted 12 countries across the region, including civilian infrastructure, as the U.S. military tonight says the targeting of innocent civilians will not go unanswered. Brett?
Nate Foy in Tel Aviv. Nate, thanks. As we told you at the top of the show, President Trump is demanding an unconditional surrender from Iran. He says the Islamic Republic.
All right. So, I mean, man, this is wild, isn't it? The craziest part about all of this is why, right? Why are we going through all this? It can't just be for oil. It can't just be for all that stuff, which is why I keep pointing out that it's a religious war. We'll dig more into that tomorrow. It is kind of late. So I'm going to send everybody off with a good night. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you guys. Everybody that came by, everybody that was here. This was a good show. It was awesome. I'm really starting to like, being here, hanging out with you guys and everything. So I'm just going to appreciate the moments that I get. We'll drop this little song real quick. We'll play this one. Let's go ahead and drop the song. End you guys off with a good night.
checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thought. And her mama bombshell in the hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe run up quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, got a distant crop. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dock. If Molly coming to the party, Lucy want me to pop. 2C eye to eye, can you see mine's eye? Never mind, let me wine, dine, and dazzle your mind. If you tryna catch up, then turn up behind. I carried on our date just to kumquat her grape. I got the appetizers and peach sliders for your plate. I kiwi all you palm slices. I got diced fruit for your fade. Okay, enough with your fruity pebbles, loops, or mini chips. We eating on that A1, saucing on them there. We real ones, we go-getters too. Go get those insides, and hustlers, dude. Blowing smoke into the air. Foggy mist while we cruise. I don't play fair, but never break the rules. Smoking cigs and bottle runs. Local banging ass niggas. Bless the bottle, light 'em up. Got bitches hanging ass niggas. If you can see me now, maybe hating ass niggas. Where you been when I had nothing ass niggas? Don't be coming moving round now. You can't hold nothing, ass nigga. Now I'm up. Here you showing up, ass nigga. With or without you, I was finna get it. Just be proud of the fact that one of us made it. PA checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sherry Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. If way back when you was with me when I rolled, you be here smoking blips with me. Cups hella full, taking sips with me. Nah, I'm out here on the hustle in this industry. Yeah, grab my wifey, nuzzle up between the sheets. Kiss her softly, make that wet spot on the sheet. I'm with my cousin, have another dream. Turn the music up with a blip of the street. The money stack rising, the money's like the hit at the peak of the day. High noon, it gets way too hot to play. Seriously, the time to get paid is all we get. Getting this day out with the ass with the 2 pieces. Knocked out KO, got that 2-piece. Eat this, you niggas that's hungry for beef, beat this. Fucking with me is a dream, y'all niggas sleepless. If I had you on the scale, y'all niggas weightless. On the corner with the pill, hands out. Y'all niggas shameless, roll up to your spot. Burn y'all niggas faceless, talking all that shit. To bullets, y'all niggas nameless. The SAZ rollers out here, y'all niggas ain't shit. PA checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. Grand New Entertainment, go ahead, baby.
If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name-calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform, and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.